the arm around your chest. What's left inside? Lying, licking your blade. Do you really bleed if it washes away? Take a ride, rough as you can. Tell you a secret, right as your dogs are closing in. I like it when the bite marks cut through the skin. I like it when the bite marks cut through the skin. Tell me the walls are closing in. Into the fire and born again. Taste the pain and dream
리온 화이팅!
kenji 화이팅!
Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to the LCK Cup here for 2025. I'm Atlas. I'm joined by Orcs for the very first time this year. Very excited to be here alongside you for what could be some pretty quick games, to be perfectly honest with you, Orcs. Do you see some hope for the bros? Any bro leavers in the chat? Because if you are there, we're going to need you to be as loud as is humanly possible in a no-sound-based communication system.
I mean, we have seen Bro upset Gen.G against insurmountable odds before.
We have.
In 2023 summer, but that was a long time ago, and I feel like we always bring that up. Will it happen again? Will Lightning strike twice? That's kind of the question we're going with at the moment.
Do we call it Lightning striking twice when it's like separated by 2 years and a lot of other games?
I don't know. Does anyone like...
Because like
how long
Lightning
do you wait
happened
to
more
see-
than once? Is that what you meant? Like, because yes, Lightning does in fact happen more than once.
Yeah, I guess the saying needs a little bit of...
Yeah, tweaking. A little bit of tweaking,
adjusting.
perhaps. Let's have a look at the standings, which have, of course, been tweaked a little bit moving into today's matches. Gen.G still 2-0, as we can see, 0-2 for Bro. Currently sitting in 4th place, but likely to move to 5th with a loss here. You can see BFX or B&K are the team that are in last place, but that's only because they've played an extra game, and they have stolen games off teams so far, so it is likely that Bro are going to be the ones sitting in last unless they can win here.
Yeah, I think, honestly, winning would be fantastic for Bro, but even taking a game would put them tied with BFX. For those who don't know, the team who are last place in the losing group don't get a chance to play further. You know, they are out completely off the cup. The other 4 teams still get an opportunity to go further. So if we look at the score between the groups, a little bit one-sided towards Elder.
Yeah, somewhat,
so if I'm on Group Baron, it's no longer about, hey, can our group win? It's, can I avoid that bottom spot is the main focus, I feel, right now.
Yep, don't be last place. That is the plan. So a 0-loss streak for Bro, a little bit unfortunate there, and Gen.G are looking absolutely unstoppable. I think a lot of people had their eyes on Duro, maybe, as far as like what could be a point of possible hiccups for this Gen.G roster. Duro has been fantastic. Him and Ruler have played really, really well. This team looks like some domestic Gen.G that we've been used to seeing, and it's terrifying.
Yeah.
And Hype is really good, guys, but don't judge him based on this particular matchup.
It's going to be a rough one. You know, obviously they've rotated between the AD carries, trying to see what works. Hype come back in. I think, you know, he played pretty fine in that first match, but Ruler is a tough opponent, and Ruler, I feel like, you know, he's really fit in with this Gen.G lineup. It feels like, you know...
It's like he's been there before.
It's like he's been... I think
it's
that's
crazy.
a perfect way of describing it.
Yeah.
You know, I was searching for the words, and you just hit it on the head.
Yeah, I do that. I hit things on the head. Corki on a 0-10 winless state. Yeah, he's not doing so hot. And as far as like other champions that haven't won yet, it's like 0-2 and things like this. Like, it's really not anything like what Corki's been able to put up as far as disappointing numbers.
Yeah, and I think as well, it is such a high priority pick. You know, sometimes you see lower priority picks that come down, especially later in Fearless, or like they're picked in not an ideal situation. Corki's been prioritized early and just consistently lost. And it's not just bad teams picking it. There's been a range of teams picking it, and they've just been struggling.
Yeah. I think Nocturne and Nico are examples of 0-2 champions, but I don't even necessarily think that those losses were their fault. Neither are the Corki games necessarily, but look, you never really know. We're getting very close though, ladies and gentlemen. I'm gonna need Broleaf in the chat as much as possible. This is David versus Goliath, the phrase that we've never used before, a reference we've never made before here in the LCK. But yeah, this is gonna be a doozy. It's gonna be a potential rough one for the Bros, unless their Lord and Savior on that top side of the map can carry them through, can bring these spirits up to where they need to be.
And they just need that Casper Cup energy. You know, I feel like it's been a disappointing start, and it's difficult to say that they're going to be able to bounce back against Gen.G in particular, but you know, the form we saw for them in the Casper Cup gave so much hope, and it kind of has been dashed a little bit. I do want to give a shout out though to Closer. I think typically when you play against Gen.G, one of the main points of issue is that you're playing against Chovy, so your mid laner can really struggle. But the last series Bro had, Closer was popping off. So
yeah.
If there's anyone who can actually, from these lower ranked teams, maybe just hold his own against Chovy, I'm hoping that Closer can do that, because you know, if you crumble against Chovy, the game's stupid. There's no real coming back from that.
Bro fan from New York? That's dope.
You know who else is from New York?
Brendan Valdez.
Yes.
So thankfully we still have some of that New York energy in LoL Park, even though he is taking a day off.
Yep.
Brilliant. Absolutely golden. Maybe maybe signs are pointing towards the Bro upset.
Maybe
we should commentate this game completely differently, Orcs. I've got a proposal to make.
I think we are a bit biased towards Gen.G right now.
Well, that's what I'm saying. So perhaps what we should do is instead, and without providing context midway through, commentate this entire series based on Bro being the clear favorites moving into this game.
Well, if you think about who's recently won a tournament, it's Bro.
Am I right?
They won the Casper. Gen.G didn't win the Casper Cup.
How many games did Bro lose at Worlds? 0.
Wow.
I know.
Wow. You know, give me a sec. I need to run the... I'm fact checking and you're correct.
Yeah.
How have we missed this?
I don't know. And everyone's just tunneling on the fact that they lost their first 2 games. They were calibrating. That's what Bro does. They calibrate. They have to make sure that they understand like where the bottom is so that they can launch to the sky.
Plus,
if you're diving into like a body of water, you want to hit the bottom so that you can get that big push off.
We all know
to
that
get back up.
They get the spirit energy, right? The fans have to give them the support. And, you know, I don't want to place any individual blame, but if you're in chat right now and you haven't paid your Bro tax,
oh, that's true.
That is why they haven't had the power. So I really hope that you're getting in there right now and contributing, because if you want Bro to win, they need the fan support. That is what this team thrives on.
And honestly, I didn't pay mine, so I'm doing it right now. I know that it's a little bit illegal to do it while we're in the middle of the show, but it's just what has to happen.
You got to do it.
Yeah. So here it is. Wait, I just sent some Korean characters. It's totally fine. The Bro tax is paid. Let's dive in to the draft here for game number 1. The Casper victorious Bros now taking on, unfortunately, not able to take them down at the very last moment, Gen.G, who are going to ban away the Skarn. It does make a lot of sense. Humbug actually picking up Bro's only win with that champion.
I saw some stats between like LEC, LCK, and LPL. Skarn has been let through 4 times, 100% win rate.
Yep.
It has died once.
Oh my god.
Honestly
so
impressive.
Silly.
They managed to take it out that one time. But yeah, this champ, not okay. Seen a lot of those AD carry bans. I think especially against Ruler, the Varus Ash makes a lot of sense. Orky going to be banned away, so not going to see Bro pick that up, which I think, you know, maybe Bro fans
Bro
have
getting a
out.
freebie? You love to see that.
Yeah, picking up the Kasante, I think double whammy. Not only is the pick very strong, but also denies it from Keen Sante.
Yep.
Which you know.
And you get the Lord Sante as well. Although the Jace does come through. We do have Zyra locked in. A reminder that Unending Despair is still banned, I'm pretty sure.
Yep.
So not going to be seeing that one. Not going to be seeing any weird interactions with Jace and Renata.
We've seen Zyra have a pretty low win rate in the LCK, but I think a lot of that was down to long-range poke compositions, specifically like Nidalee, because Nidalee can keep pace with Zyra, but you have the long-range spears. You don't actually have to go into the Zyra, and also people would often pick Leona into it.
Yeah.
Throw out the solar flare from a distance, follow up with like the Nidalee spear. Nidalee's banned by Bro, and Leona is now picked by Gen.G, so less of that long-range, non-committal threats onto Zyra. And if you're playing Vi, you have to get melee range if you want to kill a Zyra, and that means Zyra can press the buttons and his job is done.
And she gets to press them as Vi is coming in as well. It's pretty telegraphed. So we'll have to see how Humbug is going to play around it. Vi, definitely one of his comfort picks. Humbug and Lucid in Challenger were somewhat similar in that regard as far as really liking to prioritize Violet. So she is going to be locked away once again. 80 carries back on the list here for Bro. They want to make Ruler's life as hard as possible. We have seen Ruler play a few other champions that are not the ones that are currently banned, so we'll have to see how he's going to adapt to this. Ezreal's still up and available, for example. Zaya's, Yukai's, things like that still.
Yeah, interesting to see the Rakan ban, because you know Leona's a pretty fine matchup, but also like playing Rakan into Zyra is very uncomfortable. But not want to deal with that. The extra mobility, obviously a pick that Polu has lent on a decent amount.
Yep.
I do think the MF makes a decent amount of sense, especially because we often see like the Leona work well into the MF because you can ult it from a distance, but it also pairs well with the MF. So really thinning away those tools for the 80 carries.
One last ban here, which it will be the Ezreal. It does make a fair bit of sense. If you're going to go this far in, don't give Ruler one of his best champs at the end.
So, I mean, we haven't seen mid lane yet. Looks like they're just leaning towards the Jhin. I do feel like if you went AP, if you went something like Ziggs, you would be very AP heavy, especially if it does end up being the tank Jace. You know,
Zyra is also really good as solo AP just because she does so much AoE damage.
Yeah, I think definitely making the Might armor a lot more preferable. And yeah, a lot of long-range setup as well between like the Jhin and the Jace. Obviously, if it is that tank Jace, then your poke's not going to be as severe, but definitely the plant's a really good way to proc the root for Jin. Now it's up to Brion to pick that bot lane. They know what they are going to face, though, in that matchup, so I have some information.
I think Alistair does make a fair bit of sense, sort of the only engaged support left as far as top tier is concerned. Nautilus hasn't found all that much success so far this season.
And Nautilus into Zyra and Leona.
Yeah, that's a lot of telegraphed engage that you're really not psyched about.
He'll just get mangled. I mean, I don't think Alistair has a great time into Zyra, but at least you don't get one shot. True. And good into the Leona. They are going to pick up that Kai'Sa as well, so fully committed now, bro, to this dive-heavy composition. And there's a lot of anti-dive tools from the side of Gen.G. I imagine it's going to be tank or bruiser Jace, so not going to be the easiest target. Jin and Zyra. Well, Zyra in particular can unload a combo from a distance, but Jin obviously can just fire away. Now, the question is what Chovy's going to play.
He can play whatever he likes.
Yeah.
I think he really wants to play Aurelia. He's been hovering it quite a few times. I remember there was a time where he was like practicing it so much. Of course, it was meta for a little bit, but he does like to go back to the champion. Very similar to Closer, who was the Aurelia one-trick when he joined the LCK. Both of them enthusiastic, but not able to actually play that champ. Just going to be the Yone.
Yeah, does have that AD as well, so it is solo AP Zyra. Makes it awkward to itemize against, and even like Merc Treads. Like you want Merc Treads against Leona, and you know, decent against Jin and against Zyra, but a lot of AD threats to kind of make that pitch uncomfortable. Ultimately, Bro's comp feels very dive focused, very go in. I think Gen.G has a bit more diversity in what the composition can do, but a lot of peel tools, so you know, Bro need to be really crisp with the engages if they're going to come out ahead in this one.
By the way, I really like Twitch chat at the moment, making sure that they get that copy pasta in with their bro tax included. It's because if you are a bro fan, you do generally have a lot of channel points because you all-in on bro every single time, and they just win all the time.
Yep.
So you'll just have heaps. So keep them highlighted, keep them coming in, and let's see whether bro can perform the way we expect moving into this match. Casper Cup champions here just to win. They've got the Aurora in the mid lane, not necessarily feeling totally Closer vibed, but I think he should still be able to navigate it. A lot of power there. Vi very strong at the moment. Cassante pretty powerful. Bottom lane, I'm a little bit worried about in the early stages. We'll see how it does go as Gen.G looks to try and take down the Titans of Bro.
소환사의 협곡에 오신 것을 환영합니다.
How many witch champions do we have in the game so far?
Does that include skins? Because like Janna's got a skin.
Yeah, we got
Morgana's got a skin.
I can think of 7 off the top of my head.
Okay, rattle them off now.
So there's Nidalee, the Witching Nidalee skin, right?
Yep.
You've got that Aurora that we just saw. Dura is going to go in, so I'm going to have to hold the thought. Is unfortunately flashing into the stun as Humbug is still just able to walk away. It's fine. It's calculated. He knew it. Didn't have to flash on an angle, but that is still Jungler Flash now down here at 1 minute into the game. Suboptimal, but probably not something that Bro are going to really be too upset about.
Yeah,
we can now get a lot of vision elsewhere.
It unlocks Duro's Hex Flash, which is a big thing. It's interesting because typically we see teams that invade against Zyra. Like one of the objectives is if you clear out her plants, her clear is going to be slower. So Gen.G taking the initiative to heavily invade themselves does mean that Canyon won't have as many plants stacked up, but you know, you put some pressure onto Hambak and force him out of his topside jungle.
Yeah, this is not the most optimal start, you could say. They do also get all of that deep vision like we're seeing. It's just going to be standard lanes as Closer playing pretty aggressively up against Chovy here, who is going to have a little bit more of a rough time in the laning phase. Shouldn't bother him too much though, as Humbug is going to make his way over. This is a bit sneaky. He's not on vision. We do have another engage, but that pulverize onto Ruler. A lot of work now being done. Not able to land the W either. So Ruler is going to just be there at 50% health. Looks like we're going even more aggressive as level 2 on the cards here for Bro. As you can see there, Unending Despair is banned.
2 combat summoners from the side of Gen.G for 1 from Bro, so actually getting a good amount of pressure here. Now, Hambak invading here, I think, is kind of on the back of not being sure about what's happened in his blue side jungle. For all he knows, Canyon could have, you know, taken the camps there, so he makes a bit of an aggressive move to try and take this out. But with the ward information he's been given, he
now knows.
Disengage.
Exactly, so able to move back. That ward actually giving them a lot of value. You don't see that one as as many times as the others. Like, normally it's the layer of topside wards that we see blue side making just to scout for the lane swaps, things like this.
And this is good play from Bro's bot lane. They should be able to get out of this
And you're
one.
not going to find the grasping roots. Does get a slow onto Polo here, who's not too worried, but yeah, Hype is just going to, oh man, almost procs it. And Bro, as expected, just having the answers here.
Yeah, I mean, doing a fantastic job. And in that situation, Canyon's like, right, well, I've kind of been routed in the jungle. There's not much I can do other than go for a gank. Bro, despite the fact that Hype and Polo had an advantage in the 2v2, they back off completely. There is a concern here, though, for Closer. He's very pushed up, but Chovy's low, so, I mean, it's an Aurora. He should be able to get out.
Should be able to. Does get caught there, as you can see. Down to 50% now as Canyon gonna try and get out. Oh my god, he's almost gonna kill both of them, which is kind of ridiculous. Lands the Q there as Closer just needs one more auto. That's gonna be it! First blood goes over, 1v2 for Closer in the mid lane.
Looks like he doesn't want to go out, he wants to go in, and he gets the kill on the Canyon, who's had a disastrous early game so far. The handback, let's get the scuttle.
Yeah, I don't know who's going to win this one, but with Chovy turning up, it's looking pretty favored towards Keen. Finds the shock blast as Morgan is going to have to come in and he saves his teammate. Oh, Bro with all the answers, man.
Everything going right for them. I mean, clearly the Bro tax has been paid, and
yeah.
it is paying off.
Hey, keep that coming in, guys. If the energy runs out, then Genji may still win.
But the teamwork has just been so good, you know, from everything from the Bro bot lane backing off to, you know, Closer playing this so beautifully individually. And like, because he did so much work early, Chovy was already so low, very tentative about going in. He flashes the knock-up and then gets them both with the combo. Chovy, you know, finishes, has to go back with his soul, and Canyon just has nothing left to try and finish him off. Even ends up flashing and giving over the red buff to Closer. And then obviously we saw Morgan come in with a shield, everything going right for them. And considering that when you're playing the Zyra into Vi matchup, you're expecting to have a farm lead, you're expecting to be ahead, you're expecting to have extra time. Canyon being behind in this matchup is kind of unprecedented.
Yeah, it's a little bit ridiculous. And of course, he is going to be able to probably catch up pretty comfortably, just because as you get into the rhythm, as you get more items, and you just farm a little bit faster, as Closer is still playing hyper aggressive against Chovy. Understandably so. Went back, got his boots of lucidity, and is very, very happy with how this one's going. Morgan is obviously just not having a great time because he's Cassante Jace in the early levels, but he just needs to exist.
Yep, weather the storm. You know, eventually get some armor and the lane becomes a lot more chill.
But the fact that it's this Aurora that is accelerated, has hit level 6, and is going to immediately press the buttons. I don't know whether he necessarily needed to, but the message has been received. Some supportal combat here towards the bottom side of mid lane. And Morgan is teleporting back down to bot side. Looks like it is grubs on the mind of everyone. So we've got a reset coming in for Closer. He's going to come back. And we'll see who's going to be able to lock this one down. Is it going to be another feat of strength, or at least a third of one, as Bro looking to put on another sandal? Okay, yeah, it's going to move on over, and I think they're just going to try and make sure that they don't lose out on the feat of strength.
I think Bro should be cautious about this. They already got one, so it's fine for them to leave now if they need.
Oh, with Closer turning up, though, it is looking a little bit dangerous. Deadly Flourish goes wide. As the smite comes down, that is one apiece on these grubs. The last one is going to be given over to Bro by the looks of things. Genji not wanting to poke the bear too much. We'll be able to take that one down as Closer makes his way back to mid. Keen's the one that's actually positioned there, which is quite interesting. Chovy going for the side laning. Yeah. Does make a bit of sense, I guess, just because Yone is so powerful in those side lanes.
I think it makes sense from the perspective of Chovy wasn't level 6 yet, and was also, you know, a little bit behind, and was resetting a bit late. So by putting him towards the bot lane, they have the power from Keen there immediately in the mid lane. And I think it gave Genji just more odds for contesting. They only got the one grub, but you deny that contribution towards the feats of strength, so that's all you need. So I think it's a smart assignment from Genji, and Bro don't get the full reward for those grubs.
Where were you when Bro had a gold lead at 7 minutes?
Right here in the sea.
All right, sorry, yeah, I knew that. I needed to stop looking at the screen. I just needed to confirm. I was there too. Same place, Lowell Park. Let me know where you guys were, because this is actually happening. This is real life. It's 7.5 minutes, and it's still a slight Bro advantage.
A Bro vantage.
It's a Bro vantage. And honestly, like, they couldn't have asked for a better way to start this game. So we'll just have to see whether they can continue that moving forward. As of course, if you were to, like, if I was to be honest about the Kesper Cup situation, they were missing some players, you could say, when they were playing in that one. So if Bro are able to actually win here as well, then I don't even know.
Yeah, I feel like Bro's schedule in the LCK Cup, they ended up facing a lot of
their tougher opponents early. Wait a second.
Perhaps not. A lot of the expected easier opponents early, which has made their like following end of the LCK Cup really difficult. But if they can start to kind of bring it together and find some upsets, you know, they can keep their hopes alive. And as long as you're not in that last spot, you know, there's infinite possibilities when you get to the later stage of the tournament. You can still fight your way through.
Yeah, and just a reminder to everyone, they just need to win one game to at least equalize with B&K.
Yeah.
So if they win this one here, even if they go ahead to like just lose back-to-back games after this, would be absolutely amazing for the Bros. Chovy still struggling here into Closer, who's able to avoid quite a lot of these buttons. Humbug moving over, wants to try and deny, but not going to look for too much more. Not baited by the Unbound Soul or anything like that.
Yeah, we do see top and jungle a little bit ahead. Kind of expected to see Keen have pressure.
Oh, another ulti does come down here from Closer. Hits a whole bunch of buttons, and Chovy has to flash.
Does miss the cannon, though, sadly, for Closer. But I think he's okay with that. Oh!
Whoa, he's flashing in! Can he get the pullback? It's not going to happen. So he doesn't quite have the damage there. He's investing a lot. Does get Chovy's flash from earlier, but wants to throw his out as well. And he will do that.
So close, the electric proc comes in, just not quite enough damage to take out Chovy. But I love this energy from Closer. He's really pushing Chovy and pressuring him in the lane.
And this is exactly what you were talking about before. Like, we were talking about the Closer energy, which is, it doesn't matter what the nameplate opposing him is. He is going to be Closer.
Yep. 100%. And I feel like even in Bro's losses, Closer's had some really good performances and has been a great addition to this lineup. This mid-jungle, I think, was what everyone was looking at after the Kesper Cup. So, you know, especially, I feel like when you're going up against Genji's mid-jungle, that's the big test.
It really is.
And so far, they're passing.
And you know that Morgan's going to be fine. You know, I know Keen's a really, really good player, but Morgan is the Lord, so he's going to be okay. Hype coming in as well, and has been farming exceptionally well. Actually playing out the early stage quite nicely in this game. And Kaiser, if you can get going, especially because this is going to be the more AP variant, I'm pretty sure, does make us feel a little bit better about how this game is going to go on. Because we have seen a bit of the physical Kaiser, and it just feels like it falls flat on its face.
Yeah, definitely getting triple level has a lot of value. Although that comp is quite AP heavy if it is the more AP Kaiser, so...
Some vision coming in here as Polo does take a bit of damage from Keen. Going to be one of those grubs locked down. It looks like it is going to be a feat of strength, though, going over to Genji, and a grub advantage as Humbug has given up on going for that one. They did grab the Cloud Drake. First one that spawned. Next one's going to be up in 2.5 minutes.
Yeah, I think perhaps Closer's ult is only just coming up now, not being available. Weighing in Bro's decision not to contest this. I think, look, we can get some plates on the bot side. It's only one sort of piece of the feats of strength, and you know, 4 grubs is definitely nice, don't get me wrong, but it's not like they're giving over six or anything.
Yep, and a few plates going over to Morgan as well in the meantime, who does manage to push that bottom lane pretty far out. Remember, with First Blood, they only need to get first turret, and they are done as far as those feats are concerned. They don't need to worry themselves with as much of these objectives that they would otherwise need to. See what they can actually do here. Keen, of course, is going to be pushing incredibly quickly because he's Jace. Let's see how it goes. As Canyon's moving on in. Perfect timing here as Morgan decides to go slightly aggressive, but he's Cassante, so he's not dying.
Doesn't quite catch. I mean, it wouldn't have killed him, but definitely could have got a good amount of damage down, maybe led to some pressure on that tower.
It does feel like Grasping Roots goes that little bit too slow. I don't know whether it goes that much slower than other skill shots, but it just feels like it's a bit too slow.
It definitely does, and it's also the fact that like you have the little lockout when you cast it that just feels so sluggish. Closer just missed another cannon. You know, Closer has been fantastic this game. That's the second cannon I've seen him miss.
Hey, he's missed like every cannon, still 525 gold ahead, GigaChad. Pretty good.
He's just being very generous, you know. He doesn't want to make Chovy feel too bad about it. Chovy's the farming guy, you know. He needs to let him catch up a little bit.
Oh, Polo's coming up here, looking to try and cause a ruckus. Might be that they can get some decent damage onto this turret, though, as we can see. Duro is over here, and Canyon's in the vicinity, but that is a lot of damage as the Zenith Blade doesn't quite work out here for Duro. The ulti comes through once again as Chovy is likely to die because Humbug is there waiting for him back at his soul, and now Duro is just by himself. Ruler is going to move up. Deadly Flourish gave away his position, and they are just going to exit. 2 kills now for Bro. Pretty clean.
Some great target selection there, you know, turning onto Chovy and able to punish him in that situation. Also, Closer. Super slick. It looked like Duro was going to find an angle onto him, but it was just super slick the way he kind of read him like a book and was able to disengage without getting caught out. So Genji definitely looked for a play there on the counter dive. It just doesn't come through.
Yeah, I kind of really wanted Hype to just go in. You know, he was just on with the vibes.
Yeah, this E flash from Duro, it's so hard to kind of read that in advance. But Duro was, Close was really fast with it and able to avoid it. Does get locked up on the tower a little bit, and Handback flashes away. Right decision, you know, as much as he's high HP, if you eat that, you know Zyra ult, Jhin ult potentially going to come out afterwards. So, bro, get what they want and disengage. Don't stay for more. They are not greedy Giga Chads.
Oh, no. Definitely not. Measured Giga Chads. That's the only way you can really describe it. It's closing out, moving on over. We'll be able to get a bit of damage onto this turret, as Keen is going to be here and the wave is kind of running out, so never mind. Plates are going to fall off. They did manage to get a fair few of them.
Yeah, a lot of low towers. I mean, well, bot tower is the lowest one, but, you know, there's a decent amount of damage done in the top tower as well. So, bro, if they can secure one of these towers, we'll get those feats of strength, something they can look towards. But right now, Dragon up and on the table. Canyon's starting off. Yeah, but forced away a little bit.
Morgan just does not care about what Jovi's doing whatsoever. And he's just going to be able to walk away. Arakan is going to be coming up on that top side of the map. As it looks like Genji are going to be able to even out the Dragons. That is going to get them another third of a feat of strength towards the 2 sandals that they'll be able to put on their feet. And that's going to be an Infernal Soul this game. Oh man, it's fiery.
Yeah. Definitely a lot of burst as well across the board, so a lot of value in that one. Now, we have Herald in a minute, and on top of that, I think for Genji, the game plan generally is secure Herald, get a tower, and just deny that the orb going down. Oh, Chovy. Oh my god.
Loza, I think, just got an item. He did. And so it says, welcome to Ludens. He might even be able to get the cannon with this extra AP that he has. There it is! You'd love to see it.
That's growth. That's what we like to see. If Keen gets his tower, though, it's taking a lot of damage. Genji could find a way into those feats of strength, despite the deficit they've had.
Morgan, I don't think he's going to be able to stop this one from going down. So that is just feats of strength, or at least 1 full one. And now the objectives become all that more important. 4 minutes until the Dragon, but we do have Herald coming up in 17 seconds time. So Bro really going to have to put some priority on that one if they do want to confirm some cool new shoes.
Yeah, reset's coming in pretty late for this Herald. You know, you've just seen Handback reset. You've seen both Canyon and Duro go back. Duro just picking up a Locket, which is a pretty big spike, honestly, the amount of damage that can block, especially this early in the game. So we'll see both teams putting pressure towards there. I mean, ideally for Bro, they get this Herald relatively quickly, and then they have plenty of time to set up for the Dragon.
Yeah.
As they need back-to-back objectives to lock in these feats of strength. But, you know, it's not the end of the world if they don't get them.
Yeah. We haven't necessarily seen a huge win rate for feats of strength, to be honest. Hasn't been as much as a big objective to watch out for as we were thinking perhaps in the beginning of the season.
Yeah. I think it's one of these things where, like, the win rate is like 66%, and a lot of that comes from the fact that, you know, you're the team who's taking towers and objectives.
Yeah,
and stuff.
you got the money from doing the feats of strength things.
Yeah, the stats themselves aren't that crazy. The tier 3 boots aren't that gold efficient, so you don't really get them until like late in the game ever. So it's one of these things that are nice. But yeah, Bro definitely still in it if they aren't able to get it, because right now Genji has the lead for those. But is the Rift Herald picked up? So actually dead even, and that next Dragon will kind of decide who is able to get the feat.
Yep, and with the Rift Herald, they should be able to create some space to get vision control and things like that around said Dragon, is the theory that I have in my mind. But they're able to take down the top outer turret at the same time. That's going to keep them in the lead by this 1,000 gold that has been there basically at a flat line for the entirety of the game.
I mean, it's just crazy. There's almost all of eyes in the mid lane.
Yeah.
Between Closer and Chovy. Closer pretty strong right now. Not sure if you'll be able to get a second item before that dragon fight. And the thing is, you know, I'm looking at the top right of the screen. We have the dragon timer in 2 minutes, and then the Atakan in 2 minutes 20. And they are on opposite sides of the map, but it's kind of like if you lose that dragon fight hard enough,
yeah, you could just give it up.
You could just end up losing Atakan as well. So, lot will be dependent on that, I feel. And it's actually going to be more of the damage chase coming out from Keen.
I like it. I actually feel like we are seeing a little bit less of the tank chase just because Unending Despair is gone.
Yeah, we have seen
now.
sort of like, you know, Black Cleaver into Fimbulwinter a bit. It's like a mixed sort of build, or like Zeus and Doran will go on like Shojin into Fimbulwinter, but this is more so like, no, I want to do damage. I want to hit things with my Shock Blasts.
I find it interesting that it's Black Cleaver into it as well. Often with the Muramana, you see a lot of lethality style builds, a few different items, but it's kind of cool. I've seen a lot of different Jace builds. It's just been a lot of different ones.
Yeah, you can kind of just build,
yeah,
build
build
whatever
items and it'll be fine. Still takes grasp, it's fine. Just build health and things. It'll be great. Closer coming on over, doesn't quite find the damage. Gen.G moving themselves towards this bottom side slowly but surely because that dragon is on their minds. 50 seconds for that one. Grasping Roots almost walked into there by Humbug. They do utilize the Rift Herald to try and get a charge here onto this outer turret. It's taking a fair bit of damage. The rest of Bro are moving in. Morgan on a flank angle. This charge really taken a while, as Chovy also taking a fair bit of damage. That is the charge. Successfully landed there by Shelly before she does fall down. Solar Flare hitting the sweet spot is now Polu trying to turn it around. Duro taking a lot as the ulti's invested by Closer. But is it a little bit too early to pull the trigger? That's the question.
I think it's a bit early and they didn't get that much value, and now 2 big ults down from Bro. You know, Polu won't be nearly as tanky without his ultimate. Closer, considering he's the most fed member on the side of Bro, lacking that big teamfight ultimate.
Yeah.
This could be an indicator they might just give it up. They might just give up the dragon. You can see based on how Closer's moving, they've gone right. We didn't find the angle. Let's be generous, Giga Chad, this time.
Indeed, that's what they're going to do. And so that is going to be the dragon secured here by Gen.G. They get themselves the feat as well. Really felt like that moment was like the classic Paul Walker presses his NOS button and then Vin Diesel's like, haha, kid. And then presses his at the very end.
Presses his harder.
Yep. And it just works a whole lot better.
Yeah.
Win that quarter mile. As Chovy trying to be a little bit aggressive, takes the turret shot, but isn't going to be too worried about it.
Yeah, I think it's going to be big. They obviously got the Herald hit onto the tower. That mid tower is really low. But you kind of saw like the setup we had around mid, like Closer, he ulted them, but it was so easy for them just to retreat to the tower. I think Bro getting that tier 1 mid would make a big difference. Kind of a lot more opportunity to play the flanks when that's down, a lot more angles, and a lot more uncomfortable positions you can put Gen.G in. So I think Bro's focus really should be on trying to secure that if they can. It's already pretty low, so it won't take much to finish it off.
Yep. We'll have to keep checking in on what's going on there, as this ward is surviving, but probably not too much longer, as it did just get Scryer's bloomed. 4 minutes until the Baron does come up. Probably not going to see too much action around there, as now Ruler fighting against Hype here, but Hype not really winning, even though he sort of opted in.
Yeah, I was hoping to get the passive proc at the end, but Canyon shows up and Hype decides against it. Ruler going for a bit of the Mosquito Jin build.
Yep.
I've seen time and time before.
Does, like, when you hit the Infinity Edge, though, it feels real nice.
Yeah.
But right now, it feels real kind of like you do not a whole lot of anything at all.
Yeah. No, you still have your root and your ult. Oh, hey, coming in.
You convert attack speed to damage. It's all right. We've got a teleport coming in from Morgan. Probably already taking a lot of damage as that Deadly Flourish. Pretty dangerous onto Hype, but he's able to move himself out of the way without having to invest the cleanse. Chovy and Morgan with the same idea as Morgan. Going to mitigate some of the CC, but the Solar Flare still going to connect. Vault Breaker comes through. They look for Chovy on the back end. He tries to ult his way out, but Morgan says no. Duro is likely to fall as well, but Canyon's already taken down Polu, but he falls for it, and Closer is also there. Flashes over the wall to pick up another, and just slips between the veils. Can he keep himself safe? That's the question, as Hype not going to be taken down, but it's great aim from Ruler, and he secures 2 off the back end of the fight to win it for Gen.G.
One of the things with playing against Jin, if you can't exit the fight cleanly, you will pay for it. Hype sacrifices his jungler with that flash at the end. I'll see a replay of the fight, kind of on 2 fronts, and Morgan, you know, they see him overextended, think they maybe have a window to punish, but managed to avoid the center of the Solar Flare. And Canyon focuses first onto Polu, does manage to take him out, but then it's just cleaned up by Hype and Closer. And it's a fight on two fronts, you know, Closer and Hype doing a lot to clean this up, but the problem is, if you don't kill the Jhin, you have low health bars. This is kind of the result of it.
Oh no.
Just sacrifice his hand back, you know.
It was a little bit of a sad Flash situation, but one of them was going to die. So it was a pick your poison scenario, and Humbug is the one that is unfortunately delivered said poison.
Oh, they go for the solar flare on a Hype. He just cleansed the slow, didn't get hit by the stun. Was concerned about the follow-up there. Now both mid towers pretty low on a similar sort of health, and you can kind of see from from Morgan's TP before why that mid tower being up is so important. Because if that mid tower was down, completely different environment when he TPs behind them like that. So
yep.
I think the team who was able to, well, I think if Bro are able to break down Gen G's tier 1 mid, it will make a lot of difference. Right now though, Dragon in a minute 30.
I think this is one they don't want to give up. Giving
Yeah.
Soul Point over, especially when it's Infernal Soul. Oh, and they're going to lose their outer turret as well. Bro, kind of falling apart here a little bit. We have seen it before.
Yeah, we see
from
Gen
this
G
team
move 4 members into mid. They have Chovy in the side lane. It felt like Bro just a bit too focused on the jungle vision. Kind of let that slip away.
Yeah, it's almost like they're doing too much homework. They need to start doing some other things as well. Like moving around, trying to position aggressively. Try and take what they can. I think a little bit more focus on Ruler is going to be helpful, but it felt like they were doing the right things in the last fight. As, the Hex Splash opportunity to come through. Is the Unbound Soul not going to be enough there as the ulti?
Oh, nice.
They interrupt the Blast Cone, and Chovy is delivered on a silver platter. Duro going in as well. Does have the Eclipse to try and keep himself safe. As now Morgan is spotted on that control ward. Humbug
the Ignite.
burning down, and Ruler's able to take down the cow. Deadly Flourish almost just kills Humbug on his way out of there. That could be an Otacon angle, potentially. Without Chovy, it's a little dangerous. 25 seconds, and he'll be up with teleport available.
I think Closer still having his ult just makes it too risky to go for. It was great play from Bro getting Chovy down, but they end up having to sacrifice Polo to get away, so just a 1-for-1 overall.
Okay, Ruler's starting to do some damage. Oh man, he is getting closer and closer to that Infinity Edge.
Close to having real items, real build. Yeah, I mean, this was really nicely played by Hambach, interrupting the Blast Cone.
Yeah, with the ulti.
But it was a good ult coming out from Duro, the root follows, and then it basically is like, do you want to lose your jungler or do you want to lose your support? And the correct decision in any situation is to support. Because as much as Hambach is low and has to recall, the fact that you still have your smite on the map, very important.
Oh god.
Get sniped at the end. And now, yeah, Ruler has an Infinity Edge.
He does have an Infinity Edge.
He's now doing damage.
He can also upgrade his Swifties to be super duper mega fast. This guy's going to be booking it around the map. Chovy looking to just grab Soul Point for free here by himself.
It's so difficult because Bro don't want to give up pressure around not only Baron but Atacant as well. And then as a result, they just end up sacrificing Dragon, and now Gen G, things are kind of mounting up. They've got a bit of a gold lead, but more importantly, 3 Dragons to 1 away from Soul.
Do you guys remember that time at about 7.5 minutes when we were talking about Bro having a gold lead?
That was such a good time.
It was such a good time.
Bring me back.
Yeah, that time is passing. And, well, it's passed. But it seems to be getting worse as well. This Control Ward does spot out Gen G as Bro pulled the trigger. See whether it's actually going to be the right choice, though, as a teleport does come in from Morgan. Right on top of the rest of his teammates, making sure that he's going to be here to assist. As Polu, there's the Unbreakable Will. They've already committed to that button as Stranglethorns come in. They do manage to secure this Otacon, and now Duro is likely just dead. Chovy was looking to come in, but doesn't quite work out there. That shock blast, a lot of value, but no follow-up. And Bro are just going to say, all right, may as well take the Baron as well.
Can be a little bit risky as the health bars get low. Yes, it doesn't matter if they die, but if they give up the Baron, that definitely does.
Oh yeah, there's the pulverizers. This ulti right into the backline is gigantic from Humbug. They take down Ruler. They learnt from their previous mistakes. And now Morgan dives in. The Baron going to help him out there as Gen G. They've just fumbled the ball.
Beautiful play from Bro there, though. No intent to finish the Baron initially. They wanted to fight with the Atacant buffs.
This would be so Bro if they lose Baron to a shock blast from Keen, but it's not going to happen. Humbug is going to be able to lock that one down, and that shock blast is somehow going to miss, as of course it was blind, so he was just trying to find an option. They take mid out of turret as well, And we're back to the good times, Orcs! We're back to it!
We're back. We're so back right now. And it's great moves here from Polo and Morgan, making sure Canyon can't get in the pit. As soon as the buff is taken, Gen.G want nothing to do with them, so they disengage. They do sacrifice the support, but then the Baron started. The risk is, even if you die here and the Baron's leashed, Gen.G could just take it, so they don't let the Baron get low. They immediately look for the fight. Handback has a beautiful ult, as does Morgan. The Baron finishes off Canyon, and everything just comes together for Bro. I think a less confident team, when Gen.G took that dragon, would have crumbled. But Bro go, look, we have to do something. We can't just let the game be lost.
This is what Bro didn't do ever last year, right?
They did in the Kesper Cup. This is the new energy.
Yeah,
this
man.
Is when you pay your Bro tax, this is what you get.
Exactly. And they're going to get Solar Flared as well. Humbug going to try and get out of there. Will successfully do so. But remember, of course, you know, it's a quick trip home. As Canyon just gets one shot.
Where'd he go?
One shot by Closer. What the heck was that? Damage was absolutely obscene. This guy sitting on 3 items. Shadow Flame, I believe, was just completed. And yeah, Gen.G learnt about it. Inhib turret gonna go down. Inhibitor sure to follow. And remember, they still have the Voracious buff. This is still basically risk-free as they utilize their Baron to continue pushing. Oh, man. That's a 5,000 gold Red Bull Baron power play.
And you know, what else could we expect from the Kesper Cup champions?
Exactly.
Favorites coming into the series, obviously. But just some beautiful play from Bro. There was that lull in the mid-game a little bit where they kind of lost track of what they were doing. But, I mean, Closer has just been unleashed, I feel.
Oh, yeah.
Even the series in which Bro's lost, he's looked good. But he just finds Sangwon Canyon and just one shot.
Oh, some Aurora things. That's sort of reminding me of Release Aurora, which was completely and utterly busted, but that one, it's bringing us back. It's gorgeous.
A lot of callbacks in this.
There certainly are.
From now to earlier in this game, and you know, a couple of months ago.
I tell you what, though, this Bro team, they're just so fun to watch.
Yeah.
Because, like, the Closer craziness, you know, they've added the double challenger vibes with Humbug and Hype, who are both legitimately great players, but also a little bit unhinged sometimes. Let's see what they're going to do with it, though, because that does also mean that risks can be taken that perhaps shouldn't be. A little knock-up does come through onto Polu.
You know, let's be real, every Bro fan is a little bit unhinged, so having unhinged players is just...
And also every Bro fan expects it as well. It's like when you're watching Bro, you're not watching it for the victory screen at the end. You're watching it for the experience,
the journey.
Yes.
100%, 100%.
I'm glad we're on the same page.
And what a journey is it. You know for a fact that some Bro fan has just dumped like 1 million channel points on Bro right now and is about to become a channel point billionaire off the back of this.
Honestly, the Bro predictors are eating so good.
Chovy just missed a super minion there, I believe.
Oh my goodness.
That is very uncharacteristic.
Canyon built some very cool shoes. So that's a little bit frightening because those ones are pretty powerful. The Swifty upgrades as well. Kind of silly if Ruler is going to be able to collect those. As now Hype moves over, and yeah, Bro, I think have probably afforded themselves a bit of map control after what they've done. So the Drake is going to spawn and immediately does go down. Hype now with 4 items complete, all those evolutions done, and Azonya's in his back pocket. This Kaiser is going to be very, very hard to kill. And in fact, has proved very hard to kill for the entirety of the game as he's sitting deathless right now. Pretty nice welcome back here for the player on loan from KT.
Yeah, I mean, Hype's just been playing extremely well. Obviously did flash to sacrifice the jungle earlier, but which AD carry player would not?
He just said, look, I'm playing really well, Humbug. It's like, it's fine.
They expect one of us in the Rebecca G.
Exactly. And, you know, they're already friends because they played together on KT Challenger last year, so it's fine. And so Chovy here in this side lane, you can see Bro pushing forward, wanting to get towards this inner turret if they can. Voidseeker's not finding. But I guess their role is to seek, so you don't necessarily have to find. As now Morgan going to be able to dash his way out. Good wave clear here for Gen.G though.
Yeah, Hype just did a shock blast. I mean, this build with the Jace, you're kind of more bruisery. Your shock blast don't do that much damage.
Humbug is just dead. Okay, there's the 2-man pulverize from Polo, but no follow-up for that one as well because Closer was nowhere in the vicinity. They're looking now for Chovy, who ults his way forward. They get on top of Polo, who gets another pulverize. I just don't know whether it's going to be enough, although the Acathian Rain is making things happen. Hype gets into the back line. He's flashing after Ruler, and he'll find the Void Seeker of Death. My God, that did so much damage. but they're unable to take down the Jin, who I don't think can even afford to press his ultimate button, because if Hype hits him with a W, he's just dead. And so he's just going to hold on to that one. And in the end, Bro actually make it work.
I'm not even sure if they had vision of Chovy, because Hype avoided the ult coming out from the Yone. I'm not sure if it was blind or not, but some fantastic moves. If he got hit by that,
oh yeah,
completely different fight. I guess we're going to see in the replay, but just, Bro, even when something goes wrong, even when Handback is sacrificed again, they managed to bring it back.
And Ruler is sitting on 4 items, right? Like, they're pretty good ones if you want a Jin to do late game damage, but he still feels like Jin. That's the problem.
Okay, so
let's have a look.
Yeah, kind of looking at Chovy on the flank here, makes his way in, and we see this angle.
And where is he
spotted? And Hype just avoids it. I guess maybe, I don't even know if he had vision. We can't see from his perspective. It's a beautiful move not to get hit, and then can re-engage here, and Ruler just can't do anything when he's reloading. He's fumbling, the bullets are falling out of his pockets. He's trying to get them in his gun.
Yeah, he's like, his hands are shaking, can't get them into the revolver, oh god. Oh no. We've all been there. I haven't.
You don't pick Jin.
What's a gun? Well, Morgan, he's going to get snared, but not too worried about it as, oh god, here comes Closer with his bazooka. The Stranglethorn's not really getting enough down as the ultimate now employed by Ruler. It hasn't actually landed any kills just yet. Bro's health bars are starting to fall low though, as now Closer in trouble. And another pulverize here from Polo, which is his death throws in the end. So Humbug and Polo both falling down, and Bro not quite finding the Baron fight that they were looking for there.
Yeah, and now opportunity for Gen G to move over to it. They have an obscene amount of DPS on Baron right now, with Chovy and Canyon and Ruler as well to secure. So if Bro want to stop this, they have to move in the fight.
Yeah.
Morgan half HP, Closer not there. It's 2v5 right now.
Yeah, Keen at full health is so scary as well. Deadly Flourish is going to stop him in his tracks. So back to the Baron they go, and Gen G will be able to secure that objective. A minute and a half on the Infernal Drake as well. That'd be soul for them if they're able to link this Baron into that objective. But let's have a look at this fight one more time as Bro, little bit disjointed on the call.
Yeah, unfortunately Closer can't reach Ruler with a full combo. Keen doing a great job of bodyguard there. And then here, Handback ends up overextending. I think the area where they're fighting around this brush on the opposite side of red, it's such a difficult, awkward spot to fight in, especially against the Zyra and the Jin.
Yeah, the Stranglethorn's location was just
huge value. So I think not picking the right environment for their fight has kind of hurt Bro there, but they're still ahead in gold. They are down in Baron, but Gen G haven't really had any time to do anything with it. Wave's still in favor of Bro with those super minions pushing in top, and now they're taking control of the area. They do not want Gen G to get close to that dragon.
Yeah, these super minions are really going to help out because Gen G will need to send someone up there, try and defend, but right now Gen G still very, very strong. Even though they're 5,000 gold behind, a lot of that doesn't really matter here at 35.5 minutes. It's a lot to do with who manages to get the fight they're looking for. And I'm really glad that you mentioned Canyon, because I feel like so much comes down to how much value this Zyra damage can actually bring them. Because he has been sort of finished off relatively early, hasn't found a lot of value with these Stranglethorns in some of these other fights. That last one really showed what you can do if you do manage to get it working well. But Bro just take control of the dragon, and they will be able to take that one down. They traded for an inner turret, but that's all to do with this super minion wave moving in towards the top side of the map.
And all things considered, Gen G, I mean, obviously they get a good amount of gold from it, but they get mid-tier 2, and they lose a dragon. They don't really get anything else from the Baron. They have a minute to work with it, but I don't see any windows for them to push up right now with how the control of the map is. So, yes, Gen G got the Baron. Yes, it closed the lead a little bit, but oh, Handback, he should be able to get out to buy.
Yeah, he should be fine. Keep charging that Vault Breaker. Now at level 16, is not going to have to worry about it too much.
Wasn't any wards behind him, because I definitely could have seen maybe... I mean, I think there's nothing on the map to play for right now, so I don't think they would have gone for it, but a Chovy flank could have been deadly there. Morgan getting a cheeky little control ward in.
Yeah. Also, we're hitting level 18s for almost everyone. Jungle is not quite there yet, and of course the supports are lagging behind, but yeah, we are hitting our caps at this point in time. Is Solarflare going to be flashed here by Humbug? The big tool now missing, but it is a good flash.
Yeah, it definitely makes it a bit harder to get on the back line, especially looking at Ruler, and also just more opportunities to pick Handback in the future.
Look at Morgan's items. It's 4 items. This guy has a large health bar.
Yeah, interesting enough seeing Keen go for the Serpent's Fang. If you get damage on like Hype when he ults,
Yeah.
or I mean even the shielding from Morgan as well is pretty significant.
Look at Morgan. He's realized that he just doesn't take damage, so
Yes.
he may as well walk at them.
He's unleashed. I am Cassante now. Oh, Ruler also going the Seeker's Arm Guard. So presumably Bro will have seen that, but that kind of limits the options in terms of ulting for handback. You know, there's Zhonya's on Canyon, Seeker's Arm Guard on Ruler. Keen is pretty bulky, quite bruiserish, and Chovy is hard to pin down with Yone's kit. So this value in the late game might feel a little bit less and less. But I mean, speaking of value, you're talking about the
Fancy
caps.
shoes.
There is the shoes, but you talked about the caps as well. And Koza has the Rabadon's cap right now and is closing in on full build. He is so scary.
He is going to do so much damage. He also is very squishy. So if Gen.G are able, like if Duro finds that like miraculous solar flare, for example, it's going to make things a little bit tough. But we can see already as well, like Elixir of Iron is there for Polo. Like we are setting up for like the final fight of this game. That's what that arm guard tells you on Ruler, as well as a lot of the tech that has been put in.
I think it's so funny that they added the Iron rank. We have Elixir of Iron. It's just powered by like the tears of the Iron players.
The tears of learning League of Legends.
Oh god.
A little bit too late. It's all right. Gen.G now moving over. Well, maybe not. Like maybe you've just been there the whole time, you know?
Having a vibing, having a good time.
It's not about winning, and that's what the bros teach us every single day. So that's what we need to be talking about here. Is nice little cue to come through here as the ulti is invested by Closer. Canyon going to be Zhonya's very early, like you're saying. And so he's going to avoid the engage, and now that ultimate's on cooldown. For now, though, I mean, it's already a quarter of the way done. So
yeah, it's taking
Gen.G
so
doesn't
fast.
have a lot of time.
Yeah, and I think that's a good time to go for that play. Unfortunately, they only got the Zhonyas. They didn't get something like a flash from Canyon. But that ult is going to be back up for all those objectives. Handback playing kind of on the flank here, and we're going to end up with a short window where Baron is up and Dragon isn't. Definitely becomes uncomfortable, but both teams are one away from Soul, so it's
a dangerous path there for Polo. As Voidseeker's not really finding their mark at this point in time.
The Zyra poke is getting pretty annoying. Just throwing a plant down, the auto with the Leandries.
Yeah.
Quite a lot for Polo. You can see him already about 2/3 HP just from that.
And Gen.G prioritizing the Baron side of the fight, as we can see.
I think this...
Oh, Deadly Flourish comes in. The ulti gonna get that cleanse out from Hype.
Cleanse and flash, that's big to secure.
I mean, Chovy almost just died as he dives in! I don't know about that one, Hype. Oh dear, he's gonna go into his Zhonya's. The rest of Bro trying to turn up. Chovy almost dead, but he's not. That's the main thing. Oh no, we were talking about that challenger energy and it wasn't what we wanted to see. Morgan deciding not to flash. He get himself out of that one. And oh dear, that could have been the whole game thrown into the tin can.
A critical error there, and the thing is, because it happens before the Baron spawns, Gen.G have time now to get the Baron and move straight over to Dragon and get both Soul and Baron. They were so close. They've had such good control this game, and bro, the last minute might have just fumbled.
So cut the video, guys. If you're a Bro leaver, just that wasn't the bit that you wanted to see. Maybe rewind.
Who didn't pay their Bro tax?
Yeah, I mean, it must have been someone.
And
we needed a little bit of extra time.
I think Hype, if he just Zhonya's there, this would be completely different.
I feel like Hype took it personally.
Yeah, burn both summoners, then re-engage, and the thing is he misses the W.
He misses the W.
But even if you hit the W, I'm going to be real.
I think even if you kill Chovy, it doesn't actually...
It's not the play.
Yeah.
And then Morgan doesn't want to burn the flash, says, look, I might just be dead. Just get hit by the root at the end, so maybe we're waiting, but regardless, that is now Soul and Baron over to Gen.G, and they have just about taken, well, they've evened up the gold, but a huge boost in a game like this.
I've got a theory, okay? My theory is Bro were feeling like they were starting to be in like we're in the winning position. We're not the underdogs anymore.
Oh yeah, they were the overdogs.
And so being the overdogs is not really the Bro way.
Yeah.
And so now
they're back to being
the underdogs. Well and truly.
Gen.G are very consistently overdogs.
They are often, yes. And I don't think anyone told Bro that no matter how this game was going, they would always be the underdogs. We probably should have communicated that, at least to Hype. But yeah, This inner turret, not long for the world.
I just like, I hate to blame. I don't want to put it on anyone, but there's going to be someone in the chat who hasn't paid their bro tax and is just realizing now.
Yeah.
This might be on you.
Yeah, and you might be busy blaming Hype, but that's not how that one goes as they engage! They do find the Jhin in that backline, but can they get more? That is the question. Duro taking a lot of damage, trying to taxi his way out, but the only way he's getting out is in a body bag. Double kill for Closer. And yeah, they're back to the underdogs, and they're back to winning.
Whoever just paid their bro tax.
Yes,
right
it was
there.
you. I'm scrolling. Leo and a bunch of numbers. You are the best. Thank you so much for that.
They needed it.
Oh,
they get the
did.
kills.
It's all you, Leo. Everyone, give him a shout out. Gorgeous stuff.
Oh, the energy comes in, they finally engage, and now long death timers. They don't have waves pushed up to the base yet, so not sure it's going to be a game ender here. But they deny the Baron push from Gen G, and this game's going to keep on trucking.
Oh yeah, 43 minutes. Man, we were expecting that maybe today would be on the faster side.
I feel like
we're wrong.
We're strapped into a roller coaster, and it is going fast.
It's going fast, but the track is long. Let's just say that.
It is a long journey.
It is
still
certainly
going.
undulating. Because now, bro, they can move up towards the top side if they want to. There's an open inhibitor, but they don't have a wave. And they are just going to back away. It is Elder time. It is Elder time. Let's see whether Team Baron can take an Elder from Team Elder.
And you know, he has Zhonya's. Not Seeker's Arm Guard. Ruler has full-on Zhonya's, but they don't even give him a chance to click his buttons. Beautiful flash engage from Polu. Handback is there to make sure there is not a single moment. Like, you can be there spamming your Zhonya's button.
Yeah.
It ain't going off.
Yeah, and that's the Vault Breaker into ulti combo from Humbug. So he actually gets to layer that CC a whole lot further, and you just don't last very long if you're a Jhin, unfortunately.
Yeah, just great moves, honestly. And I feel like every time something goes wrong for
Look
Bro,
at Hype's
we
build,
just have
man.
to bounce back.
That's a lot of damage coming out from this Kai'Sa, as well as, you know, the Void Staff now completed for Closer as well. He's so dangerous. Hype actually weaving in a bit of extra, like, AD into the build also.
Yeah.
Selling off the Static Shiv for a Kraken Slayer.
I think it makes sense. I mean, especially you look at the...
I mean, everyone's health bars as well are like just getting larger, so having to cut that down makes some sense.
But we're seeing like more Malmortius on both Chovy and Keen. Banshee's going to come through from Canyon. We've got the Abyssal Mask and Juro. They know they're dealing with a lot of magic damage. The Star Nightmare's there. We've seen Ruler sell the Shiv and get a Collector.
Whoa. Okay.
Not exactly... Collector, not Nightmare, you feel like scales that well.
I'm not going to say that that's the late game item of choice that I was looking at, but I'm not Ruler, and I never pretend to be. As Grasping Root's going to land once again, but Headbutt Pulverize is going to be in response. Stranglethorn's not getting a whole lot of value, and my god, if Hype ever lands these, and they're just dead, as Canyon does have to go golden, into the backline goes Closer, and he keeps himself alive between the veils, and he's going to be able to get out. And bro, they just take 2 from the top side of the map. And they're going to see what they can do versus 3.
Yeah, Closer's going to recall. He's got TP, can get back in. They got to make sure the health bars stay high. Ruler's ult can do so much work here if people are low in health, but it looks like they're going to TP in Closer. Sorry, Closer's already TP'd in. They're gonna TP in Morgan.
He's got 6 items. He can just walk at this Jhin.
Protect
Look at him. He's like, I'm going to block it for you guys. My health bar does not go down. But Rulers does, as we can see. Killer Instinct into the backline once again. But this time for Hype, it's going to work. The ulti from Chovy doesn't work at all, and he times it well that time. Hype's gonna go golden, and the bros, in the one game out of the 3 that they've played so far that we thought that they would not get a look in, this is the Casper Cup champions doing it again against Gen G.
This is what your bro tax is paid for.
Oh yeah, once again, huge shout out to Leo in the chat. I saw that, he said, oops, here's my bro tax. And did you see what happened in that bot lane?
The moment he put it in, that's, if you ever need proof that bro tax makes a difference, you've seen it right there. And the thing is, it's only one game, but one game might be all bro needs to avoid that dreaded bottom place in the group.
Exactly.
Game score is super important between them and BFX, so this win, even if they end up losing the series after this, makes a huge difference. But honestly, with some of the play they had there, I think Gen G's got to be a little bit concerned right now.
I think Gen G needs to be focusing up moving into this one. I imagine, like, I think every week you're like, which match do we put the most focus on? And it probably wasn't the one against Bro. That was their big mistake. And so now going into game 2, I think we're going to see we have to see a very different draft. Things like this. But the way Bro played, especially the way Closer played, as you can see there.
Yep.
Him and Hype really just doing the damage when they needed to, even though Hype went completely insane mode.
It's just
and
challenges.
just died. It doesn't matter.
Baby. He has to do it. There's got to get the int out so you can finish up the game.
Oh,
Canyon
yeah.
doing absurd damage, by the way, in this one, despite the fact they lost. But Closer doing so much work on this pick, surviving at the end on such low HP. Just some great plays from Bro. I think sometimes you can look at a game and be like, hey, was Genji under... I think Bro really just leveled up, and we saw some of that Casper Cup energy we've been missing so dearly.
Oh, yeah. Oh, what an incredible game one. And so far as leaders for POM are concerned, I think Closer is probably going to get some value, but they're going to need to win another game in this series. We're going to take a short break. The Space is going to have the pleasure of breaking down that gorgeous game. And then we'll get into game 2. We'll see you there.
이거 얘네 셋 이거 요네만 노플해야 돼.
하고 탑라인까지 돌리.
요네 궁 있다 이거. 내가 막아주라. 내가 막아줄게.
야타 빼면 돼. 피 관리 해봐. 나 궁 돌리고 해도 돼.
그냥 다이브값 보자 얘들아 이번에.
오케이. 가보던가.
요네 노플이야 이거. 얘들아 요네 한번 볼게.
먼저 나가.
얘들아 요네 볼게.
돌아온 요네야.
야 요네.
돌아온 요네.
야 미드라.
끝내. 얘들아 어때 오로라?
나이스.
그거야 너. 이거 막히지?
아니 클로 짝이잖아 그냥. 나이스.
괜찮아.
펄렁했다.
원래 카이사는 그런 거야. 카이사.
Teleport to come in from Zeus as well. Rockdum's gonna have to ult. Yeah, they do get vision. Nobata can't look. Here's the Magnet Storm from Delight into the backline is gorgeous. PDD tries to get out of there, but Zeus just goes all out and looks to destroy him. Peanut is going to be the first one to go down though, but now Zeka, oh god, he just targets Doctom every time. Perfect lying on the floor as well, and look at HLE. They are just mowing them down. Zeka on about 100 health is still going to survive. And that's just going to be free. As meanwhile, a couple of 80 carries going head to head. The barrier though available, and he jumps over Ruler just to die. Let's see whether he can find a way in here to try and get something stolen away. Seismic shove going wide. Humbug in position, like, this could be a difficult Baron. As Sponge decides to turn it, he is able to lock that one down. Humbug gets in there, but doesn't get away with it. And that is Rich locking down that kill. They do manage to take down the Wukong, but the knockup are just gigantic. They take down Ondil, but Hype is still in so much trouble. Lazy Feel wants to flash in, and he will do so.
In the LCK, and he's got the talent to do it. Now, Canyon is going to get isolated here once again. The Vi ult does come in, but look at that huge redemption heal, and they just don't have the damage. They're finally going to get onto that backline, but then Giant Rocket is going to hit Zeka as well, but he is going in. So is Viper. That's a couple of kills now. The
이제
Ruler.
슬슬 가. 이거는 가져. 좋은데.
Oh, the Galio ult!
Coming in, and now you've got a front line for Ruler to just go absolutely insane in this fight. Zeus, oh, he's looking for Peanut actually. He's got it, maybe one rocket, no, not quite, but he will absolutely take at least a triple kill in this one.
As the big one does rain down. Are they going to be able to get in here? Showmaker just running forward. There's the face breaker. It is going to be Lucid that locks down the dragon, but can they win the fight? That's the question. Flash out here from Showmaker. Superplex to get life out of the fight. Very, very low. There's the double sleep. Lucid gets the watch out Eve, and they do need to watch out. Dudu trying to fight 3, but he still has to flash away. And Berserker's under the turret, but I don't know whether that safety is. There it is. The Q comes through. Watch out Eve yet again as Lucid gets the triple.
You say you're not afraid to die, but take off the armor around your chest. What's left inside? Lying, licking your blade. Do you really bleed if it washes away? Take a ride, rough as you can. Tell you a secret, right as your dogs are closing in. I like it when the bite marks cut through the skin.
In the group with the LCK champions, the world champions, it requires the KESPA Cup champions to pull Group Baron back to life, taking down what is considered the strongest team in the LCK. Bros up 1-0 over Gen G. No one beats the Bros 10 times in a row. Digon here alongside Chronicler and Wolf. That's right, it was 10 times ago, a different roster with General Umpty, the last time Brion found themselves a victory over Gen G.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure that was when they 2-0'd Gen G in like the last week of summer. Gen G then went on to win the tournament. But this is also a moment of redemption for the other team that got close to beating Gen G and didn't actually pull full BNK. I was there, I was angry, I was not believing until the Nexus actually fell. I did not trust, but I'm so happy because both the level of play from Bro plus the level of play from Gen G warrants this outcome. And it is a really good sign, not for Gen G, but for the LCK when teams get disrespected and they slam their fist down.
That's right. It's the longest game of the season. Bro did have a few mistakes, a few errors, a bit of a rough one to close it out, but they're ultimately... yeah, we'll take a look at that a little bit later, but kind of an underperformance from Chovy. The Yone pick, to me, didn't really hit that well for this draft. I don't think it was a bad pick. They had the Zyra pick in the jungle, but into the Aurora matchup, if the Aurora plays really well, which Closer absolutely did and gave him a ton of trouble, plus Canyon's really big error at level 3, you can really snowball that lane, and Closer's advantages were pretty insane.
All right, let's take a look at some of the highlights here, with the first one being over at Otacon. 26 minutes in, the Bros take the fight.
I'm just so happy that Bro saw a dragon being taken and they actually did stuff. They're not just sitting there, they're like, oh, we can't take this risk.
No more Bro and
Otacon
Brew.
is scary. No more Bro and Brew, because thanks to Morgan and Palu standing guard, there's no access to this objective.
Yeah. And because of, like you said, like there's no access, they have control of the Tri-Brush, they also have an Aurora. It's really tough to win this fight, and then they still keep those ultimates because Gen.G have to back out here when they decide to take this Baron. It initially seems like a pretty greedy Baron take, but they spot the Chovy flank instantly and turn to punish him, so Chovy gets deleted, and then Hanbok can get into the backline and get on top of Ruler right away. And ultimately, there's really no risk here for Bro. Yes, if you lose the fight swimmingly, like if Gen.G absolutely clock you here, even with the reses, you'll lose the Baron, but they actually are brave enough because they have that Otacon buff and the reses to actually go for this fight. They still have those same zoning ultimates, and if Chovy's flank is a success, then probably Gen.G win the fight, but they're able to spot it, react very quickly. Hanbok instantly turns on the Ruler once Chovy's blown up. Great team fighting here from Bro. This is the Bro we were hoping to see after the Kespa Cup Championship.
That's right. A lack of hesitation there, and immediate jumping on in. I mean, even hype there on the Kaisa, which is unfortunately the second part of the highlight, which we are now going to reenact dramatically using our fantastic Mao.
Yeah, unfortunately, I didn't actually take a video of this happening, but Degon was already, he was antsy, you know? He's like, oh, I want the Bros to win so bad. And then the poke comes in, right? Everything is fine. Hype gets out, and he's like, ooh, that's a lot of damage. That's a lot of damage, okay. He hits the W. And at this point, Degon has already gone through like 15 emotional roller coasters. Oh, are they gonna do it? Are they gonna do it? No! Because he misses the W. No! And I'm only giving like half the energy.
You're giving like a 1 out of 6 on this one.
My voice doesn't even go high.
He was like, no, 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 no!
My pitch cannot match Degon's in this moment, because this is where it felt like the game was
What are we doing, bros? What are we doing, bros? No, come on, what are we doing, bros?
Side note, Degon did not predict Bro, and it hurts him a lot. But hopefully they win the series, because wouldn't that be the coolest thing ever?
And so with that, after that one, again, I love the energy and the hype that Headhunter hype brings to the rest of this roster. But I did think it was done after that. It was a classic Bro moment, a Bro throw, if you will. But they defend down on the bottom side of the map and shut the door on Gen.G here.
And the one man that had been playing an impeccable game together with Keen this whole time, Ruler, finally gets caught. I think Ruler, this catch obviously is rough. Really nicely done by Hanbok to get him there, clip him with the flash Q. He even had a stopwatch and his flash. Big mistake from him, but it obviously in this game we need to talk about the other three players, which are Canyon and Chovy, but even Duro, I think, not having the impact that we wanted to.
Yeah.
But that mid-jungle 2v2, that's the best mid-jungle 2v2 in the LCK, by the way.
It's weird, too, that, like, after being so punished all early mid-game, they get one win and they just go straight back to, like, oh, we're Gen.G, we're the best, and they don't do their due diligence here. Even though Ruler has those tools and feels very safe, and Canyon's there to help peel with his ultimate, they feel like maybe, yeah, we can get this done, we can just hard push and win the game, but there's another punish coming through from Bro, who don't hesitate in this really important game. This win might be what pushes them over the line. They're tied now with BFX. Any other wins could mean that they actually still could get out of the group.
Yeah, my fear though is that Closer has looked great on Aurora, and Aurora's already been played. So we'll see what the Bros cook up here. Will they be able to close it out for the upset of the cup, or will Gen.G battle back and do what they do? Let's see.
Welcome back, everyone. Thank you so much, Degon and Chronoker and Wolf. I do think that the dramatic reenactment, based on what we heard, probably should have been done by Wolf. I'm not going to lie. Wasn't dramatic enough for me. I didn't feel the energy.
I feel like the movements from Chronicler are fine.
Yeah.
The vocal energy.
They should have just had Wolf talking and then Chronicler just moving around. Yeah.
Yes.
Together, you make a perfect Degon reenactor duo.
Takes a lot of work.
Yeah. So next time, with the next reenactment, please do it that way. And I'd love to see it just with just bad dubbing of Chronicler. It sounds brilliant. All right, let's dive into it. We have the draft on the way here. And Gen.G now over to the blue side and should be able to get back on the horse and make things happen. But we'll see whether the Bros have cooked up anything else for us, because they've tasted victory now. And that is very, very dangerous for everyone here in the LCK Cup.
Yeah, and, you know, I'm not going to say that a team is scared of someone, but an Ambessa and then a Renekton ban, you know, Genji
I mean,
looking pretty
that's the
afraid.
tithy right there. You know, they're paying it. 'Cause their lord has demanded the taxes.
Absolutely. Does mean some of the 80 carry picks we saw left open last time, specifically the Varus Nidalee, sorry, not Varus Nidalee, Varus Ashe, are going to be left open likely. Yet Renata going to get taken away. Callisto's gone. You can't ban Varus and Ashe, so maybe just ban one, or maybe just leave them both open and pick one of the others. We'll see. Nidalee is still open and available.
Yeah, I think
Something Canyon is pretty proficient on.
maybe just banning the Nidalee. I think if you commit to the Nidalee ban in game 1, you have to keep it throughout the series, and they are going to do so. And so Varus or Ashe, one of those two, likely to be picked up here.
Yeah, it could end up just not taking either right now.
Yeah, I guess you don't really have to.
And knowing you can trade later on, but likely going to pick up an 80 carry in this total rotation. So have the option to do that there. Hopefully not a Corki.
Oh man,
looks like they're gonna lean on the Varus right now. Might mean that we see Hype pick up the Ashe in return, or I mean, could go in a different direction. It did get quite ban heavy with the 80 carries last time around. Go in the second rotation.
Yeah, Hype might have cooked something as well. You never know. There might be some surprise pick towards that bottom side, but there is a lot up and available. So I don't know whether you necessarily have to go all in that direction.
Yeah, and especially when you know there's like a Varus who is pretty immobile, definitely the option. Actually, just going to pick in the Jax pretty quickly. Yeah, Jax Edge makes a lot of sense.
Jax Ashe makes less sense to me.
I think you could have just grabbed Jax Edge if you wanted to leave the Ashe till 3.
Unless they thought that maybe Genji were going to go for one of the old archery bottom lanes like Gumayushi Carrier used to do, but I don't know whether that even works anymore.
Yeah, I'm not sure that's really something I'd expect for them to bring out. I feel like Juro is more confident he's engaged supports, but you never know. So maybe just want to show less off their hand so far in the draft.
Or maybe they wanted Canyon to play Sejuani. That'd be interesting. As the Galio to be locked in Chovy, he looked so good on this pick earlier on. Of course, his most iconic play of all time was on the Galio as well, hitting that 5-man taunt. You all remember it. It was beautiful. What's he going to lock in here for Canyon, though? I'm expecting it's going to be Canyon's pick, unless there is going to be an answer to the Jax to come through.
Yeah, I think
Xin Zhao.
A bruiser, something like Xin Zhao makes a lot of sense. Could even have gone something like Wukong. I feel like you need that damage threat when you go in the Galio, especially if it's going to be that tankier Galio.
Yep.
Gives you a really strong mid jungle. And now it's kind of difficult for Bro because you need to kind of lock in something, I feel, into the Galio now before the bans come through. But that means your jungle pool might get pinched a decent amount. I will say, though, picking Xin Zhao into the Jax never feels that ideal.
No.
And obviously, it's likely going to be Jax top into Xin Zhao jungle, but anytime you have to interact with Jax, his Counter-Strike just kind of says no to your entire kit.
Not going to be doing too much there. Is the Poppy going to be taken away as we're just looking to get rid of Keen's answers to the Jax? That sort of matchup is the only one we're really needing to protect here on the side of the Bros. But look to see junglers hitting the deck. So maybe it's like Wukong Sejuani or something like that to be banned away here. Humbug does have a pretty deep champion pool, so I don't think he's going to be too worried. But getting rid of some of the things that the Xin Zhao really doesn't want to deal with is probably the way to do it. Sejuani, a good start.
Yeah, I think Sejuani makes a lot of sense to take away, especially comboing well with the Jax. I think Wukong you could take away as well, although I think Wukong might have a little bit of issues sometimes into like the Galio, just being able to cover for Keen. Be interested to see if they ban away any supports as well here. Apart from that, Renata, I mean, I guess the Poppy as well was a support ban, mostly gone untouched. Whereas like last draft, it was kind of more heavily focused towards the supports. And it was like, well, this is kind of what's left available.
Yep.
Things like Khan still on the cards. Things like the Rel still available.
By the way, there's a lot of synergy. We do need Keen to pick Master Yi top so that we have the the champions with way too many glasses sockets or whatever it is. See, like the Jax's little mask thing? Master Yi got like the same one. Then you got a bird matchup in the mid lane, chicken versus pigeon. Like, it's pretty cool. I'm sure there's another spear user that we could throw into the jungle. Can't think of it on the top of my head.
Nidalee was a spear user and she got banned.
Oh no, but hey wait, there's a lance though on Rel, so it kind of lines up.
Yeah, unfortunately Rel jungle, not really as much of a thing. We do see the Rel come out, and then Genji toying with the idea of a Lulu in this situation.
Lulu Varus. That's pointing us towards a little bit more of the on-hit variety of the Varus, one of Ruler's greatest champions.
You know,
As that's an Urgot, an old Keen special. That'd be fun.
Yeah, interesting. One thing I really don't like about the Lulu is I feel like Galio works so fantastically is like follow-up engage.
True.
But you need someone to lead the charge, and you know, as much as Xin Zhao can go in, he even has an ability called Audacious Charge.
He does.
You can't hold people in place until you have your knock-up ready, and it's sometimes difficult to stack that up immediately.
Whoa.
Lee Sin coming in for handback quickly, so a lot of confidence in that pick. Definitely feels like Gen G have quite a sort of defensive counter dive sort of comp. Like if you come into them, they have a lot of tools to play around with. They have a lot of DPS between like the Varus and the Urgot.
I do feel like Bro's composition is very flexible though, with how these fights are going, because they have so much mobility.
Yeah.
It's only really Hype that's going to struggle to move around a lot and reposition himself. But if they can make sure that they keep their Ashe safe, you know, make sure these arrows are landing where they need to.
Yeah.
It does have some of the answers, but like you said, there's a lot more cohesion on Gen G this time around.
But I will say, I feel like one of the things with Gen G's composition is if they do fall behind, they don't really have that much to set up plays. I mean, if someone oversteps, absolutely they can, but mostly they are like, okay, you need to run into us. We want to hold our ground. We want to have control of an area. If they get ahead, I think it'll feel obnoxious for Bro, but I think if Gen G fall behind, which we did obviously see last game, they could have some trouble, and there's tools like the Ashe Arrow, like the Rel, that can set up plays and pick people isolated.
It's pretty cute. The Gen G players are all dancing. We're caught on our phone. We don't know. We can't really read the sign. Couldn't read the sign anyway, but it's fine. She didn't actually trigger into it, but here we go. So Keen's favorite champion towards the top side of the map is Urgot, that he really loves bringing out. And it's going to be a decent answer into the Jax, is what I kind of feel like. But there is a lot that Bro can work with here as well. Pretty even footing as far as the draft. Gen G probably more locked in here in Game 2.
소환사의 협곡에 오신 것을 환영합니다.
All right, Breon fans need to be a bit louder here in LoL Park, but I can see you guys in the Twitch chat, and so I know that you're making up for it. As Gen G going to be backing away here after the Bros took a bit of damage, as we can see. Glitter Lance doing some work.
Yeah, strong level 1 though from the Bro comp, so able to really force Gen G out. We're kind of just on the sidelines watching as the jungle gets warded out. Do you see some pings coming out though? They have seen where the information has been placed.
Ruler had already moved up as well, so isn't actually going to be spotted on that ward, which is pretty cute.
Oh, I hate this. Have you seen Ruler's Keystone?
Oh god, no.
Poke Varus with
Poke Varus
Lulu?
with a Lulu? I really hope that he's just doing that for the laning phase.
I feel like losing lethal tempo as on-hit Varus is so...
No, it's actually really not great.
Oh, this is not... I don't like this.
Really?
You
have an enchanter.
I mean, okay, I am going to say as a caveat,
Uh-huh.
we did often see way back in the day things like Lulu mid, Xin Zhao, jungle, so like Lulu does sync up well with Xin Zhao, but I still think having an on-hit Varus is so much better than having a poke Varus.
And I feel like there's not, like, it's not obscene range on the side of Bro, right? Like, they do have, like, decent range, but, like, I think he could still find a way to play, especially with the amount of peeling tools that are available for Gen G.
Yeah, it's...
Missed opportunity there. But if you're a Bro leaver, certainly going to be helping the stocks rise for them. As Keen getting the top lane treatment, this is just going to be the sad time that the top lane is going to have. Same can be said for Morgan, as we saw earlier on, was just taking way too much damage.
Yeah, getting poked down a fair bit by the Lulu. The thing with having like a Lulu in these lane swap situations, especially one with heal, a lot less dive threat, but very hard to avoid the harass. Just you can consistently do without taking tower hits, which can be pretty annoying.
Yeah, we don't have Canyon towards his bottom side, so Morgan is going to be safe for the moment. You can see Duro continuing to be frustrating. I love the squid skin as well on the Lulu.
Very cute.
Definitely the best one. It's the goggly eyes.
The goggly eyes is just
so
phenomenal.
Good. Okay.
Maybe that's it. Maybe Lulu's like, I really want to play Poke Varus here. Lulu's probably not the best. And then Duro's like,
but
wait
the
until
goggly
you see
eyes.
my skin. And then they get in the like Ruler's like, I really don't think this is that. And then he sees his skin, he's like, okay, I'm sold.
Yeah.
It's about vibes, and the vibes are impeccable.
It's perfect. And they're gonna play Splatoon later as well, and they're just gonna have a really good time.
Maybe they lose the game, but it's about bonding.
Exactly, and it's about cleaning up the paint and stuff like that. You know, that's what it's all about. As Canyon is now down here on this wave to look for a kill onto Morgan.
Now,
and he is Jax, but he's also Jax. Like it's gonna be tough. They're waiting for him to press his buttons, but they may not even need to. As Counter-Strike does finally come up. The turret's getting frustrating as another dive here towards the top side. Polu tanks as much as he possibly can. And yes, there's the death of Morgan towards the bottom side as the Sonic Wave. Oh God! Ooh. Calculated this time from Hype, I guess.
The health pot running definitely making a difference. You can see how it's not just that the towers do more damage, but they take longer to cool down, so the damage was still ramped up when Hype took aggro. Got very dangerous. And I do want to credit Genji's dive on the bot side. So the thing they do here is Juro leads with the polymorph. Canyon stacks up his Q, so 1 auto on the tower, 2 auto, polymorph, knock up, and he nearly dies before he even gets to Counter-Strike.
Yep.
They then wait their time, they let their tower reset, and then it's so easy there just to finish off.
And somehow Dura didn't get it with that Glitter Lance that was coming in right when he was dying.
Yeah, I know he wants to steal Ruler's Penta, but that wasn't close to a Penta. He's just trying to steal his kill there. Here, Hype doesn't let the tower fully cool down, and it gets a little bit dangerous, but the health pot was running the entire time, so maybe just saved him there.
Drink potions, ladies and gentlemen.
Absolutely, both teams getting a dive up. Now Morgan in a bit of trouble.
Yeah, it does find a bit of a stun with that Counter-Strike, but not getting quite as much value. Got to be careful of these shotgun knees. As we'll see whether Keen's going to be able to sustain on top of this guy. Take him down. Genji pushing in towards his top side as we do have some Australian lanes. Love to see it.
You must feel right at home.
I am. As alright, Hype is going to avoid that piercing arrow. Serrated Dirt coming in there for Ruler, so confirmation that no funny business. As Closer is the wrong direction for that ability, I would say. As Chovy is going to be very happy in melee range.
Yeah. A lot of good trading coming out from Genji right now, and especially that, well, I guess top lane now matchup between Ruler and Juro and Hype and Polu. Double range, especially in early Dirk on the Varus.
Yeah.
Will have a lot of pressure.
Feeling pretty good. At least Hype is able to collect some of the farm here, utilizing his volleys correctly.
Yeah, and also there's a pretty big payoff in terms of the fact that they got a couple of plates down bot as well. You know, Tower's bot lane still quite a bit weaker than those in the top side.
Well, Humbug now moving over towards the dragon.
Great angle.
Yeah. Keen's just teleported in as well. They're expecting him near these grubs, but Humbug's going to come down towards his bottom side. Good disdain to get Keen out of there, but the safeguard forward. Tempest and Cripple. And the Q is going to miss, but I have a feeling Keen is still dead. There it is, Leap Strike and the Empower, and that is the kill.
Yeah.
Nice little gift for Morgan here, who does need to be strong in this game.
TPing in that far up, and especially the fact that he didn't have Flash, even though Handback doesn't miss the Q, he holds it for so long. Keen's trying to dodge it and just ends up going down, and it's a pretty massive play for Bro. Morgan will appreciate that extra gold, not just from the kill, but also he gets a plate there. Ooh. And it's just a nice farm now. Oh, Canyon.
Oh, I think he was spotted. Yeah. Just barely, though. It was almost genius. He's still just going to pick it up. And maybe Humbug can actually rotate around. But as you can see here, they are pinging it.
Yeah, there's no one here to back up Handback, which is the concern, because Chovy can move in. And this is important that Chovy is here, because Handback, Lee Sin can easily steal away a neutral objective with the X.
That's 2 objectives immediately, though, here for Genji.
That's pretty massive. A good start.
Yeah. They are, you know, 1 more objective away from just putting their sandals on immediately.
Yeah, I mean, it's one of those scenarios where you'll have the upgrade before people have their tier 2 boots. And here, yeah, just really overextended. Was a good flip, though, from Keen. And then they're just autoing and holding the Q. He does dodge it in the end, but just not enough, unfortunately.
Yep. Nicely picked up there from Bro, though. And gold dead even, but as you can see, those feats of strength starting to stack up for Genji. They've got a Hextech Dragon as well. Pretty valuable as far as an individual Drake is concerned. So there's a little bit of power that isn't really illustrated in the coffers at the top of the screen there.
Yeah, it is one of those situations, though, where it's like, Hextech is a nice dragon stat you get, but it means you're not getting Hextech Soul. True. You're also not getting Infernal Soul. So the individual dragons are nice, but you're definitely thinking, will this pay off in the long run? And Keen definitely playing a lot more respectful now. Does not want to get burnt again.
Yeah, very interested in how this game is going to go. You can see Hype making his way back towards that top side of the map. Has himself a little slingshot as well as his pickaxe. Getting closer and closer to item number 1. So is Ruler, of course, stacking up his tier now as well. And where is this next objective going to be coming from? Looks like it's going to be second round of grubs that we're going to be fighting over. And I don't think giving away 6 grubs to Gen G with this composition is really going to be a good idea.
Yeah, I mean, giving away 6 grubs in general, but you'd also just immediately give over the feats of strength, which is pretty significant this early. I mean, those base extra stats you get from upgrading your tier 2 boots, it's just amplified the earlier you get them.
Oh, yeah. And Keen, still having a fine time. Like, this is still Urgot, right? He is pretty frustrating to deal with in the laning phase. His arrow is going to connect, immediately gets the cleanse out from Ruler. Nicely done there from Hype. Trading arrows there, and it turns out that Hype's arrow is a little bit more frightening when it is just one of them. Yeah,
they definitely nerfed the cooldown a while ago, back when Ash support was a big thing, but it should be starting to come up about when the grubs respawn. So it's kind of like the perfect timing, where you burn the summoner, and then you're looking to have the ability back for the objective that's coming up.
Yep, and Ruler won't have the cleanse, which is the main thing. Morgan happily picking up CS where he can. Top lane is really not eaten well as far as the farm is concerned. Having a look in the mid lane, we're getting very quickly towards 100. Not quite there yet. As Polo moves over, Chovy not going to find much more than a taunt, but he isn't too worried about it.
Yeah, it's very hard for Closer to do any meaningful damage to Chovy. I mean, it was already, if you're playing into Galio, it's hard to do meaningful damage, but now that it's like Spectre's Cal Rush Galio, it's just like...
At least he's not going to be doing that much damage to you. I guess there's that.
Yeah, it's kind of just a very passive lane. Just clear the wave, throw a little autos at him just to keep him wise, and then move on.
Although the passive auto attack just does a lot of damage. It feels like it does a lot of damage.
It does skills with MR as well, so
yeah,
actually just get a boost from that too. Oh.
Speaking of which, we're going to be able to check it out here as the crashdown is going to connect onto Chovy. The flash forward, it picks up Canyon, but he's immediately able to press that ultimate. Piercing arrow coming in, doesn't really get too much there as Chovy maybe didn't want a Justice Punch in that direction. Morgan got over here. No one's dead yet, which is kind of crazy. Some low health bars as far as Keen and Closer are concerned, but otherwise, people kind of relatively healthy.
Yeah, very scrappy fight. A lot of ultimates burn. Right now, Genji only have Keens. Bro have both handback and hype, so the arrow and the kick.
Oh, kind of big value there.
Yeah, a little bit more in terms of some of the spells available.
That's a teleport, Chovy.
I mean, he is Galio, so he's going to be okay. But both teams really want to contest these grubs.
Oh, Q going to miss there from Humbug. Immediately does take a piercing arrow as Canyon picking up a few of these grubs. I don't think Humbug's going to let him have all of them, but any that Genji can pick up means like Void Mites and all that sort of stuff, which can be a little bit of trouble. Bro gonna move in. All right, Arrow is gonna find Ruler in the back line. Completely insane here as Morgan now diving forward. Finds the counter strike. The kick is gorgeous onto Ruler as well, and he'll even find the Q. Chovy manages to take down the Pigeon on the back end of the fight, but they don't care about that. Bro are looking to grab 3 grubs for themselves.
Those 2 ultimates they still had, they got massive value from, able to
How did Hype hit that? That was sick.
Threaded the needle, honestly. The amount of people who were in front, and Ruler just getting caught, doesn't quite have that cleanse, which he burned earlier, the perfect timing for it, and they're rewarded, able to get all 3 of those grubs. So closing the gap a little bit in terms of those feats of strength, and also equalize in terms of those grubs. Just huge plays.
And you know how we were looking at it at 7.5 minutes, and of course Bro won the game and things like that, but it's now 12.5 minutes, Bro have an advantage.
Oh man, Jiro nearly walked in to block it, but then I guess thought Ruler was going to. Morgan gets the stun, Handback gets the kick, just everything landing on a Ruler there. And then Chovy just clean up a kill on the backside, getting the Azir, but not really much more you can do than that. It wasn't a stomp fight from Bro, but they got what they wanted. But now Dragon going down very quickly.
Yeah, that is just going to be feats of strength if they're able to do this. Polo getting the information, but there's not a whole lot they can do about it. As Humbug moves over and he's just there to see it fall down.
Yeah.
And so it's Chemtech Soul.
Woohoo! You know, it was That's the thing that happens. 2 strong early dragons, and you end up with a bit of a bust.
And you're here, right?
Yeah,
So,
I am
like,
here.
I mean, obviously, it wasn't going to be Cloud Soul. Let's just say that. You know, I've had a few of those so far. I think we were due at Chemtech Soul.
I think we were. And ultimately, this is good for Bro because I think they kind of realized that we went on the map in time to get the dragon. We don't want to int to try and contest it. They get the feats of strength. It's unfortunate, but it's whatever. I mean, in fact, the only person on Gen G who actually has tier 2 boots is Juro, so they're not getting that much benefit now. But when a team has 2 dragons already and then the Soul is Chemtech, you kind of like, you know, things could be a lot worse.
Yeah, it certainly could. Although Gen G, pretty happy that they got those 2 Drakes because they're the good ones, you know?
Yeah.
There's at least that. Chemtech Soul could actually work out for a few of these champions, right? Like Morgan has a good way of like mitigating being dead, you know, at low health, so you can utilize some of those benefits and things like that. I think there are ways to make it work.
Bulkier champions, I mean, things like Xin Zhao, things like Galio, like champions definitely are a lot better at benefiting from Chemtech Soul than squishy champions, but it's still, it's no Hextech.
Yeah.
It's no Cloud.
Yeah, it's no Cloud. You're not getting that extra move.
You know,
imagine having like the upgraded Swifties and Cloud Soul. My God.
Mach 10. You just like Rammus Q permanently.
Exactly. We're not going to have that. So why are we talking about these fun things that we can't have? We should talk about what the fun things that are in the game right now.
Oh,
things like Urgot.
The plants that Brendan Valdez loves so much.
Yeah. Like the Mega Scryer's Bloom.
And the Mega Honey, and the Mega Blast Cone.
Oh, I like Speed Up Fruit. I'm into that.
Yeah. You know Brendan is watching
petals.
at home and he's like, neat, I love all these plants.
He is saying that. I guarantee it. As closer, when comes Lightning, going to be able to tag him there. It's going to stop him from getting close enough to this turret. You can see Keen actually making some pretty good use of his buttons to take that one down pretty quickly. First turret blood, not as much of a big deal at this point, given the fact that the feats of strength have gone down, but it is still a fair bit of money if they are able to collect it. As Chovy, slight level advantage over Morgan here, who's still looking for that level 11. Tick over to a level 2 ulti.
Yeah, interesting with these lane assignments. I feel like they favor Bro having the Jax into
Oh, Ruler. Gonna walk into
man.
it! He didn't see it, has to cleanse. Get himself out of that one.
They're just heat-seeking.
They are. Like, Hype just knows. He's downloaded Ruler.
I feel like at this point, Ruler's like, maybe I just need to get an Edge of Night.
Yeah.
Because
I think he's probably going to build one of those.
yeah.
But the sooner the better.
Yeah, for sure. But those arrows just consistently connecting. You burn the cleanse. This one's a little bit closer to the Herald, so maybe not going to be a factor there because the arrow won't be up. But that dragon in 2 minutes, that cleanse won't be available at the start of the fight.
And we were joking around a little bit after that last game, and we were thinking, like, what did Edgar tell to Ruler in between these games? And I'm not sure, man, but it must have rattled him. Because the bros are really doing something here. They figured out Gen G. And Edgar, of course, did help, you know, who was then Samsung Galaxy, but pick up a world title. So the bros now utilizing that wealth of experience.
Get their own world title.
Exactly. One step at a time. They got the Kesper Cup title. See what else they can get as the Rift Herald is going to reset. Gen G all in position now, just brute force Bro over this one. There is a Mega Cone, so Humbuck could get here pretty quickly. Does find a Q over. Let's see whether he goes in for the steal. This is almost an opportunity, but decides that they do not really mind about it as they're trading a tower on the bottom side. So, of course, Herald generally going to be able to help get you one tower. And so if you've already taken one, then that's pretty good. That's first turret blood as well, going over to Morgan, which is pretty nice. He's now closer, looking for an opportunity onto Chovy. Shifts the sands, but doesn't shift them quite far enough.
Yeah, it feels like Bro are playing with a lot of restraint here. You know, they fish for the opportunity to steal, but they're like, look, we get a free tower bot lane if we don't fight. You know, as much as Herald is powerful because you can choose where to place it, most of the times you're getting a tower to Herald, so they'll just take the tower in the first place. Obviously, Herald does give a bit of gold, which is nice, and they end up making a trade, which I think is fine for them. I will say, though, you know, as much as we weren't big fans of the Poke Varus pairing with the Lulu, this is really where the Varus is shining in the mid game, and Hype is struggling a bit, just getting poked out from a distance. Has picked up a Vamp Scepter, so definitely knows the sustain is the key here.
Yep, at least has that. Static Shift already done. An interesting choice, wanting to be able to get a bit more wave clear and things like that. And Humbug now moving towards this Chemtech Dragon. Might be Bro's opportunity to try and get one of those, as they do have a control ward on it. Hype continuing to, as you say, illustrate how frustrating it can be. Keen now moving towards the rest of his team. Polu baiting out a few abilities here and there. Humbug gets in there, and they will be able to start this one off. So it looks like we're not going to see a soul point from Gen G unless Canyon makes his way in. Try and steal this one away. Right now, Chovy moving down towards this fight as well. That heroic entrance going to be an opportunity as Polu taking a lot of poke damage. The Rip Carol being thrown down in the middle of this one as well, just to create chaos. Great kick out, but now can they actually win the fight? That's the question. As Polu, the Flash Magnus Storm, but just gets thrown out of there. Beautiful mitigation and peel. We mentioned that Gen G has this in their composition. They'll now be able to move HLE towards the mid lane and grab that outer turret. And they're going to be able to grab a second charge as well. Some extra value and possibly, yeah, even this inner turret at the same time. So yeah, grats on your Chemtech, Drake. That's 2 turrets you're going to lose.
Yeah, good job there from Juro. You know, part of the value of the Lulu into the Rel specifically being able to interrupt that crash down despite Polu's flash. And because they routed them, I just don't think Gen G care at all about a single Chemtech Dragon.
No.
Like getting 2 towers mid off that Herald, that's the value you want.
But we got the secured, you know, that was the main thing, right? Like, Humbug, he nailed the kick. So cut the video there, and you're feeling pretty happy about it. Outside of that, a little bit rough. So Gen G now move back to a gold lead. Nothing, no end of the world type scenarios, and you can see that, you know, Morgan still has that advantage. Morgan certainly feels like the win condition here for Bro at this point in time.
Especially because it just feels like there isn't that much damage to really cut him down, you know?
Yeah.
Urgot and Xin Zhao are both heavily counteracted by his Counter-Strike. The Galio obviously is tankier, so not doing as much damage, especially to a bulky target. And like Ruler only really has burst, so I feel like as the game goes on, Morgan is going to become more and more problematic. And this is one of those games where even in team fights, Jax is just going to be so hard to deal with, you know?
Yeah.
I feel like the more auto-attack based your composition is, the more powerful this champion can be in team fights.
Well, Keen is now just going to be able to clear out these minions. Does take so much damage from close. Oh my god.
Yeah, they keep opting into these lane assignments where it's the Urgot into the Azir and it's the Jax versus the Galio, and I think Bro are just benefiting from it.
Yeah, pretty psyched about it. Crash down over the wall. Humbug gonna have to be a little bit frightened about what Canyon's going to be able to do with his Lulu in tow, as we do have some of the shield there broken. Arakan has come up yet again. Surprisingly, it's a voracious one. It's kind of crazy. I was expecting that have a lot more Ruinous in today's game, just because of the amount of hype and excitement,
you know,
that Gen G versus Bro just bring in general.
It's funny, they've just released like the new patch, and on it they're like, oh, we've adjusted it. You should see you know, a more gracious solo queue and more Ruinous and Pro Pay. And I'm like,
how do they do that?
Like, as in more than 0.
Well, Chovy's going to be able to grab the second turret for Gen G, sorry, third turret for Gen G, as they were able to eradicate them from the mid lane. They also grab the outer on the top side, and Arakan might be considered now as well. So 4 turrets to 1. Bro really losing out as far as structure money is concerned, and you've got their Tower Destroyer in the bottom lane, where there isn't an outer turret available.
Yeah, and the TP mid from the side of Gen G, pushing that wave in. I was thinking maybe they're going to make a move towards the Arakan with 4 members around the area, but they decided, you know, hold it for now. No real inclination to push towards it yet. And it's been a slow game, and I think that is where Gen G really shine, when they can just set the pace and have control. And also, I talked a bit about this in draft, how their comp really wants the enemy team to come into them. They have a lot of defensive tools, a lot of peel. Now they're the team with the Goldie with the control of the map and with a lot of towers taken. It's very easy for them to get set up and just say to Bro, hey, come at me, Bro.
Yeah. And Bro, they are Bro, so it does make sense that they would be asking that. Closer not going to be able to fight Keen this time around. Keen actually completing his second item. Sterix and the Black Cleaver both done now. So certainly very bruisery is Mr. Urgot. Theoretically, shouldn't be doing as much as the game goes later and later, but that ultimate is always so incredibly impactful if you can make it work. So we'll see whether Keen is going to be able to do the things that he wants to do on his Urgot.
Wait, what? I just find it so funny that you look at Ergot and on the scoreboard, and it's like he has an 8 gold bounty.
Yeah. No, these mini bounties are actually hilarious. Like the 18 gold, like 20 gold. Whoa.
8 gold, like what?
We saw yesterday, like someone had a 2 gold bounty and then died, and it's very, very strange. Arrow has to be used defensively here from Hype and also takes so much damage just trying to get himself away. Doesn't have to flash, so at least holds onto his summoners, but that is another big cooldown that Bro won't have for this potential Dragon fight or even the Arakan fight, if that is where they're going to go. As Chovy looking for Morgan once again, has been holding on to a experience lead this entire time. I feel like Chovy's had the biggest upgrade in play so far.
Yeah, it's funny because last time he played the Galio, I mean, you play Galio, you don't expect that champion to be farming up a Storm, and his CS numbers were a little bit lower. Yep. And now it's just like he's downloaded it. He's like, I know how to get over 10 CS per minute as Galio, as Galio.
He's like, Yone's too hard to farm on. Give me Galio.
Chovy is Chovying right now.
Oh, yeah.
Absolutely. And it has led to them having about a 3,000 gold lead, and it just feels like the pressure is constant.
Yeah, and it just looks like, Bro, like I don't feel the options, the ways out for Bro here. And so, they have hit underdog status well and truly here in this game. It is now time for the Bros to find an angle. The unfortunate thing is that they're just not doing a whole lot of setting up to try and find them outside of maybe this. As Edge of Night, like you were talking about, now completed for Ruler, so very happy about having access to that one. Canyon now getting information here where he can. You're going to miss there from Humbug. As I believe Genji should be able to just take this down. Honestly, there's just no vision in this area. Control Ward goes down. Q going to miss. And Arakan, I think, still taking damage here, as we can see. Yeah, we're going to take the northern entrance. Let's see what they can actually find here, as they've broken the shield on Ruler. That is definitely valuable. Hail of Arrows coming down, though. Arakan getting lower and lower. Can Humbug make something happen? That's the question, as Chovy looking to get in position so that he can press that ult button and not get interrupted. Okay, Keen, are you just going to disdain forward? He is. Let's see how much damage he can actually take here as Polo just gets obliterated. Humbug gets into the backline, but I don't know about that one. Lands another Q, gets the flash kick to take down the Urgot, and now it's Closer's turn to do that damage. He rips through them as Ruler now in the back of this Baron pit, and look at Morgan. Yeah, he might have been adorable there when he was polymorph, but now he's flashing on your face and taking you down. The Hail of Arrows might create a bit of space here, and without flash, not going to be able to catch up to Ruler. But that is no Arakan for anyone, and Bro winning a fight.
And if you actually look as well at the summoner spells, every single flash from Genji burnt there. It's only a 1-kill lead.
Look at how much Humbug has to do to get in position to kick.
Man, like,
it takes forever.
Yeah, finds an angle here, and I think he was hoping to kick
Ruler into him,
yeah, but unfortunately he just ends up killing the Urgot. But, you know, Ruler just doesn't have the DPS in these fights as the poke Varus. Health bars get low, but he can't really just shred through Morgan, and Morgan is a demon. Just charging him down, has to flash away. He is such a threat right now. I think Bro's approach to the fight was the really important thing there, because that choke was just impossible to cut through. They took the wider route. Polu was kind of the sacrifice, and Hype the whole time was free hitting. Morgan was just unmatched. And I think maybe, you know, we talk about slow and steady being the pace where Genji can really control it, but I feel like with this lethality Varus and with that composition, if the game goes late, I'm really not favoring Genji's.
I mean, it's Azir and Ashe, right? Like, they scale beautifully, getting later and later. I feel like Ashe has that sort of lull where she doesn't feel like she does the DPS, but then you give her 6 items and she will just destroy you. As now, Bro, looking to try and once again do exactly the same thing, but with Morgan on the bottom side of the map, destroying inner turrets. They spot the fact that Keen is down there to answer him, as Chovy now moves in. Arrow going to connect onto the Galio here as Hype just standing forward. And the Q is going to connect from Humbug as he moves on in. I don't know about this one, Genji. It's a little bit scary, but they have Keen moving up a little bit earlier. Teleport's available for both of them. And they've taken over the Arakan. The ebb and flow of this fight, though, you can see now Morgan moving in, spots the teleport, might see that this is the time. Magnustorm this time finally working up, but the polymorph is gorgeous. Onto Morgan into the backline. He's stunned forever, but he still has access to that counter-strike, and he's still going to be feared beyond death. Closer gets in there, 4 people with the ultimate, and now Hype. Can you do it? Can you be the savior? Can you be the hero? The flash is so good, and the bloodthirster keeps him alive. It's 1-up on both sides, Chovy versus Hype.
Bros managed to clutch back a fight where it looked like they had no right to win it. Closer goes for the shuffle and manages to land it. Hype is pixel perfect on the cleanup. He knows Chovy is here.
Yeah. Can he win the 1v1? I mean, he's looking pretty good and just wants to get away. So, not wanting to deal with this Galio. And let's have a look at the fight one more time. Does Atakan actually go down? I don't think he does.
No, and credits to Juro here. Interrupts the Rel crash down, polymorphs Morgan before he gets in, who then gets rooted. The peel is great, and this is Gen G doing what that comp wants to do. But they burn a lot of tools here. And Closer, he does get stopped initially by a short taunt, but that shuffle!
God, yeah,
And
it wasn't
handback.
quite onto 5, but...
Guys, Lee Sin is not the pick you expect to be getting in the mixer and team fighting like a beast at this point of the game, but handback is just on point.
지렸고. 야, 얘들아,
He
지렸다.
is so good. And then Hype is the benefactor. And, the beneficiary, sorry. And
I think as well, you know, Hype went for the Bloodthirster second. He was getting poked quite heavily at the start of the fight, but was healing off minions, getting the sustain back up, and I think the value on the item has been massive so far this game.
oh yeah, Apollo now going to get engaged on here, but is able to just crash down his way out. I do like the fact that Duro and Canyon have basically been attached at the hip throughout this game. Like, that is where they're going to get that Lulu value, I guess.
Yep.
And you've got Ruler just clearing waves in the mid lane as Hype. Yeah, I don't know whether you're really going to find too much value there, as stuck by the Fear Beyond Death. You can connect there from Humbug. Wants to possibly find a bit of an angle here as everyone fishing for these opportunities. Non-committal CC available from a lot of different people. But Hype now, without Flash, without Cleanse, does have Arrow. But it is still a little bit of a worrisome time to be the Ashe here. I think Gen G have now got him well and truly in their sights.
Especially because we talked about Gen G banning all of their summoners in that earlier fight.
Yep.
All of their Flash is going to be coming back up. And especially when you think about the fact of like Chovy having Flash, or even Ruler having Flash, if you get caught by one of their CCs, Hype might just die. And then as soon as that happens, the hopes in the fight, I feel like would be pretty dire for Bro right now. But specifically as well, because it's been, I mean, sometimes you have difficult decisions on where you want to put your focus on the map, especially with the introduction of Atakan. But when it's a Chemtech Dragon,
Yeah.
no, like, and it's topside Atakan, both teams are just so locked in on the top side of the map, and it's like this dragon is just invisible.
But the real problem here for Bro is losing these turrets. Is never mind, Hype is just going to find Canyon. He's just dead. Okay, now a big teleport to come forward. The Emperor's Divide comes down. He's thrown into the blender, quite literally. But now Humbug looking for Keen, looking for the opportunity. And Chovy, he's gone golden, but Hype is still at full health. Can he get the DPS? That's the question. As Morgan, he dives in. He's got the counter-strike again, and Humbug is a monster on this Lee Sin. Chovy almost kills all of them. But in the end, it's an ace for the Bros.
The value Handback is getting on this Lee Sin in these team fights is absurd. And Chovy, you know, I feel like he's doing so much on the Galio.
We've
but
got
it's not
HLE
enough.
on camera as well. That's fantastic.
They're like, what? This is mad. This is a team that beat us. And now, I mean, as well with the sustain this trio has, they can heal up. So, I mean, this is just flawlessly played. The ult and Hype, they kick Canyon out of the Galio ult. So Chovy's ult doesn't get any value. But then this extended play, this choke is flawless for Chovy and Keen. The fear is big, the taunts that come in are big, but the DPS from Hype is consistent. Those lack of sums doesn't cause an issue.
And look at Humbug now. So he's over here, gets knocked up, flashes over the wall, finds another Q.
He's just playing so well. He's just so good, honestly. And the thing is as well, because it's this tank Galio, if this was like full AP Galio that we used to have back in the day, I think Chovy would have just dominated that fight. But he survived a long time. He nearly did, but just the damage wasn't quite there. We do see Gen G pick up the Chemtech Dragon, but the Baron went over to Bro.
I think Gen G are just going to say, all right, you can have this silly Atakan thing, because it just hasn't been a very good time for us going up to the
coming in.
top
I think they want to be
okay,
there.
never mind. There's too much DPS. There's so much DPS here. 3 items on Closer, one of them being a death cap, as now Polo's trying to move them out of the way. The first arrow to miss, but Atakan goes down, so who cares if the Bros are going to die? As Closer just throws Chovy over the wall. He tries the heroic entrance and is going to successfully do so, but he's still not in a great position, because look at Hype. He's able to free hit another kick to death here from Humbug. as the Bros are just taking no prisoners, man. They're all still alive. No one's sent back to base just yet, and they'll be the ones to start ripping through these turrets now.
And they're just playing so well. Gen.G want to contest that account, want to get over, but they just get locked into a fight where you're against the buff, you don't have hopes. But like, Morgan is a demon on the back line, Hype, untouchable, and Handback. This Lee Sin has been so crisp.
Yeah, this is like the best part about this, right? Is it's not that Gen.G are playing really badly and throwing and all this stuff. Bro are just playing insanely well.
Gen.G, honestly, I mean, it's Bro with some of the best lead we've seen so far in the LCK Cup. And now looking at ending the game.
Yeah, Keen is probably just dead. Wild Growth is kind of fantastic as Canyon gets into that backline, but he is going to be destroyed. No one can touch Hype right now as he is actually going to be sent back home. But there it is. Bro pick up an unprecedented 2-0 over Gen.G. And these huge grins on their faces. Edgar comes in to congratulate everyone. We knew they had it in them. They've taken down Gen.G before in the last tournament they were in. And they do it here again with a far more upgraded, you could say, lineup.
Pay your bro taxes. That is the lesson of
yeah,
the day.
That is the lesson.
Taxes.
Be like Leo. That's like what you have to be.
I mean, what a performance. And I just think, like, this is the hype we had in the Kesper Cup, and there were caveats. We knew there were caveats. Yeah. We knew that, obviously, not every team had their full roster. This is a full-strength Gen.G. Yes, they had to fight for it, but it was a 2-0. A 2-0.
Yeah.
When they needed it most.
And it was like some of the best, like, Humbug just displayed some of the best Lee Sin mechanics we've seen since like some vintage Canyon stuff that was being thrown out there. Like, he was so consistent every single fight. They were eating cooldowns when they needed to. Like, Morgan was getting into that backline, eating the polymorph so that the rest of the team could then rotate around.
And you know what? Summer 2023, when Bro beat Gen.G, there were no stakes. They were already out of playoffs, nothing happened. This win is so important. This win could be the reason.
This win ties them with Hanwha Life Esports, I think.
I mean, they have less losses.
Oh, no. Okay, so they're now -1. But they're ahead of DNF.
Yeah, but the main thing is, without this win, if they lost to these strong teams they had in their schedule, we could have seen them out the tournament. And this win has made me so happy because...
Yeah, now we get to see more Bro!
They deserve it. They deserve to be there.
This is how you fight for it. And of course, Group Baron's still going to have a very uphill battle. This moves them towards 4 versus the 9 that Team Elder do have. So it's still likely the chopping block exists on that side of the standings. And so now it's B&K that are really, really upset that Gen.G just lost 0-2 to the Bros.
Yeah, I mean, I think for now the pressure's really on. I mean, we talked about how Group Elder are so far ahead that Group Baron, it's about fighting for yourself. And Bro took that seriously.
Yeah.
And now it's going to be a scramble to pick up points. I think a lot of people went in today expecting this to be a swift defeat. And it wasn't swift, but it was a defeat, but not for the side we expected. And it really shakes things up for Group Baron and kind of keeps things on the edge. And, you know,
let's have a look at some of these highlights.
I'm just looking for
Just watch Humbug.
Handback just got so much value in every single fight. And a fight at this time of the game around the Grubs, it's expected, right? You expect Lee Sin to do a lot. But it's a fact that despite this composition from Gen.G having so much CC, so much PO, it's a difficult composition to play Lee Sin into. And he just had no fear. Like, despite constantly getting low HP, the Triumph procs coming in were just getting so much value. And he's like, look, I know what my job is. I know what I have to do. I don't care if my health is low. I have a job to do. And to be fair, the rest of the team as well. Morgan was a demon of the back line. Closer when he got this massive shuffle, and Hype just felt, you know what? You know what, Max? I'm hyped. I'm hyped.
Yeah, dude.
I'm thoroughly hyped.
And look at him. Like, I reckon KT are just like, wait, why did we give this guy away?
Give him
like,
back.
That was real dumb. Give him back. Like, what's the thing on this loan? Like, can we just cancel it now? Because this guy is real good. And the biggest loser out of this is Bull, I think, because he wasn't here for this momentous occasion, and Hype played exceptionally well. My God, it's just a good day to be a pro leaver, is it not? Look at Humbug. Maybe we just give him POM because of this one game where he was absolutely extraordinary.
I think every day is a good day to be a pro leaver.
I mean, it's true. It's
but
true,
today
but some
is
of
a
them
particularly
shine
good day. Absolutely. The sun is shining bright, I'll tell you that much.
Oh, it really is. I think, is it closer though? Because Closer was just phenomenal in both of these games. I want to give POM to everyone, honestly.
It's so hard, honestly. It is legitimately such a hard decision on who to give POM to.
And also, like, how are you going to top your POM comment from yesterday?
Oh, yeah, true.
That's going to be a tough one. You'll have to think about that one after we do get off air. Oh, man. I'm still just trying to collect myself, still trying to figure out what this means, whether it means anything or whether it means the world.
It means everything.
It does.
To the fans, to the bro taxpayers, but also I think this team, it looked like the confidence has been shaken in their first couple of games. That confidence is back.
Yeah, the energy that we saw at the Kesper Cup wasn't there, but look at these guys. They are over the moon. Ruler does a lot of damage, but Hype as well, keeping up on a DPS Ashe. Like when Closer was doing as much as he was. Oh man, I mean, these damage graphs are actually very, very similar. And you saw, like, this was turning into the classic Gen G goal graph. Around that 20-minute mark, I think we were looking forward to Game 3. And then the bros just went back-to-back fights, and it was all over from there.
And I think it's really the aggressive, just the unwillingness to lose slowly.
Yeah.
It's such a new thing for bro, and just saying, look, we're waiting for a window.
There he is.
Really finding the angle. And yeah,
I think this makes a lot of sense given what he did in Game 1.
Oh, for sure.
And then that shuffle on the top side of the map, which was honestly game-winning.
Yeah, I mean, he made a huge play in Game 2. The game in general wasn't as active. That shuffle was massive, but Game 1, he was an absolute monster. So I think you would struggle to find someone abroad who didn't deserve it, but Closer definitely did deserve it.
He certainly did. And I'm just confused about what the power rankings are going to look like. I just know that I did my overreactions that we often like to do. We got a bit confused this year, didn't know quite when to do them, so I just asked everyone to do it a little bit early. We'll see whether we actually use them. I'm glad that I don't have Bro in last place. That's all I'm saying. As Orcs is typing in, make sure that he knows what the line is. What's the line?
Oh,
I won't give it away. I won't give it away.
I'm figuring it out, you know.
Right.
Gotta get it in. Gotta get it in.
Brainstorm it.
A lot of pressure, you know. I feel like we've had this discussion where like the Korean side really amped up their game when it comes to the POM comments. So we had to amp up ours.
It's a bit of a battle, isn't it?
It is. And then like the Korean side will comment like, damn, that was a good comment. We need to step target. It's just by the end of it.
Helios is there though. He's so good at finding those comments. Is now going to throw it over to Dia for some translation of the Closer interview.
Thank you very much, guys. This is Dear for the POM interview translation, joined by Closer on the side of OK Savings Bank Brion. And let's take a look at the OK Savings Bank flag, and thank you. You got the first win you desperately fought for against Gen G. How do you feel? You know, given how powerful our opponent was, we really just came here telling ourselves, let's just do well, but I'm just so happy that we were able to win. And yeah, you put up such an amazing performance today. Gen G is a relatively hefty team, so how are you able to pull a flawless 2-0? I think we had a really good practice session the night before. And I think we just came in with a good momentum, so I think everyone was able to play really well today. And we noticed how different OK Savings Bank Brion's team fighting is now, and based on head coach Edgar's comment, you guys just love to fight way too much, and you guys need to make some adjustments. So what was that adjustment process like? Yeah, improvement is something that we always work on, and I think our head coach actually told us that, you know, even if you die, just go in hard and fight hard and just take them down with you, and I think that's what really helped. As the defending champion of Kesper Cup, were there any changes in the mindset of the team? You know, yeah, we came in with a really good momentum and high spirits, but we started out with 2 losses, but I don't think we actually caved to that, and I think that's what really helped us today. And after defeating Gen G, you have added 1 win to Group Baron, so any message to Group Baron? You know, we felt really bad and sorry for Group Baron, but I hope that this can become a turning point for all of us. And any message over to the bro leavers out there? You know, I'm sure that you guys have been worried and concerned, but I'm just thankful. Thank you so much for always supporting us. And that's the end of the interview with Closer, and back to the space. Thank you.
Thank you very much, dear. Welcome back to the space. I lost my voice from shouting in the last time. Again, one more time, everyone on the side of the Bro fans, let's remember who's on that squad. It is Lord Morgan, Hero Homback, Commander Closer, Headhunter Hype, and of course, the President Palu. It is a 2-0 victory for the Bros over Genji. Welcome back to the space. It's time to celebrate the victory here. That's right. Claps in the background. Yep.
It was a good series.
They were
by
good.
them. They played really well, and Genji disrespected them like they disrespected BNK FearX last week. And you've got to respect the Kespa Cup champions, right? You have to respect a team that is going to punish, that is going to be aggressive, that is going to be confident. And as a result, you know, Bro were able to take the W. 2-0, though, a result I don't think anyone would have expected.
And whenever it comes to performances like this, we have to go both ways. On one hand, I think it's valid to criticize Genji because, as you're pointing out, if Genji play with all the respect that I think they should have for an opponent that won Kespa Cup, something we keep going back to, even with how rough they looked, we know that the potential is definitely there. But the fact that not only we see that, but we actually get to see peak Hambach, peak Hype, Closer looking like I think he hasn't looked in years, particularly in that first game. Absolutely incredible. You love to see it. I think the Hambach vote is completely warranted given that game number 2. And VN Cast. That one I don't get. I mean, I love Morgan.
I mean, we get
They
it.
love VN Hype. No,
Love
love
Morgan.
Morgan. They love the Lord.
It's a little bit of a bias vote from VN Cast, but he played fine. You know, it was all right.
He was good.
He was good, especially game 2.
Yeah, but I don't know, man. I just love it. And we were talking about this. I did not believe in Bro winning in that first game because BNK didn't, and that was painful. But the fact that they're actually closing out, I love it when a team gets punished for the disrespect, and I think that's what Bro did here. They're like, yes, we're a lower ranked LCK team, but guess what? Still cannot disrespect us.
Exactly. You had your comment about Faker. I had the disrespect, don't disrespect me, bro. We're bro, don't disrespect us. And that was kind of the story of this one for me, especially with Chovy in game 1. Really just getting bopped by Closer.
And
I mean, that was the story of the first half of the series.
In game 2, Chovy pulled it back together, and Canyon did not. Still didn't. Still was just out and about.
Yeah, we got highlights from that. Do we have some more? Yep. Godfist Lee Sin, especially in that last game. So many of those fights hanging on whatever Hambach did. So
isn't it mostly his foot, though, that's kind of like the thing with him where he kicks, you know?
Yeah, but
That's also the skin.
that's the skin.
Yeah.
It's not God foot.
It works.
I know, I'm just...
Where'd he got feet?
I always
in the game?
criticize whoever casts and puts a comment.
All right, let's see. Family of CL is the best.
Because...
Cloud Templar and Closer.
Because
I know, that's my bad. I've conditioned everyone to when you hear CL,
Yes.
think about challengers. And guess what? Hype and Wait, Hype and Wait.
I was going to say Closer.
Hype and Hambach were also amazing.
Closer didn't play in CL, so I don't know. Strong mid makes a strong team. Wise
Rascal.
words.
Still
You would expect him to say that about top, but you know.
Still thinking back to, well, no, in 2022 when he couldn't make playoffs, he's not over it. He's like, if I had a strong mid, I would have made it.
Shocked me as well. Closer, yep. Helios. Speaking for almost everyone that made predictions throughout.
Did you predict again, Deacon?
I was saving the wins for week 1 of LCK when stats count, but that's okay. This one still counts as well, especially for Group Baron. And LoL requires 4 teammates and 1 unshakable core.
I mean, that's a real...
Pony going to the well there.
Yeah, that's a real good comment about game 2, though, because his Azir ult really turned the game around and saved them in a big way.
Pony to poet. You love to see it.
Definitely. All right, let's get to it. Highlight time. This one also a barn burner, a slobber knocker. Lots of fighting happening. This time, 2 back-to-back Otacon fights.
And in game number 1, I think Keen had an amazing performance here. The Urgot, it just didn't hit the mark, unfortunately. We saw Darim trying to get on top of Hype. Didn't quite find the damage. And then even with Hambach not getting the kick onto Ruler, which I think would have been the dream, it still led to the situation where Morgan could go completely unchecked. And the Costas talks about this. This Jack should take over the team fights, and he really, really did.
Yeah. This fight ends up being a really crazy one, and it's Closer's play that saves the day. Notice this really nice play here by Duro, denying Paulu's crash down. taking him out here first. But Morgan's in the back line. Canyon has the wild growth, obviously, but it's Hype's positioning that allows them to buy time here. And then, even while taunted, Closer is still able to set up last minute the Emperor's Divide that buys just enough space here for Hype, who had great positioning here in the mid to late game. There's a big reason why they're able to win. I was surprised Hype didn't get any votes, to be honest, because his Game 2 performance, his arrows included, was pretty phenomenal.
I think it's because they remember Hype to the moon on the Kaisa.
That's fair.
Yeah, the 2 plays where I lost my voice included Hype.
He was like, and that's fair to deduct some points, but I'm with Wolf. Like, I can't believe he got no votes, because outside of that, his game was really good on Kaisa. He ended up like, what, 8-1, and the 1 was funny, but he could have had a little bit of
You know what else is funny is when Canyon kind of did a similar thing, but by himself.
Yeah.
Second highlight where he goes in.
This is peak regular season Canyon, unfortunately. We've seen this before, and particularly on things like Xin. I don't understand what the fuck.
I don't have any vision. Look at this. He has
absolutely
no idea where
really
anyone
good
is.
And you have to ult that. Like, he had the opportunity. I know the arrow, the timing window isn't that big, but if he ults there, this fight ends up being relatively close. They were definitely at the ready there. As long as he does anything, flash it, ult it, I think that Genji might be bringing us to a third game, but instead, bro, take over.
And Chovy, you know, it's hard to play. It's hard to remember like how to play from an even or behind game state. And Chovy's playing this game like he's massively ahead. Obviously, decent timing on the Zhonya's there, but really just not making the impact he wants on this Galio. And yeah, just getting shut down here at the end of this one. Had a few fights as well in this game where he ulted back into lost team fights and just donated some gold over. He had a great laning phase, but was not his best performance overall in this series. And I think this is just, again, in my opinion, Genji disrespecting their opponents. The prep coming into this not as clean as it would be against a stronger team. I think we will see Genji back up to form in their later matches. I feel like this series says more about Bro than it does about Genji.
Yeah, they just did not play well, right? I think that Ruler gets a bit of a caveat. I think he did well. I think Duro in game number 1 was a little bit inactive, but not really the issue. And then in game number 2, I think his Lulu performance was good.
Yeah, and I feel like that's why we're giving, I guess, Genji a little bit more of a pass here, because you could see the parts kind of firing off at different moments, except for Canyon, and maybe that one's a little bit of concern, because we've seen him have reactions where he would be able to block something like that, Asher on Xin.
Again, I think that we see very clearly that the core of Genji and the reason why this team has been so good for so long is Chovy specifically, right? Because there's been a lot of changes around him, but he has always been there. When he is not having his day, and some of the early Galio play, like the punches the wrong way, going in when he shouldn't, that's just not something we're used to seeing from him. And I think that if that happens, plus Canyon doesn't play that well, Genji just kind of falls apart.
Yep. Well, they did in this series as they fell 2-0. So let's take a look at those standings, which looks a lot better for Group Baron, because it wasn't looking so good. I mean, Bros get themselves on the board, plus the gap now to 5 between Baron and Elder.
They're 2 wins away from T1, right? Like if T1 drops a game and go 2-2 and Bro wins their next one, like there's a world where Bro could actually go towards the top half of the standings. But the most important thing is they've distanced themselves now from BNK, so they're no longer in danger of being eliminated. Because Baron, yeah, they got a win today, but it's likely going to be the losing team.
All right, well, a huge victory here for Bro. An upset, some would call. But will there be another one? We'll find out in just a little bit. Hanwha Life Esports and Nongshim Red Force will do battle for their respective groups in here in the LCK Cup. We'll see you in just a little bit.
Noxus is where the strong gather. It seeks the fearless and defiant, calling them here to answer one simple question. Are you strong enough?
You say you're not afraid to die, but take off the armor on your chest. What's left inside? Iron lion licking your blade. Do you really bleed if it washes away? Take a ride, rough as you can. Tell you a secret, right as your dogs are closing in. I like it when the bite marks cut through the skin. I like it when the bite marks cut through the skin. Tell me the walls are closing in. Into the fire I'm born again. Taste the pain and drink it in. I like it when the bite marks cut through the skin.
To lead us closer to chaos. Perhaps we should focus on the opportunity that's washed up on our shores.
Unforeseen turns are simply part of any path.
Yes, but that, darling, is a step too far. Even for us.
Piltover was a lesson, Vladimir. Calamity is always approaching. In some moments, its arrival is more imminent than others. Our next move must be bolder, not safer.
like it when the bite marks cut through the skin. I like it when the bite marks cut through the skin. Tell me the walls are closing in into the fire and born again. Taste the pain and drink it in.
back, ladies and gentlemen, to the LCK Cup, or should I say, the best day ever. There, I said it. Nothing could top this, unless the Noodle Boys do something completely ridiculous. We'll just have to see. Currently, Nongshim are actually not doing too bad here in the LCK Cup. They're at a relatively decent win rate, things like this. Humble Life Esports desperately wanting to do their bit for Team Baron, because Team Elder certainly coming out on top, even though Bro were able to pull back that one win. That's only 4-9. It's still not looking too hot.
Yeah, it's not at the point where it's like mathematically impossible, but I feel like that takes a long way to go away, and it's at the point it becomes reasonably unlikely. It's definitely approaching, if not already at that point. But wins are still important, even if we get to the point where it's locked in the Group Elder ahead. Wins are still important for individuals in terms of seeding, and as we've said before, the 5th place team in the losing group will get knocked out completely, so every match is going to count for the whole length of this period.
And now, Bro, well and truly out of that elimination position. As we can see here in the standings, 1 and 2, -1 after their last match of, their first match of this week. And DNF, 1 and 2 themselves, but they don't have the game score after that unprecedented 2-0. So completely ridiculous. It's now B&K that are on the chopping block, and we'll see whether they can pick up a win finally for Group Baron in their future matches. But now we have to focus on Humble Life Esports versus Nongshim. Humble Life Esports were, of course, the team doing the initial picking here, as they were the LCK champs. They're wanting to really find some a string of wins to go together, because their first match against Gen.G wasn't exactly what they wanted coming out of the gate. They would prefer a repeat situation from what happened in that LCK final. Wasn't to be the case. We'll see whether they're back on the horse now. Their last match was definitely impressive.
Yeah, definitely impressive one there, where I feel like we sort of saw them come together more so, but I also think Nongshim, we've seen some additions to this roster. Kingen in particular, his Rumble performance was disgusting. The damage, like, we all know Rumble can do a lot of damage, but we don't always see Rumble do a lot of damage. That was a Rumble who just took over the game, and particularly this is a matchup we all remember the 2022 World Finals, but we've seen this one many times before, and it often delivers.
It does, and Kingen can be so up and down, right? Either he's an absolute god, or he just feels a little bit invisible on the Rift. When he's up against Zeus, he just tends to find a little bit of extra, or at least that was the case a couple of years ago, if we were to remember a certain World Final. So we'll see what does happen here, as Operation Stop Viper is going to be in effect. He has been pretty good, especially in the matchup against KT Rolster, as we can see here.
Yeah, and I think HLE obviously demolished KT, and we've talked about how they struggled against Gen.G, but I think like the fact that they were our summer champions and then picked up Zeus, which everyone has seen as being like a big upgrade.
Yep.
That lineup is so strong that it really feels like they should be on top. It really feels like they should be demolishing every opponent they go against. So, when we see teams make them bleed, it is going to be interesting. And I think Nongshim have shown so far they are capable of challenging, but still, I think HLE are the overdogs right now.
I think they are. We've been talking about overdogs a lot today. I want to keep that up. I'm actually really enjoying it. As you can see, that is a very powerful Raccoon, as we saw there. Impressive stuff. Nongshim fans, definitely like a different breed, and I'm really excited about it. He was, in fact, holding an orange to represent Humble Life Esports there as well, just showing how much control they have over their opposition. But now as they make their way out into Lol Park, we'll see whether the players can do just as well as some of the fans. Because, yeah, Nongshim, just follow them on X or Twitter or whatever you want to call it. It's so good. It's so good.
Constant bangers. But it's funny with the holding the orange, because it feels like an apple, like crushing an apple in your hand is like so hard, but an orange, they probably could just...
Yeah, it'd be quite easy, depending on how ripe the orange is,
I guess. Covered in the orange juice.
Yeah, you would. You'd make a mess. In fact, don't do that. If you're here in Lol Park now, it could also spray some of that citrus juice in your eye, and that would really hurt. It's quite acidic. It's not maybe as bad as a lemon, but still,
it would send a message. It would send a message.
Yeah, your commitment would be shown. But now we're encouraging them, though.
Put some goggles on.
Yeah, please. Safety first.
Maybe
okay.
As well.
When you're crushing oranges in your bare hands as a raccoon, please wear goggles.
Why would a raccoon have bare hands?
Well, they were drawing. It could have whichever hands they want. Probably would be more effective, as far as crushing. Raccoon hands are very small. I don't think that. You think about like palming a basketball, you need a big hand to do that.
You need a tangerine if you have
Yeah,
that makes...
All right, let's get back on track here as we've got Humble Life Esports looking to take on Nongshim in our second match of the day. We're a little bit giddy. We're a little bit maybe unhinged, maybe because we had the greatest game of all time prior to this. And to top it, I don't know what they're going to do. I'm looking forward to it, though, because there are some really fun crossovers between these two squads, especially on the top and bottom sides of the list, right? You've got Zayas versus Kingin, of course, pretty historical one from 2022, and you've got Delight versus Lahens. It's a battle of the former Gen G supports.
Yep, I love how it's just kind of alternating between the two organizations. Now they're both clear Gen G, they're both on different orgs, but you know, definitely still a bit of rivalry there between them. Many times have these two been looked at as top supports, and both of them have won All-Pro First Four, so a lot rests on them really to make an impact as well. I feel like we've seen picks come out, which we don't typically, you know, we've often times have like a fixed meta with supports where it's like, oh, it's engaged meta or oh, it's more enchanted meta, but like, especially with Fearless, I feel like we've seen players able to flex a bit more, and particularly I think Lahens is someone who's been known to bring out the zany stuff. We've seen Beryl with like the Pantheon support. I would be down for Lahens to branch out a little bit.
I reckon we could see his elite support again. That'd be a little bit of fun. That's definitely a good one. We'll see whether he can rival Beryl's 9 deaths on the champion.
It's tough to rival Beryl.
It is, I mean, just in any way, shape, or form. But there's Dandy looking ready. As HLE also just trying to go through the notes, figure out exactly what is happening here for Nongshim. And I like the wry smile. Maybe that means there is something that has been cooked up over at Nongshim, not just delicious ramen and other products.
I'm imagining on the top of his page is written in capital letters, well in Korean, Ban Skarner, and then it's circled and underlined.
Yeah. And then there's
nothing
else
around it.
Yeah. And then there's a few doodles, like pictures of Kingin or something like that. Speaking of Kingin, here's Rumble. He's going to hit the deck. Yeah.
Oh, and yeah, it looks like they've nailed the Fear strategy.
All right, and now we're going to see a big pause because we don't know what to do from here. All of our notes have been concluded, and it's sorted out. And wait, it is a big pause. It's hilarious. Callistus does still need to be looked at, though, and it's a bit more of a flexible ban, I guess, at the end, unless the Varus is banned, in which case you have to ban Ashe, right? Something like that?
Typically, yeah. I mean, it's a little bit dangerous to give it open. We've often seen the Varus and Ashe banned in tandem, but you know, I'm not sure specifically. I mean, maybe there's something that you're concerned about, like the Vi, but we've seen Vi not be as on form recently, and it looks like it's going to go for the Ashe. Sante's going to come through. Also a pick we see banned a lot and picked a lot early on. I could see Kingin picking a carry into it, but doesn't necessarily need to pick it right now. But I think Kingin has been really popping off when he's on these carry picks. So, you know, if he's feeling confident...
Just Ambessa. Just go.
Oh, yeah.
Lock it in straight away.
Well, we'll look towards the vibe. It kind of feels like that thing, especially in the first game, when, you know, we have Fearless, but you have the picks that get banned, and then you have the picks that often get banned, but then when they don't, they just immediately get snapped up.
Yeah.
And that's kind of what we're seeing.
Vi's certainly one of those. And we'll see what Gideon decides to go for. Aurora up and available certainly has been pretty powerful. And if you were watching closer, then yeah, she is absurd.
Yeah, a lot of potential with the champion. Technically a flex, although often seeing it mid at the moment.
Yeah, and when we do see it top, it's not as impactful as it used to be last year.
Yeah, I mean, in theory, you could play it bot, but...
Oh, yeah, true.
That. Maokai going to come through from Peanut, which, if you remember last year in summer, I had like an insane win streak on this champion, and Zeka got the Yone. That's actually something, you know what, I'm going to say it, I missed, because typically we've just seen Yone permaban in HLE because they have 2 great Yone players.
Yeah.
And one of them's got it.
Yeah, and we saw this in our last series. We'll see whether Fisher can do another closer performance, as that Ambessa we were talking about is going to be locked in for Kingin. So we're going to have some brawlers on the map here to start this one off. I'm actually really liking it as far as just making sure we see a lot of fights and things like this. Not a whole lot of range being put into this one outside of, I guess, the Aurora.
A lot of dive. I think if I was Nongshim, I'd be looking at picks like Ezreal, like Xayah. They take the Ezreal out. I think the Xayah makes sense as well. I mean, I know we've talked about Xayah sometimes has shortcomings when you have like multiple layered engages. So she can obviously, you can't ult all them, but into a Vi in particular, I think it'd be safer just to take it out off the way. Especially like a defensive peel back comp with a Maokai as well. Very strong.
I would agree. I think Viper's probably looking for something like a Ziggs or a Kai'Sa as well. The Ezreal, I do really like that one as getting rid of some of these more comfortable options. And with Maokai, he does do some magic damage, Yone mixed damage, blah, 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 all those arguments, but I still think that like Ziggs Kai'Sa is so strong in this instance for Viper.
I mean, Kai'Sa works so well because of the flexibility and sort of damage profile, but also, you know, you can build Zhonya's for free and not really have to worry about it.
Oh, wait, Jiu can just pick Kai'Sa himself.
Yeah, he could. Could end up seeing, you know, we've talked a lot about Kai'Sa Xayah and the matchup. Could end up being that matchup here. Especially if you have Delight, who obviously loves Rakan.
True.
Jinx can get taken away, eliminating some of that range, long-range potential in the team fight reset. That's one thing, like the immediate impact of the team fights from Nongshim is very much known. We can see that right now. But momentum in these fights can be a big blocker when you have these this tanky front line. And they do go for the Kai'Sa, as you said. And it looks like it is going to be the Xayah in return. And it wouldn't surprise me if it's just Xayah Rakan.
Yeah, I think if you've got Delight, you may as well put him on one of his best champions. They've already banned away the Leona, which can have a decent matchup into it. But also, I imagine the Leona was just banned because Lehens really loves the champion. So Viper is still hovering it, though. We'll see whether they do move to something else. I was just hoping, for some reason, for him to pick Kog'Maw. Just would have been fun. Don't know why, just did.
Would have been neat.
Yeah, it would have been neat. You know how there's just like, sometimes you just get that vibe where like, oh, I just want this champion here. And Viper would play it. Anyway, Delight still just trying to find the Rakan button. Instead, finds the Poppy one and is going to be able to lock that one in. Steadfast Presence can be very frustrating for a Kai'Sa, so you can understand it.
Yeah, good into Vi as well. Decent at mitigating Nautilus and just very tanky early on, especially compared to the Nautilus. So I feel like HLE, a lot of defensive tools in their composition to kind of protect Viper. He did go Deathless in their last series. You have Zeka on Yone, you have Peanut on Maokai. I feel like they got a lot of power, a lot of comfort, but...
Did Peanut lose on Maokai towards the end of last year, or has he just remained undefeated for like forever?
I'm pretty sure he did in playoffs. I'm pretty sure there was... Because I think it did happen in playoffs. It got left open, they lost. But obviously they won the whole of playoffs, so I think with...
Yeah,
you know,
yeah, I think you make that sacrifice, but it's a fun stat. If he's still just that many games in a row without a loss, it would be kind of insane.
Yeah, I mean, this very much seems like one team has a lot of peel tools, a lot of defensive tools, and the other team is just dive, 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 kill, kill, kill. So it'll be fun to see them interact. I do think that HLE have given themselves some good tools to mitigate. It kind of feels like playing Vi into Maokai Poppy does not sound fun at all. And neither does playing... Wow.
Look at those oranges. That's amazing. They're the ones that are about to get crushed by a raccoon, right? With his bare hand.
With his bare hand,
yeah.
As opposed to his normal raccoon hand.
Yeah, straight into the paw. Unless they can escape it, and utilizing a draft like this, I think they should be able to avoid the bear crush. We'll just see. Because Nongshim have also got themselves a fair bit of power. That's mid lane Ambassador as well, which is kind of fun. Is it? Whew, let's jump into the rift. All right, here we go, ladies and gentlemen. And honestly, if it is the Ambessa mid,
it is,
then I like it a whole lot more. You mentioned, you know, that Aurora can be flexed. We haven't seen it find as much success on the top side. Into a Cassante, I imagine that you're kind of feeling okay about it.
Yeah, it's interesting. You know, we have seen Fisher play even the Neferi before in the mid lane, so definitely not unfamiliar to like these AD mids, but we kind of just had a textbook demonstration of how Aurora can dominate Yone mid lane by closer.
So it's more just saving the Ambessa matchup? Maybe the matchup... Hang on.
Yeah, that's... And the thing is as well, I don't know. I mean, one thing I'll say for sure is that if a swap ends up happening, Cassante is going to be in a much more chill position than Aurora.
He's a pretty chill guy.
They are going to spot the bot lane going top, and I want to see what they're going to do about it.
Well, right now, Kingen is just going to move towards Zeka in this mid lane, say hi to his former teammate. So, you still got the DRX jersey, man? How you feeling? Right now, Zeka is not too psyched because he wasn't expecting a, 1v2.
Yeah, and they're just happy with a swap situation.
Well, they're going to give up the entire range of melee minions just to try and get Zeus out of the way. Ooh, okay, you'll take a flash for
that was very limit testing from both players. You know, Zeus had the W, he's like, come on, hook me, and then Lehens didn't.
And he knows that Lehens goes for those. He goes for another one, as Jiwoo's going to try and get some autos in.
So the lower health of Zeus makes him a real threat to be dove, but Lehens, I mean, Lehens is healing up the potions, but also if he gets low, that's a threat. Kingen has just decided, I'm going to be annoying.
Yeah, and it's working out. Peanut does spot him there.
Now this was interesting to see how they would navigate leaving the Aurora alone on the tower wasn't going to be ideal. So they're like, let's just go back to the old school triple lane.
Yeah. And without as much protection on the top side, can make things a little bit bothersome, as Delight is just being annoying here. Takes a buckler to the noggin. Okay, let's see whether Zeus can survive this one. The flash out from Lehens. And the fully charged up turret is a bit dangerous, but it should get a little bit less excited. And there it is. First blood going over to Jiwoo. And meanwhile, on the other side of the map, or in the middle of the map, there is a dead Ambessa. So immediate first blood going over to Nongshim, but the answer is swift.
Yeah, and Zeus is going to TP back in, so he doesn't miss too much from this. And if you actually look at how the farm has played out, Viper's really far ahead in terms of CS compared to Jiwoo.
Yeah.
So even with the kill, the gold is about even. Between them. So overall, I think the strategy that Nongshim had makes sense, but because Peanut got that gank off, it's kind of actually ended up with them being slightly favored. Nongshim does have the feat of strength though, so I guess
there's that.
There is that.
It was a full wave, I think, that we're seeing just get eliminated towards that top side. So that is a large reason why Viper is so far ahead. No teleport available for this guy. So let's have a look at this from Fisher again. All right, Peanut just flashed on top of him, got the Bramble Smash, and Zeka was able to finish it off.
Yeah, not really much to be done.
Yeah, sometimes you miss a Q and that kills him. And that is kind of precisely what it looked like here on the bottom side of the map. Zeus, he gets through the first salvo, but unfortunately there was another one prepared.
Yeah, I mean, they get the damage down. They're very patient with the timing, especially when you have two ranged damage dealers. It makes sense. But you see how low the tower damage is on Kingen on the redive, because it's longer now, the cooldown time, but they waited the full amount.
Yeah.
So really well played from Nongshim. Definitely been practicing those dives since the new season, and they're able to make that one pretty swift. Now, top side.
Yep, Lehens will always go for that one, as Delight uses his steadfast presence, but isn't actually going to be able to win out on the trade just yet. Viper and Jiwoo trading blows just a little bit there, and Lehens will have that hook back off cooldown, and he will be using it again.
Yeah, there's definitely some matchups where the Poppy just completely shuts down these engaged champions, but Nautilus is one where, like, even if you block, the dash he gets from his Q, he can still just, like, auto you. So it's not as favorable as some of the others.
Yep. And Zeka doing the thing where, you normally press Unbound Soul first, but he just does it without pressing the Unbound Soul button and just walks Fisher out of the lane.
Yeah, the early triple daggers, very annoying to deal with.
Yeah.
He gets so much value from attack speed on, both Yasuo and Yone, but yeah, not sure 100% what the thought process was on the swap between Ambessa and Aurora. Obviously Kingen's having a great time in this matchup right now, but it definitely feels like Fisher is struggling a little bit.
Might just be that Kingen is the better Aurora player, or Fisher is the better Ambessa player.
True.
Could be something like that. It's comfort for the players.
Yeah, it could also be that, like, look, I'm Ambessa, I'll still be useful. Just dumpster Zeus, please.
Well, right now, doing okay is Kingen in the matchup. Not ahead by that much, to be perfectly honest, just a wave. But I think there is a wave heading towards Kingen. His teleport up and available, hasn't actually been back yet. So it does need to spend some of that money. As now you got Nongshim considering some grubs, as they do spawn right now. Zeka might make that a little bit more difficult here, as he unbinds the soul in a kind of awkward spot. But Peanut, happy Christmas, going to be moving over towards these grubs now to see whether they can deny that feat of strength, as Jiwoo going to get smashed into the wall, actually taking a lot of damage. Ignite coming down. No steadfast presence was available, but the flash in, and Delight is just going to solo kill him, basically. I think that was like 1 or 2 autos from Viper, and otherwise it was all the Poppy.
Yeah, pretty rough, and honestly, Jiwoo unfortunately uses both his sums. Delight really doesn't care about flashing. He has Hex Flash, he just unlocked it.
Yeah, he actually, it's Poppy as well, like the ultimate Hex Flasher.
Yeah, Jiwoo just in a poor position there, and Gideon gets 2 grubs and gets out, so he's kind of okay with that situation. But yeah, it feels like they kind of caught sleeping by Delight there on this spot.
Yeah, straight up. It's a was a very weird kill, because it just was like Delight found a heroic charge, and then they were like, oh, but it's just Poppy, he'll be fine. Wasn't fine, actually.
Yeah, and now
Kind of died.
20 CS lead between the 80 carries, which is a large amount this early. And it's fortunate that Nongshim got that first kill on the Jiwoo, because if they didn't, this would be even more dire.
Well, Peanut is, you know, you were saying even more dire. I think this fits the category as the Nature's Grasp comes through. Oh, unfortunately, they both get caught. It's pick your poison as far as who you want to take down, but Delight is dead, as the turret is going to take him out. And now Peanut is going to get revenge, but the turret is also getting revenge. And so I guess, Jiwoo, welcome back to the game, my friend. Some extra money being thrown in there. If they were able to do that cleanly and grab both of those kills, then perhaps it was just going to be game over.
Just a massive fumble. Like, the fact that Peanut has level 6 and Jiwoo has no summoner spells, and even Jiwoo made the mistake of getting caught by the ultimate. Like, this should have been an easy dive for HLE. Let's kind of have a look at what went wrong. So Jiwoo obviously takes the route. That's not ideal. Viper has aggro first, and then Delight re-grabs aggro here.
Oh no, does he buckler Jiwoo at the end?
I even just ordered him. And then here, you know, Peanut was definitely planning to W to drop aggro. The thing is, Vipe had ult, so you could kind of do that at any time. They just waited too long. That is just, honestly, both Delight and Peanut making large uncharacteristic errors that have slingshotted Jiwoo back in the game.
Yeah. And yeah, you can still see that Viper is ahead by like 500 or so gold, but that doesn't matter. Jiwoo just got like 3 kills. So welcome back. Glad you can play the game.
Yeah, I mean,
so we've got 80 carries that are kind of even now.
If they'd played the dive correctly, it'd be over 1,000 gold lead, and the game might just be done.
Yeah.
So, you know, and an extra chance being given here. And then Jiwoo definitely a player who want to make the most of it. Now, they are looking for Kingen, but he does have just an absurd amount of wave clear. So very hard to do much with it. Lehens is toying with the idea of diving a Cassante.
I think he's just about to dive a Cassante. I think that's Lehen's way. I think that is his permanent state of being. Just wanting to get a minion wave in here as Gideon going to move on over. Does see that ward, so Zeus with full information. Peanut nowhere in the vicinity. I think they're going to look for it. Vault Breaker to come through as Kingen throws down the ulti just to try and clear out some minions, but Gideon just going to die. Kingen also going to die on the other side, as we can see here. And Zeus says, what the heck are you doing, bro?
Yeah, so I guess Nongshim just not prepared for the fact that Cassante can CC you for like 17 seconds and is really tanky.
And can mitigate all of your CC, yeah.
Yeah, new information that they've just learned.
If someone could get that Showmaker copy faster in the chat, that would be great for Nongshim. I think they really need it.
This is kind of the thing as well, where like when you are playing in a swap situation, I know it's like a lot after the initial swap, but when you're weak-sided, it's very difficult to kind of do anything. And here, yeah, blocks the CC for the Q, zip, zap, zip, dead. You know, I also think Zeus
didn't even look that difficult.
Yeah, I mean, last year, even at Worlds a lot, Zeus was doing a fantastic job of playing dives against multiple people. But here, Kingen unfortunately uses all of his tools before anyone takes aggro, and then Pino just tanks a couple of tower shots and goes, there you go, Viper.
Yeah. And so Viper is going to even out the kill score between the 280 carries. He hasn't died himself, though, and an Essence Reaver has been completed. It's going to be a pretty scary Xayah moving into the mid-game.
Yeah, is now 1,000 gold up.
Yes, he's now finally got there. Some grubbies being considered here by Nongshim, as well as Peanut going to move on over. Does find the Nature's Grasp, but the public execution into that back line. Peanut pretty tanky, though, and now Viper is there to deliver the damage. Lehen's going down lower and lower, and Fisher is basically out of the fight. The double knockup from Zekka as he dives forward. He's going to find another one, actually giving a double kill over to Viper, who's on 5. Remember, this guy hasn't died all season. Well, actually, no, since his first matchup against Gen G, but since their last matchup, he hasn't died.
We forget about that first season. We forget about that one.
Yeah, the first game was not one that Harmon Life Esports fans want to remember, and we're going to continue keeping it that way to make them feel better about it.
You know what? I feel like this is a game of learning. We learned diving Cassante, bad idea.
And I learned that Harmon Life Esports had a match before their KT series.
Yes, and we also learned Zekka, somewhat good at Yone.
Oh, really?
Yeah, new information that we have just
really
discovered.
Cool.
Yeah, so that is a problem. It looks like the Ambessa didn't manage to shut him down really in lane.
Peanut and Lehen's just having some fun. Of course, former teammates, as we know. Viper up here just in the face of 2 people hitting the turret. and they know that Peanut's there. Delight's going to move over. Yeah, they're going to kill the turret. Hook is going to connect onto Delight, and he cares about as little as possible. Just throws his shield into that thing and then moves away.
Yeah, this game is starting to feel really problematic for Nongshim. 4,000 gold deficit right now.
Yeah.
And half of that is between the 80 carries. And, you know...
2.2k.
Let's just amp it up. There's
we
an
were
extra...
exclaiming about the 1k, like, I feel 2.5 minutes ago.
There's an extra 400 gold right there. Yeah, so the replay, they focus a lot into the Maokai, not the optimal target. Ult comes through, which knocks away the Aurora. And then we see Delight stun Lehen. So already, Nongshim massively on the back foot. Bear in mind, this is a 4v5.
Oh, and that was a triple knockup.
Yeah.
He did get Fisher as well, so...
Yeah. So, I mean, Zeka just doing everything, but this is also a 4v5 from HLE, and it didn't look particularly close.
Yeah. Well, Peanut has 2 belts to hold up his very heavy pants, and Zeka is going to move on over and stop Kingin from taking down this turret. We're having a look at the feats of strength. Okay, we're not going to do that because we've got some tinsel on some brambles.
Oh.
Getting a flash from Kingin.
Flash is well needed, even the ult not enough to get out. So, I mean, I think Peanut's pretty happy with the value he got from the ult there.
Absolutely. Viper loses the minion wave.
Yeah, it takes a tower hit, just, you know.
May as well.
He can take it.
Indeed. It's going to delay his Infinity Edge by 1 item, which I think is kind of fine. I like, you eventually need the attack speed. A lot of the time you do see the Infinity Edge come in second after the Essence Reaver, but I kind of like this.
Yeah.
And Blahen's moving on up. We'll be able to hold this wave before Ju does make it over here. So Gideon starting off this dragon will be the first objective to be fully taken, as of course we've got 3 grubs apiece, but it wasn't all in the same set of grubs. And Gideon is going to be able to secure this. So first dragon going over to Nongshim. All right, there's a positive for Nongshim.
Yeah, they got a dragon.
Just only look at that part of the scoreboard and you'll be feeling absolutely psyched.
Well, the thing is, you know, yes, there's a big gold lead, but if you just kind of cover over all of HLE, it's like, oh, they got Fierce Blood, they have some gold, they got some grubs, you know?
Yeah.
It's just relatively rough. I feel like that's one thing. On the scoreboard, we have this new thing that shows the goal difference between different roles. I don't think it's helping with this positive mindset.
No, I don't think so either, because it means that, like, because it used to be that the top side of the screen was where all the bad stuff was happening, and the bottom side, you can just ignore the other side, and it's fine. That teleport was actually hilarious as, okay, Zeka going hyper-aggressive, and there's Delight again! Ju able to get himself out of the way, but it's not good enough, and what the heck? This puppy is still going! Decides he doesn't even need to press his keep his verdict button, because the damage had already been done.
Yeah, G were not having a good time. You know, got those extra kills earlier on, and that was kind of the highlight of the game right now. And it just feels like HLE are kind of bullying them.
Yeah, the fact that, like, you've got a 2, 1, and 5 Poppy who is able to just run in with impunity and not die.
Yeah, who also went Zeke's, just because, like, I am the carry, you know? You look on the other side of the hands, it's like, oh, I'm going to shield my carry. The light is like, no, that's not how I play the game.
No, it's Zeke'sing time. Zeka is unbinding the soul, looking for an option here. Let's see whose ultimate's going to work out as he gets the knockup.
It's just a how much
didn't actually have it.
Cover with that.
Yeah. Blade of the Ruined King done, so the Yone is very frightening if he wasn't enough already. It's going to be out of turret secured by HLE. Peanut thought that he was needed, but he was actually kind of not. As he's going to pull out these Raptors, continue about his merry way as we check out the replay of Zeka just seeing what was up. As the ult doesn't find the target, but he had the Q charge.
I like how we get a drive-by TP as this happens. But yeah, Ignite just does the thing.
And like there was the locket, there was the ulti, didn't matter. Just didn't last long enough.
If Delight wants you dead, you're going down.
Absolutely. That's apparently what it means. Well, Gideon looking for an opportunity here. I think Zeka smells something in the water. And it might just be that this turret is given up, although Zeka can unbind the soul, look to clear out the wave. And it's going to be a tough one as, okay, there's a cease and desist as the public execution comes through. The flash out from Zeka, let's see whether, no, he's not going to stay alive. That is just a lot of commitment and a lot of damage as HLE looking to answer on the other side.
Yeah, a little bit overconfident. His ult came up literally 2 seconds after he died.
Oh, God.
So if he had that, maybe he could have gotten away, but yeah, the flash vial is really Gideon saying, I've had enough. I'm sick of your shenanigans. And they will be able to get a tower and an objective bounty out of this. Positives?
Yep, there is that. That is. They did lose an inner turret on the top side of the map, so maybe that goes against the positives. But you don't need to look at that. You just look at this, and this is pretty good for Nongshim.
Yeah. I mean, it's a nice buffer, but then the follow-up from the Ambassador gives you struggle. And I think, you know, if you had ult, you get a flash ult. If you can see at the bottom of your screen, it just comes up at the end of that replay. So
not going to be an option.
Playing with fire a bit too much there.
Oh god, okay, so Viper,
and now
he's got his quick blades and his Infinity Edge is almost done. Just needs a cloak and a recipe completion.
You can tell the game's turning around because Gideon actually has a 26 gold bounty. We'll see when the scoreboard returns.
Oh man, that's actually that's insane.
That's how you know Gideon's in control of the game.
That's like a whole minion.
Oh, it's up to 30.
Whoa!
30, 33, 34.
We're approaching cannon territory.
I'm investing in Gideon.
Oh yeah.
He's
that's Gideon to the moon.
Racking up the bounty right now.
In the meantime, Viper is 2.9 thousand gold ahead.
Yeah, that's a lot.
Yeah, that's like a full item. And we can see that it is almost a full item that he has completed.
I feel like it's so... Woo! Those drive-by teleports are
That's so fun.
I feel like it's... Peanut
is
just having some
fighting. The rest of the team not fighting. Oh, hi Shelly, welcome. Didn't see you there, but she is going to be able to help take down that inner turret. And another one is going down on the bottom side of the map as Peanut could be... No, is he going to be in trouble? That's the question, as Viper's going to come on over. There's the flash out. Cease and desist will kill him, but Gideon's going to go down as well, and now the fight has really broken out, and Nongshim want nothing more of this. But the flash forward comes in, and Zeus says, no, 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 no. We are fighting. The all-out comes in, trades for the killer instinct, as Jiu's going to be able to try and do something here. Flashes. Oh, the Void Seeker was almost enough, but another heroic charge is going to be the end of him as public execution, and somehow Zeus is still alive. Oh, get that. It needs to be back in the chat again. I know that we called for it before and it filled up the chat, but it has to come back again. This Cassante is doing some Cassante things.
He's just... I mean, the fact he flashes in, doesn't hit the knock-up, and then he just stays in, keeps going further and further. I think, you know what, I think watching this replay, because, I mean, Peanut's tanky, right? But Peanut dies. I think we should go into it and think, at what point should a normal champion die? So, I mean, this is fine. He's healthy. You know, he goes in, misses the flash, unfortunate. Okay, a little bit aggressive. They're both hitting him. You know, perhaps now. I think he should have died there.
Yeah.
But then, wait. Perhaps now.
Yeah, perhaps now.
No?
Oh, God. Fisher couldn't do, like, he couldn't do any of his buttons because Zeus had another knockback. Oh, God. Okay, well, thanks Cassante for existing in the game. Understandable as to why it was first picked throughout the day, to be perfectly honest. It was in our previous series, also won that one in the hands of Morgan. It looks like Zeus is going to follow suit as far as the victories are concerned, because this game is sitting a little bit closer to a 7,000 gold lead than a 6. And HLE just one objective away from putting their feet on as well.
Lehen's just a long flank.
This is a very long flank.
He's just waiting. He's like, guys, I'm here.
I'm ready.
I'm going to
get two-shot by Viper, who has...
No. Give him more credit. He's going to...
Oh, he can get that blood pedal.
Yes.
He can get that blood pedal. That's value.
That's... Oh, the flank.
Oh, God, wait. Maybe it's working. Maybe it's working. It's a TP over the wall from King, and Lehen's, he's turned up. I mean, Gideon's already dead. They dive in on top of Viper. A whole bunch of buttons are pressed, but he has the... Oh, he stole it! And he stole it! King and picks it up! And they managed to take down Viper there as well. The damage... They're getting Cassante! Oh, God, they're getting mega Cassante. But the Yone's dead, and the Cassante does finally actually die. And they don't really die themselves. So in the Keeper's verdict, I think they're going to keep themselves alive. But man, Nongshim, the Noodles making their way back into the fight.
This is the difference between us and Lehen's, because we were talking about the blood pedals, right? He saw that coming.
Oh, yeah.
Right? This was the strategy from the start, but it's actually a good flank that comes in. If we look at how Lehen's plays it, he ult flashes on Viper for the immediate knockup. The follow-up comes in from the Ambassador, and even though Viper does eventually get his ult off, he's so low. And I mean, I don't even...
Yeah, that just shouldn't have
happened. But the rest that happens is good team fighting from Nongshim. But it's clear that HLE are like, guys, they have the buff, we should get out. Zeus' ult runs out. I think that's a reason why he didn't keep Cassanteing.
But also, like, I mean, they should have got that the Arakan, and then everything is so much better.
Everything is so much better.
For HLE.
But they
Peanut just sometimes decides that a smite is just not worth hitting. He'd rather kill the champions, and that is precisely what they're going to look to do now as Bramble Smash pushes Lehens under the turret. He is going to go back home. They're going to get some money for that one, as they send a couple back, in fact.
Yeah, so one thing we've talked about a fair amount with the Voracious Arakan is that when you have it, you can kind of just run it down and not be punished that hard. But the problem is that is a very different statement from you should run it down. Okay? There's two different things.
Yeah.
If you can get away with it, that doesn't mean that the best use of your buff is just charge into the tower against Maokai Poppy and die.
And it's
I want to make that clear.
Okay, Kingen throws down the ulti. There's a public execution as they get underneath the turret. That's another cease and desist, and Viper is on the floor once again. Zeus is also dead as Delight, the next one on the chopping block. As Fisher, he's just going to be sent home. The ulti comes forward from Zeka, but doesn't find the target, which was Gideon. He's going to jump onto Jiwoo, though, and he is going to be sent home. As Lehens comes back, he really dies if he does go down. The anchor is going to be avoided. And Nongshim have brought this game back to within 2,000 gold.
I mean, they've gotten so much value out of this. You know, excusing that when Gideon and Lehens went on the tower and just died, the gank after that, the play after that, sorry, killing Viper without the ult, and Fisher, who had a very underwhelming and best game so far, he hit the ult on Viper at Arakan, and he hit the ult there, was on point with it.
That's all he needed.
And actually, I mean, I'm not sure, the overlay is showing him as having the ult, but I assume he didn't. I assume that's bugged, because, I mean, he would have pushed it. But either way, Viper goes down. It's hard to really trade in this situation. You've lost your AD carry who's very fed, and when you kill them, they just don't even really die. They do a good job, though, of looking for Jiwoo after, but it looks like we're going back to live. Now, it's a dragon apiece, and you've kept the gold. The gold is now close. It's a dragon apiece. The game is playable again, somehow.
Yeah. And if Viper continues to just keep dying to Nongshim having all of this targeted CC that is basically unanswerable if Lehens is going to, like, ult flash him, like, if you get ult flashed and then public execution, and then everything else in the kitchen sink, as Peanut's going to get engaged on one more time. Getting confirmation that Viper did actually have the ultimate and just didn't manage to press it.
Oh, well, Viper did have ult. So that's just a uncharacteristic misplay for the player who didn't die in the last series against KT.
Yep.
Just didn't press his ult there, got caught off guard. So Nongshim, though, they're now actually doing damage. I think there's a significant change to Peanut, at least. I'm not sure how much they're going to do to Zeus when he presses ult, but...
well, he did lose half of his health bar. And remember, whoever gets this next objective does get the feat.
He does that when he presses ult anyway, so is he really bothered?
Yeah, true.
Yeah, I think if he loses the other half, that's when he's got to be concerned. But
HLE are looking a little bit frightened about how this one's going, as there's the ulti forward, giving Fisher a bit of his own medicine as a twisted advance to lock him in place. There are the feats going over, but HLE have taken down the mid laner, and they're looking for a Baron now as an opportunity.
Yeah, very weird to hit 25 minutes Baron spawn, and that's when feats come through. But now down Fisher, no TP as well, so it's a long time before he can be here. HLE are starting the Baron.
Well, Viper's going to get hit by that one. Keeper's Verdict gets rid of Lehens, which is a large amount of their engage. I think staying on the Baron sounds like a good idea here for HLE, but they do back away.
I think
I
they
wasn't
could have done
expecting.
it.
Yeah, it was down so low.
Yeah,
they got rid of the engage.
Gideon couldn't be in smite range.
I think really, yeah, he already lost a smite ward to an Aurora, so maybe he just wanted full monopoly.
I think he didn't have smite actually, or did he just smite something there? Because I'm looking. You can see on the bottom left, it had him with one smite charge, so... I mean, it looks like he had it here, but maybe he used it on Ambessa. It's hard to see sometimes, the overlay. Yeah, he smited there, so he didn't have smite, so maybe he just didn't have smite for the Baron, and that's why he held it. Either way, definitely they didn't have the confidence to go for it in the end. Maybe we can get confirmation of that as well.
Yeah, we just need the replay to be inspected.
Did Peanut have smite when Baron was there, is what I'm looking to know.
Certainly some weird things going on here.
Yeah.
In this particular game.
Yeah.
Zeus possibly... No, it's just a Nautilus, so I don't know whether Nautilus and Aurora are going to be enough to take down this Cassante before he just makes his way out or kills them. As Jiwoo stands on a control ward, he's going to be able to deliver another Void Seeker towards Viper is now they'll start off the Baron, and it is extraordinarily low. Teleport available for Zeka, and HLE need to get in here. It's down to 50% health. Voidseeker this time is going to miss, and now the teleport's coming in. The Baron's extremely low as Delight goes in. It is going to be the Baron secured by Nongshim, but the ulti into the backline from Zeka might be the end of Gideon. No, Blast Cone is going to make sure that that one does not happen, and they'll keep a few of these Barons alive, and maybe, if you're Nongshim, you're just saying it's kind of worth. I mean, it's still 1,000 gold in the positive thus far after losing their bottom lane.
Yeah, Kingen has a lot of wave clear. The only real big wave that was there is bot lane, which Fisher is just picking up right now. So, not ideal. Obviously, it'd be nice not to lose your AD carry, but I think they're kind of okay. It depends what HLE can do here, because it looks like they're planning to take this mid inhibitor tower, and I think if that goes down, you start to feel less okay.
I'm going to say that it's probably worth for HLE at this point in time, as taking this inhibitor going to provide them with a whole lot of strength in this lead up towards the next Dragon and the lead up towards the next Baron, in fact. As it's going to take some time for that inhibitor to repair itself.
Yeah, not the end of the world. I feel like of all the inhibs to lose mid, definitely the least problematic. You know, you often have someone in the mid lane pushing the wave out anyway. Yeah, true. Get a replay of the situation. And I think Jiwoo is so focused on damaging the Baron. This stun comes in, he just gets CC chained. Gideon does a good job of securing the objective, but as soon as Jiwoo goes down, you know you have no chance of fighting this. The Baron recall.
You see Fisher was just leaving?
He's just out.
He's just out.
Yeah.
He's like, nah, guys, we ain't gonna win this one.
You're on your own, buddy. I mean, the right call. Keep as many of these Baron buffs alive as possible. Ultimately, still a positive Baron power play you can see in the top left, but haven't really been able to make much happen. Those inner towers for HLE are still up and standing, and I'm not really sure Nongshim are going to find a way to punish them. So I think we're just looking at this next Dragon in a minute 20 being the focus point.
And if HLE are the ones that take it down, then it's going to be 2 Dragons apiece, which hasn't moved the needle much as well. So I think maybe it's next Baron that we're going to be considering. That should be the big one. But the Drake is going to be the next one that's up, so that might be where we do see another fight. And if Soul Point does come in, then that is definitely a lot of value. And you got triple evolve now for Jiwoo. He's now got his upgraded shoes as well, which feels pretty nice.
Yeah, when the pen has the pen boots as well, so a lot of magic penetration available there.
Yep. Voidseeker's already hurting, and it's going to be even worse
they will
now.
be hurting a lot. Viper does have the GA, and it's starting to pick up some armor pen. I mean, there wasn't that much armor on the other side. Still want it. But going to be a much harder target to take out now that he has that res available.
Yeah, and I think just definitely needed that. He was certainly getting thrown into the washing machine over and over again. And probably just wants to not let that wombo combo be the death of him every single time. As Zaya's here catching waves towards the top side. And Jiwoo's going to be able to push out this bottom side wave as well. So Nongshim even able to get onto the map to try and get some vision around this Dragon that is now spawning, but everyone is not quite here. Fisher with teleport can certainly join. Let's see whether it is going to be Soul Point for Nongshim or whether HLE just going to be able to even out the Dragons. There's another zooming teleport from the Ambessa.
Oh, here's another.
Yeah. Okay, in comes Zeus. And Gideon from over the wall. I think they know that it's a bit of a shaky peanut when it comes to the smites. So if Gideon can get in there and make them nervous, it could be a tough one. Oh! He just flashes in! They dive on top of the Xayah, who does go down to the GA pretty immediately. And now Fisher's in amongst it. Kingen trying to get out of there. The problem is, Viper comes back alive. And then they threw their kitchen sink, and Viper said, I don't mind. That's actually okay. We'll take the objective.
Yeah, the GA buy really paying off there.
Yeah, I would say that like this is where you should probably have a look at the inventories. I don't know whether they would have made the same play, as that buffer was kind of cute, but Lance is still going to die. Viper going to be able to take down his ex-Griffin teammate on the bottom side of the map, and yeah, HLE just continue about their business.
I mean, it was played so well by Gideon, it's kind of the frustrating thing, but
yeah,
it's counteracted by that single item, which makes it hard to bounce back. So goes for the flash ult, so Viper has no time to react, and the CC follow-up is there. And then Jiwoo is kind of forced away, forced to flash away from Zeka, who just rebinds Soul.
And the Keeper's Verdict hits too.
Yeah, and I think that Jiwoo being out of the fight, the Keeper's Verdict hitting, it meant they just weren't really in position to follow up, despite the good initial play. And I kind of think it's showing some of the issues with Nongshim's composition into HLE, like they have to kill Viper, really, for them to win, especially now he's full build. But there's a lot of things that make it difficult. You know, the fact he's a Xayah, the fact you have your Maokai, your Poppy, the threat of the Yone. And you can definitely see how, even with some excellent engages like that, it can still not be an ideal fight.
Yep. And Viper is now at 350 CS here at 32 minutes, which is almost a Flame Horizon. Has 6 items, and so the Xayah is kind of like, it's just ticks, you know, in the boxes, outside of using the ult in that previous fight, but I don't think we're worried about that too much.
No one's that tanky on Nongshim, so Viper will just shred everyone so quickly.
Everyone is just probably going to die. And Peanut's got a Rooken, he's not really too worried about what Kingan's doing. And you can see that Zeus, he also has one, and he is also not too bothered by anything at all. So the Baron's going to be up in 25 seconds time, and I think HLE should be a little bit more confident in their ability to stick around this time.
Yeah, I will say though, I think Nongshim need to be, Gideon, don't want this 1v1.
This is not what he wanted. He wanted to be, yeah, a little bit more stealthy. Doesn't quite work out here. Zeka does need to kill him before his soul rebinds, and that is not going to happen. So
he's out, but ult down.
Yeah, out.
Be a bit frustrating, and he kind of has to make his way towards Baron, which is up. I will say, GA is down, so this is kind of what Nongshim do want to play around the fact that Viper doesn't have that, but without Vi ult.
Yeah, then what's the point? That's a bit of a dangerous one, as, yep, there's the Keeper's Verdict from the Shadows, and Kingan's now out of the fight. That is going to be a free Baron, because they also had the Nature's Grasp just to make sure that no one could get in.
You know, I'm just not really sure what Gideon was doing there. Specifically, you're kind of isolated, you're kind of alone.
It was a pull bay flank. It felt like a pull bay flank.
Yeah, a little bit.
Not on the right champion, but it was certainly it was a deep covert ops mission.
Yeah, and now HLE with Baron, you know, they have taken down all structures outside of Nongshim's base. A little bit tricky to crack. I mean, they're obviously already taken that inhib tower mid, but looks like they're trying to immediately set the pace here and protect this wave. TP from Xayah specifically, I guess, just to make sure it's the pressure. It's only some casters, so.
Viper also sold his GA because it was on cooldown and built an arm guard, so that now he has another way to mitigate. Outside of just being able to use his ultimate, now has that other way of doing so. So if that kitchen sink is thrown, then he just spams the arm guard button, and when he comes back out, does have that Featherstorm to continue doing damage, has that mobility and all that sort of stuff. So
yeah, he knows that in this game the Vi is pressing R on him.
Yes.
You can make it as undesirable as possible for the Vi, but there's still just not really a better target unless Zeka massively misplays all his mobility.
This turret is very dead.
Yeah, they're going for the long flank here.
Can they do that before the Nexus explodes? That's the big question, as even HLE a bit confused about where Gideon is as he walks over the wards now. All right, charging up that Vault Breaker. Will be able to get in, but Delight just says, no, my friend, that is not going to happen. The ulti through from Zeka there as well. Blastcone's kind of frustrating as now everyone's piling in. Viper goes golden, but he's in amongst so many bad guys, gets a big shield, and he has already ulted, but he kills 2 of them on his way out. It's Lehens that poetically gets the kill, but it is still the end of the game as HLE will march down this bottom lane and look to take down the turrets.
You know, the miracle Arakan steal kept them in the game, but Nongshim just can't do enough. The peel available to HLE, they shut down the flank attempt from Gideon, and even though Viper does go down in the end, enough damage is done, and HLE will claim their first Nexus of the series.
Yep. You can see that, you know, the spirits were not too down on the side of Nongshim. Kingan having a bit of a giggle here. I think they knew that they were gifted another chance in this game. Didn't quite get there. Viper was, yeah, pretty absurdly powerful in that particular game. And once he figured out the right items to build, the things to have in that inventory, it was kind of all over here for Nongshim.
He
but
did
another
die,
draft
though.
next time.
He did die, though, which is more than KT managed.
That is very true. And in fact, he died like 3 times this time around. That's a very cute Poppy picture. And of course, yeah, Delight having one hell of a game. Like, I don't know, who is POM leader for you at the end of that one? Because honestly, the way Delight was following up on all of those engages, I really enjoyed it. But Viper is very good at Xayah.
I don't think
that's a boom boom damage vote, though.
I don't think I can give it a Viper yet. When he died with ult up, I feel that's kind of.
Yeah, Zeus was also Kassanteing a lot. We got a lot of that Poppy passer in the chat.
That team fight towards the top side when he got the triple knock up.
Yeah, true.
I think that's the thing with POM is like you can have leaders after game one.
Yeah.
You don't have to be really locked in yet. And Zeka doing a crazy amount of damage actually.
That's more damage than I was expecting. Right now for me, Zeus and Delight are probably leading after game one. We'll see what happens if HLE are able to win the series. Outside of that, you can see that Jiwoo was able to land a lot of Void Seekers. Kingen did a lot of damage there as well, but unfortunately it just wasn't quite enough.
Yeah,
and Fisher kind of left us a little wanting with his Zambessa playing mid.
Yeah, Jiwoo seeking the Void a lot, never really finding it.
Yeah, until HLE kind of put him in the Void. And we'll see what he does come out with when we get into game number 2. Time for us to go to a short break. The space afterwards, we'll be breaking that one down. A few interesting replays to go over, I could imagine. And then we'll have game number 2. We'll see you soon.
라인으로 갈게, 라인으로. 야, 이 라인 계속 쓰면 안 되냐? 바텀 라인?
그래, 빠졌고.
라인 근데 뒤에 바이, 뒤에 바이.
어떻게 그래 빠졌어?
뒤에 바이 있다, 여기.
아 괜찮아.
바이 보자, 바이.
노틸도 노플. 땀 너무 좋다.
가자.
지키면서. 안 빼사 얘들아 안 빼사.
바이
빼사
노플.
노플.
일단 데리긴 했어. 울어라.
아 이겼어. 너는 할 걸 다 했어.
여기.
내가 공풀한테 했지. 이 형님 무조건 한다니까.
바이사 노플.
다행이다.
Hi. Welcome back to the space here as it is Gen.G taking the victory over Nongshim Red Force. Or
All my life, yeah.
When I was practicing this, I did that in my head, and I was like, oh no, it's Hanwha Life. You're not going to mess it up when you go live. But it's live. We're not recorded here. Welcome to space. I'm Digon. This is, whoever.
Just
and
the look behind Digon's crazy brain.
What a wild and wacky look into Digon's brain. No, the reason why Digon is a bit thrown off, as I think we all are, was we already were. And it was great, but it was shocking on the receiving end of a Bro 2-0. And now we just witnessed Hanwha Life barely beat Nongshim, kind of.
They were super hard winning early.
Stomping.
It was like, we were like, wow, I guess this is going to be one of the faster games of the season.
We were brainstorming comedic segments.
Yeah, and then there were some errors of judgment, some potential missed smites that should have been hit. And
that's why we couldn't do those segments.
If you don't smite?
Yeah, you can't miss it.
All right, let's take a look at the highlights from this last game.
Let's talk about this one, Digon.
Yeah, you know what? This dive was not cut and dry, I'd say. A little soupy.
You know, like there's one of the Newton's laws that every action has an equal and opposite reaction. Usually in League of Legends, you know, you can't win on both sides. They kind of broke the law here.
Gideon, man. You can't just Q him. And actually Gideon later has an insane play on Viper with the flash Q. Either gotta wait it out or ult, you know, like flash ult, don't give them the response time. But that is where the game starts to devolve, because it's just those two plays. But that's where both Zeus is fine, a lot of resources are wasted, Viper starts accelerating, and things quickly go out of hand from there.
Sure, and credit to Nongshim for not crumbling at that moment where both things go wrong at the same time. Our next highlight shows the big fight back that they had. Creativity coming from Lehens as it was 20-34 with the Otacon fight. And Lehens has found his way into the bush behind everyone else. And they were joking him on the cast. They're like, yeah, what's he going to do? He's actually going to lead the charge for the Nongshim comeback.
Yeah, and I think obviously compositions like the one that Nongshim put together here aren't as gold dependent as a lot of other comps. At this point in the game, even from behind, you can make a heroic play like this, chain CC even onto a Xayah, can prevent her from actually escaping, takes a ton of damage here. Sure, she gets out of the initial exchange, but Nongshim were able to, because of Peanut's lack of smite here, able to also secure the Otacon buff, and they clean up from here.
This is with Gideon dying at the beginning of this play as well. And it's really telling that even despite getting the Otacon buff, despite winning the fight, and despite then trying to get the most value out of the buff in the subsequent skirmish, they never actually breached it. There was still always 2.5k gold behind, which really says a lot about the state of the game before it happened. And it also showed how hard it was to kill Viper, because that was ult from the Mbessa, flash ult from Lehens,
yeah.
right? So there was so much shed up there, and then it didn't matter. And it was kind of sad, because I feel like at that point I kind of wanted Nongshim to win, because it would have been funny, and then they didn't. Like Brion, Brion did win, and they didn't, and I don't know. It
was messy. There was
KT isn't playing today. What is happening?
We intentionally decided to skip the parts of the Otacon buff duration and how that was played out, because it didn't look so great, most of it.
Yeah, it didn't look so great, and basically there was one more opportunity to take Baron later on for, I think, 6 minutes after our last replay.
Veronica was really excited about this.
Yeah, and you know, we had the Hanwha Life Eagles baseball player come last week, and if there was going to be a baseball player on the side of Hanwha Life Esports, who else than Delight? Let's take a look at that.
I got nothing now, Digon. You said what I was going to say.
I'm sorry, we didn't practice it.
Now you might wonder, that's the jungler. Why does that matter? As we have a really great job observing. Shout out to the team production there. It's because that was what was it, level 18, level 17 Kingen that was desperately trying and was the one that got the Otacon in the first place and was trying so hard.
He's the only one in this fight realistically can actually lock them down and prevent the retreat, because winning the fight before the Baron is taken or preventing the Baron from taking, stealing the Baron, those are not realistic options. But if Kingen can get there and lock them down in his ultimate, maybe they can take 3 of the Barons off, get some gold back. But just kicking him away means it's a free Baron, it's a free back. Super easy, really well played by Delight, who picked the Poppy in a situation where I really didn't expect it. They set up the draft to look like it was going to be Xayah Rakan. He's like, nah, just in case we're going to win some objective fights later on, I got you.
Especially given that Gideon was on a pool bay-esque mission beforehand and unfortunately got spotted. You know, it's where you're trying to play Hitman and then you just walk into the guard and he's like, why are you here? And you don't have an answer. It's just, you're cooked.
That's right. Don't forget, he's the home run champ, is Delight. They're up 1-0 here on Nongshim Red Force. Will they be able to close it out, or will Nongshim battle back? Let's find out.
I don't know, Digon, but Nongshim will at least have side selection moving into this one, so maybe blue side could help them out. They did show that they were able to fight back, even though it was looking pretty doomed. And so perhaps the bear paws are going to be able to crush the orange that is the bear paws wielded by a raccoon. You know, all of that sort of stuff.
Yeah, we established this earlier. If you weren't there, this might not make sense.
Oh!
You need to keep up. That orange was falling apart.
Yeah, it was falling apart. It had a segment missing. My goodness. The battles are pretty intense when it comes to the fans of both of these squads.
The juice spilled.
Oh, yeah.
On the battlefield.
Mm-hmm. Well, the raccoons are definitely absolutely adorable, and so that's very useful. Now, Chelly, you can see, I think the hair's a little bit more mussed than it was last time around, and you can see Dandy's a little bit calm, confident, and we'll see what they have planned for us as we head towards this draft for game number 2.
Yeah, I think the thing I'll say is that HLE haven't looked infallible generally, but particularly even last game.
Yeah.
There was some oofs, there was that dive that they kind of butchered and gave huge kills. There was a whole Atakan debacle. So, as much as obviously they're still favored, they just had to convince a game 1. I don't think it's a sort of out of any realms realistic. Like, it's not like Genji beating Bro. Like, that's like, insanity. This is, you know, this could happen.
Yeah, and look at the picks from the last series. Like, as far as iconic champions for these players, you've got like Zeus Cassante, he's very good at that one. Peanut was basically undefeated forever on Maokai. It's Yone for Zeka. It's Zaya for Viper.
Strat.
So like,
give them the OP.
Yeah, give them all their OP champions, and then they just don't have them for the rest of the series.
Genius.
And doing it when they all have them at the same time means you get rid of all of them, because you can't just lose 5 times in a row as you're getting rid of them, you know?
Exactly. You know, maybe we're onto something. Yeah, Skarner, unsurprisingly, going to be banned again. Zyra taken away, and the Jace. So, 2 picks, I feel like the only link between them is you often have a lot of pressure with them. Fast clear speed on the Zyra. Jace, a lot of pressure here. We're just getting like the standard bans coming out from HLE. With the Cluster coming through again. I will remind you that both Varus and Ashe were banned in the last draft, and they've been left available. Rumble also was denied from Kingen because they had a pop-up performance last series. So you're limited in terms of what you can get rid of from here.
Yeah, and if it is like a Varus or an Ashe, I think that makes sense for Nongshim. Yeah, you force out the Varus ban, because otherwise you get Rumble, right? And they now have to ban Rumble, and then you get Varus. You're kind of happy about that one as well.
Yeah, I think it's one of those things where maybe the call for HLE is just don't ban one of these massive OPs. And they opt against that. They banned the Varus. So now it gives a lot of freedom for Nongshim to get a powerful first pick. The thing is, with being on red side, there's a lot of OPs open. Blue side can only take 1 at first.
Yeah.
They will take that Rumble for Kingen. Last time he played it, absolutely popped off.
How many of the really powerful picks are there available, though? Like, what are we going to lock away that's going to say checkmate to this situation? I feel like we are running low as far as those super overpowered champions are concerned.
Yeah, maybe like
Sejuani?
I was thinking Sejuani, definitely one Peanut does enjoy, but actually going towards the Xin Zhao here, which, you know, I mean, it's been serviceable. We've had some decent performances, but it's not been like oh, this pick is super broken sort of thing. I think Nongshim definitely feeling fine right now.
Yeah, I wouldn't mind like something brawly. I think a Galio sort of fits in with that one, especially if they can freely flex that one around. Of course, we've seen Galio work on the top side of the map so far this season, but also in the mid lane.
It's a really dually mid jungle, but also, you know, when we first saw Galio come into the top lane, it was specifically as a counter to Rumble.
That's what I was thinking, yeah. And at Zeus, he can kind of play everything. We know that this guy really does like to branch out as far as his champion pool. And Gideon going to take that Sejuani. Oh no, Nongshim have decided to lose. That's a bit weird.
Oh no. So it looks like it is going to be the Galio top. And for those who aren't familiar, Corki is currently
0-10.
0-10 on the LCK. 0 wins, 10 losses.
Zeka is going to choose the thing that he feels like playing. I think the Smolder would have been okay too, but instead it is going to be the Azir. Fair bit of magic damage, meaning that Viper can freely pick something with heavy AD towards that bottom side of the map. Doesn't have to worry about Ziggs and Kaisers being banned away.
Yeah.
Of course, Kaiser is already banned because
And
we're in Fearless.
the benefit as well is when you're on red side in this situation, you can have counter pick support and you get first choice of AD carries. So it's kind of a double whammy in this situation. If you target one of the pools, you can get first choice and then counter whatever else is left open. They do go for the Leona ban initially though, denying that once again from the hands.
Okay, Ezreal going to be taken away from Viper. I think that's a good one. I even think that Caitlyn kind of works in a composition like this. Having the extra range would be nice. As Misfortune taken away from Jude, wanting to make sure that they don't have that full mega wombo with the equalizer bullet time if someone does get stunned up by Gideon or some such.
Yeah, I mean, some of the AD carries left open are, you know, like Jinx, Jhin, you know, some of the things that we've seen a little bit. Definitely getting down the sort of list, like Zeri. I'm not sure you need to focus that much on AD carry bounce at this point, unless you'd be scared of like a... There's a lot of peel for like a Jinx, so that can make sense if you go with that one.
Yep.
Yeah, I mean, I think a lot of teams, I'd be like, just pick the AD carry here, get choice from the pool left, and then get counter pick. But when you have Delight, I feel like Delight is just confident to pick engage supports in or whatever, so you can just pick like Rel here and be happy.
Yeah, I think Rel would actually be fine. I was thinking Viper would go back to his Caitlyn. Feels like something that could certainly work out, but no.
It's just, you know, those are the decisions. Do we want to give Viper choice and give him the Caitlyn, or do we just want to stick Delight on an engage pick he's good with? And maybe the thought process was, guys, Rel and Rakan are open.
Yeah, unless they're going to play Rel Rakan bottom lane, we're going to be fine.
I'm sure that's what Corki needed to get his first win.
Oh, we are. Okay, we're Lucian Namiing.
It has been a long time since we've seen Lucian Nami in the bot lane. And ultimately...
Oh, wait, does this mean that we get Kate Lux? Enchanter v Enchanter?
Will Delight do it? Will he break the mold?
I feel like he'd Bard first, but nah, he's going to Lux it. There we go.
Okay, so... One of the things here is I think when Nongshim locked in the Lucian Nami, you went into that like, we need to lane swap. Because already, you know, playing the Rumble and the Galio's a fine matchup there, although Galio is pretty fine in lane swaps, just tanking a tower. But like, Lucian Nami level 1 into Kate Lux is painful. And really, Lucian Nami, like, it's weaker now than it was, but it's very much a lane where like the mid-game spike was like the driving force.
Yeah.
And Caitlyn Lux is like, well, our mid-game kind of sucks if we're behind, but we'll crush you in lane.
Yeah.
So I think that's kind of the lane dynamic that Nongshim want to avoid. And so I think heavy research needs to be done level 1 into finding out where we're going to see HLE send those laners.
Yeah, I think that it's going to have to be all about the scouting crews heading through, see where these champions are going to be going. More absolutely adorable raccoons. Love it when Nongshim's here.
None of them drawn with bear options, though, you know?
Yeah.
All with...
Oh, there's the guy from before, Zeus, just getting the head pats. Absolutely adorable.
You know, I'd be so thrown if you in Zeus' position, you just saw that.
Yeah.
Like, it would just be so distracting.
Yeah, like, hang on a second. And it just said book book all around him. Don't know what that means, but it was very cute. This is also very cute. Our first Lucian Nami towards the bottom side of the map. Just don't know whether it's actually going to work because HLE's composition looks really scary to deal with, especially as you get later on. Let's see whether the Noodles can find some magic. All right. I love that the Nongshim fans are so loud here in Lore Park. It's absolutely fantastic. Good to see, even though things weren't as good in game number 1, they are still keeping things up. The enthusiasm is there. I'll see whether that means we'll get a game 3.
So this is interesting, is that Zeus has gone Aftershock, which says to me he's like really expecting a potential like early swap. I'll give it a lot of help if you're getting dived to the tower, but it looks like they're just going normal lanes.
Yeah, it looks like Ju and Lehens are kind of okay with it. See whether that is something that will be rewarded or whether this is folly. I'm leaning towards the folly side of it just because I feel like them being able to just consistently hit you from way further away is going to be an advantage.
Yeah. Yeah. It's also the First Strike Lucian, which he does proc there, but generally First Strike's really good mid-game.
Oh, God.
Oh, no.
We've made the peace with Lehens.
Generally, First Strike is really good in the mid-game because you have enough damage to get like substantial gold from it, but like Caitlyn and Lux are notoriously good at proccing it. That's nearly heal.
Yeah, early barrier as well from Viper.
And now it's cleanse versus heal, so I feel like HLE in the advantage in sort of combat power left available. Like obviously you can defensively get out of CC, but if you go for an all-in, the extra healing on 2 targets will have a lot of value.
Yeah, it feels like the majority of the CC is going to be death for these two on the side of HLE.
Yeah.
Seeing now this wave is getting stacked up, level 2 going to be gained, so some traps able to be laid or a net available to be used in order to get out of this. See what Viper has actually opted into and if he has actually taken anything at all. As another Peacemaker comes in. Oh, man. Light Binding being included is a dangerous one as the heal just being used to keep the tempo up, keep them in the lane as much as they can. As yeah, here's the 0 and 10 Corki. It's our worst win rate here in the LCK by a very considerable margin.
And I think what's telling as well is the fact that like we have a loss from aiming and D+ have been doing generally very well. It's both groups, you know, even though obviously Group Elder's been winning a lot, they've got lost. Zeka himself has a loss.
And it's a loss for us too, because it's Corki versus Azir, which doesn't make us very excited.
Yeah. I was going to say it'd be a win for us if people stopped playing Corki because he's losing so much, but apparently not. Not to be deterred. Fish is like, I can fix it. I can fix the win rate.
Yeah, I don't know about it. I'm not sure whether I'm sold, but we'll see if the outcome of this game is going to give us some more confidence.
Yeah, and Q has already had to back, and it looks like they're going to lose a plate. So this is kind of what I was talking about. And you know what? I don't think this is a surprise to anyone.
No.
Apart from apparently Nongshim, who did end up... Maybe, I mean, to be fair, maybe it's one of these situations where they like...
Maybe they figured that they weren't able to get vision, so they just see whether HLE was going to call their bluff by double calling the bluff. Yeah, maybe just going bot.
Maybe it's like in rock, paper, scissors, where you're like, oh, if I go rock, then they'll go paper. But what if they think I'm going to go paper, so they'll go scissors?
Yeah.
But then if they go scissors, it'd be right to go rock, so I'll go rock again, and then you just lose.
You just completely overthink it.
You just overthink it, you outplay yourselves.
Yeah.
Maybe that is what went on.
It might have been the case, but maybe it was better to get the information and then just opt out, or maybe like just go first back and then go for a bit of a reset. But, you know, you don't know how it all went down. And HLE, ooh, okay, not going to quite find that one as the Lucent Singularity goes somewhat wide.
And already a 400 gold lead between 80 carries.
Yeah.
Strong start.
One plate already going over, which is pretty nutty.
That's going to come through, so we'll be able to spend a little bit here. Oh, you actually saw the ping come out in the brush from Nongshim, so nearly had a chance to stop Viper, but they don't. And it's the straight Dirk. Seen a lot of collector first Caitlyn's, which in terms of putting the pressure on in lane, very extreme.
Yeah, and it feels like, it rounds out the power spike quite nicely. I believe this is what he went for last time around as well. Wasn't quite as successful in that game.
Yeah, I think
Caitlyn.
It results in a power spread where it takes a bit longer to get going, but you don't fall off as quickly.
Yeah, it doesn't feel like as much of a trough that you're playing in.
Yeah, I think the trough ends up coming a bit later if you do end up falling behind, but if you're ahead, you're chilling.
Zeus and Kingen just hanging out here on this top side of the map. Zeus looking for these taunts, not quite finding them. And Kingen as well, not really doing too much other than throwing some harpoons around and trying to convince the Gargoyle to leave the lane. He is going to do so by the looks of things. Lehens roaming around, not necessarily on one of his more notable roaming champions, but going to be spending some time with Gideon. See whether they can get any early kills, because that first blood helped them get towards beats last time. So far, 5.5 minutes, no one to go down just yet. I don't know whether this is the time we're going to get our first Ruinous Artican. That's all I'm thinking.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's just not going to happen on this patch at all.
Yeah.
I think it needs some serious changes. We've tried, you know, some teams more than others, but it just doesn't seem like it's plausible. And it's funny because every time, you know, I'll have a day of LCK, it'll be just like completely Voracious only, no Ruinous. I'll go home, I'll play some solo queue, Ruinous every game, every single game, every single one. It's so funny. It's just it's literally like they have the professional play Artican and the solo queue Artican.
Yeah, maybe it's just a different game. As Peanut going to be able to grab one of the grubs.
That
is going to deny a feat of strength.
That's unfortunate because Gideon actually saved the smite. So he had a smite to contest there and unfortunately mistimed against Peanut. He could have gotten all 3 there if his smite was better, but Peanut redeemed himself a little bit for last game.
You can see Zeka there as well, just trying to force out Fish's flash. It's actually very cute. Doesn't actually press his ultimate button, so he can go for that one again if he'd like to. Peanut just going to walk towards Gideon. Has level 6, Gideon does not. And that means that Peanut is going to have full control over this side of the jungle.
Yeah, able to force him out. Both of them have smite again after the little grub battle they had, so Peanut, he doesn't use smite though there, so he can actually steal this as well.
Yeah, I think knows that Gideon is there. I'd flash for a Gromp, but I don't know whether it's a good idea. So Peanut's not going to do that.
I've flashed for less before.
Absolutely. I mean, I flash out of Fountain just to get onto the map faster.
And unlock Hex Flash?
Absolutely.
Zeka
get it on cooldown, otherwise you're not utilizing it. As Zeka is doing battle with Fisher.
He's really testing
Fisher.
He's like, I'll do it.
And the more times you do it, the more you're going to lure them into a false sense of security, you know? Like,
100%.
he won't do it, but maybe he will. Cannons going down on both sides. I'm pretty sure both of them got those, so that's certainly good news. Delight going to secure that one for Viper, who's held on to a 22 CS lead. Something about that. That's going to be softened a little. Definitely wanting to go back home, as Lahen's probably not wanting to tank that, but Ebb and Flow should be able to help him get that health bar back up.
No mana, and Lahen's pretty low mana, so you know, potential to put some pressure on, but it's good timing that Gideon is actually hanging around. There is a ward that would spot him out if he moved, so you can tell that HLE want to apply more pressure in this bot lane 2v2, but kind of cautiously respecting the possibility of a gank for the threats, but now they end up getting another plate in the bag.
Oh dear. Another Singularity goes down there as well, and there is the extra auto attack to grab themselves the plate.
You know, obviously, like, level 1's pretty strong for this combo, but I feel like, you know, when you hit level 5...
Oh, Equalizer. Zay's going to have to flash out of that one.
Yeah, just
a lot of respect shown.
Can do a lot of work. Even the Spectre's Carl, Zay's not tanky enough. Yeah, I feel like once you sort of get a few points in Q or for Lux in her E, the damage threat feels a lot more significant. You know, you get like an AD item behind Caitlyn, and suddenly if you get hit by like a Peacemaker without it hitting any targets before, it really chunks, so...
Yeah.
Things get a little bit worse before they get better for Jiwoo and Lahens.
Ooh, nice bubble. Little connect here. Tidal Wave to follow up as Delight comes on over, gives a bit of a shield here to Peanut, who does have the Crescent Guard up and available. Light Binding, the full combo. Empress Divide needs to be flashed there from Zeka, but now he's in an awkward position. Peanut coming back in again because he identifies Gideon has no damage. And in fact, no one does. And in fact, no one's going to die. And we are just going to use some summoner spells and wander down the river.
Very strange passage of play. You know, Gideon nearly basically solo killing Peanut, and then Zeka tries to get the shuffle on Fisher. This time, he does get away from it. A lot of back and forth, a lot of summoners used across the board. No deaths, no Fierce Blood.
Oh, another bubble will connect here, but I think they realize Peanut coming in is not going to be an option. So it's another case of, you know, the Caitlyn not really finding as large of a suffocation lead that she can often do. As we were expecting, I think Jiu getting through this lane relatively well, especially given the item disadvantage that he's had for what feels like forever.
Yeah, he's withering the storm for now, so it's gone pretty okay, all things considered, and he is going to get that big mid-game spike, but still, I mean, the Caitlyn has an edge for now, and it can obviously explode quickly if you get some free time on the tower, but for now, I think Onongshim can be okay with how things have panned out.
Yep. First Dragon going to be going on over. It is going to be a Cloud next, which makes me a little bit disappointed because there's no Cloud Soul, but at least it's on the map. That makes me happy. Could be Earth, Wind, and Fire as well. As Peanut's going to come on over and spot out Gideon trying to steal away his Raptor camp. And Zaya's continuing to really have some trouble into Kingin. Leandri's almost done.
I love how you can play the anti-mage champion, right? Who has like a free like magic damage shield and just builds early MR, and you're still getting toasted by Rumble.
Well, Lahens is not having a great time as Peanut is fighting into 3 people. Does have that Crescent Guard like we were talking about. Final Spark misses onto Lahens somehow.
Oh man,
that was an elevation problem or something like that.
Yeah, high ground, low ground. I think Delight was trying too hard to hit multiple people with it. And
yeah.
if he'd just gone for Lahens, would have hit his mark. It was like, you know what? I can make it happen. I can bend the light like gravity does.
That's really cool.
Unfortunately, he wasn't actually able to do that, but It's his theory. He's working
There's
on.
the culling. Viper somehow not hit by that Glacial Prison. Just needed a little bit more muscle thrown into it.
Yeah, now Nongshim can just get all 3 of these grubs. So full set. Just contribute a little bit towards those feats. And still no one has died.
Nope.
Which is kind of absurd, it feels.
When was our latest first blood?
15 minutes and 5 seconds.
Ooh, so we're getting close. 3 minutes away.
Which I think even more amazing is that it was Diablo killing Beryl.
Yeah, Beryl really
takes
not normally take that long to die. Yeah.
Yeah. He's got to pace it up a bit.
He either dies or he gets his 80 carry killed way before that. And in fact,
he
the
did get
earliest
aiming
one
killed.
was in fact Gumayushi killing aiming at 1 minute and 34 seconds.
Which, if anyone remembers, that was absolutely Beryl's
Oh,
fault.
100%. Oh, beautiful times. I'm glad that we can both remember that off the top of our heads, those exact stats. Have to look up when the latest one was, but the earliest one, certainly know that one.
Don't forget a moment like that.
Nope, nope.
Textbook.
As Delight down towards this bottom side, clearing out some vision. We'll see who's going to be able to get the most pressure on these turrets. You can see Zeus is actually pushing in as well, and with Caitlyn positioned in the mid lane, should be pretty safe to try and just clear waves. It might be an opportunity to try and go for the first turret, but instead, we're setting up towards the Dragon Pit. It doesn't have a dragon in it for quite some time. Okay. Yeah, you can see the taunt going to be used, but the damage from Kingen is kind of insane. Another equalizer comes down. Justice Punch was used. Kingen needed to block that if he wanted to kill Zeus, but not quite able to get in front of it. And so the Gargoyle will be able to walk away, but...
Yeah, he's up in gold. He's built MR. Like, what more do you want him to do?
And still Kingen looked like he was just going to kill him.
Yeah.
Not quite able to do so, but you can see the control of the lane is still kind of there for the Rumble.
I think one of the things is, you know, maybe, I don't know. Maybe if you had something like the Grasp, you had a bit more trading power early, you could have put on more pressure.
Yeah.
Kind of feels like maybe the Aftershock was more like, hey, I'll have this tool for the dive that never came.
But also we'll have it for team fights and stuff like that.
Yeah, it's still valuable there.
But it doesn't feel like it is much of a laning sort of situation. Side lane's going to be a little bit more difficult. As Fisher, so far, deathless like everyone else. So the Corki going just fine.
Yeah.
Just have to see whether it continues to go just fine. As Lehens moves over, looks to try and clear out this control ward. Ebbs and flows, but otherwise things are looking a little bit worrisome. As these Sand Soldier attacks are starting to rack up the damage.
Less than a minute to go.
Oh,
this could be a record-breaking game.
Yep. 14 minutes and 20 seconds on the clock right now. We're looking to beat 15:05.
And the thing is, even if they fight for this Dragon or this Herald, the record will be achieved by then. You know?
Exactly. Because we've got 48 seconds.
That's what they're waiting for.
Only need, what is it, 30 seconds on the dot as of now. So unless Gio just walks up and dies, we're feeling real good.
Splashes in, he's like, I don't want us to beat the record.
No, no records for you. Well, Gideon over here as well. This is our final evolution, kind of cute. And now Lehens moves up to join his 80 carry. 21 seconds now. And for the main stat, it is 5 seconds away. 2, 3, 4. And there it is.
There we go.
Latest first blood of the season has been achieved, but how much further can we get it? There's the stat. No longer will we have Diablo and Beryl on our sheet in front of us with the cool stats on it, as we might have first blood just being replaced only a few seconds later as Kingen. That's a great flash. As Zeka comes in as well, and may just die to the ramped up turret. It's kind of hilarious. Tidal Wave is going to connect onto Viper here as well. Has to flash the bubble. And there's a lot of action, and we still haven't replaced that first blood.
Were they aware? Like, as soon as the timer passed, everyone starts fighting.
Yeah,
like,
I think that must have been it. They're like, we're going to break this one.
They're like saying in all chat, guys, give it 20 seconds. Just wait 20 seconds. As soon as it passes, like, boom, lock in.
Well, they all locked in and didn't really achieve what they wanted to achieve. That is going to be second Drake going on over, and it's a Hextech Soul. My God, that is a high-powered dragon. As the gold is entirely even. There is absolutely nothing in it.
I love the little bounties just sprinkled in. A little 19 gold here. Oh,
Yep.
you'll have 29 extra gold. It's just, as well, when you get a kill, like before it was quite consistent with like rounded numbers. It just feels like you get random numbers of gold.
Taunt should be connecting here onto Jew. He is going to use his cleanse, and I don't think they're going to be able to get the eye. That's unfortunate. As, all right, Zeka will find the Emperor's Divide onto King, and is it first blood? Wow, that was a Narnian ultimate from Gideon, but it scared them enough to get King out of there.
No one will die.
No one will die. I think everyone's immortal. Oh, imagine if Lens just popped in like one shot to that.
You know, it's
Not
actually
the
gonna,
first blood I was
it's gonna end
expecting.
up that situation where everyone's super farmed and no one's died, and you kind of like don't appreciate the fact of how much damage everyone's doing.
Yeah.
They'll just pop you.
Well, maybe this is how Corki finally wins a game. No one is actually going to die.
This could be it.
All right, we're doing... Okay, let's do a prediction. When do you think First Blood is going to be?
Oh, I think probably like... Oh, we'll watch this replay first.
Yeah,
For a prediction.
Yeah,
So the ult just clears the entire wave. He even goes in for the cannon minion. It's like, get out of here.
Even manages to get Flames bit of value onto Peanut on his way out as well.
I like how we get the
Very
pro
clean.
view point of view when there's
야
no
이거
kill.
얘네 이거
That's
천천히
how
올라갈 수 있어.
lack of kills this game is. I think maybe like 22-20.
22-20?
That's
All right.
a long way away, actually.
Yeah, that
No,
is.
actually, I would say like... No, I could...
I'm thinking it's like 9...
Oh, sorry, 20. I'll go 21. 20, 21, 20. 21, 10. 21, 10. 21, 10. 21, 10.
All right, I don't believe quite that hard. I'm going to go 19-30.
Okay, that's pretty close.
Yeah. I reckon it's close. I reckon we're something's going to go wrong around an Arakan that's about to spawn.
I get that. I feel like neither team... Maybe. I mean, that's perfectly valid. I think it'll be on the dragon, and someone will just die around the dragon.
Oh, yeah, I need someone to die in a minute.
I think it's also, it's that unconscious thing where when no one has died in the game, you don't want to be the first to die. You know?
Yeah,
then
true.
You're feeding.
So now it's everyone's going to play a whole lot more safe.
Then you have infinitely more deaths than everyone else.
Yeah.
So, and infinite is a lot. So.
Infinite does feel like a lot.
Yeah, so everyone's just, they're happy farming away. Put some wards down. Oh, my ward's dead. That's fine. At least I'm not.
Yeah, and the outer turrets in mid lane up and available. You can see Lucian is struggling to hit it, which is a problem. But it should be okay. Okay, well, I need someone to die in 25 seconds. What have I done? Why did I make that call? Peanut, go in! Quickly! Whether it be to die or to kill. I just need you to get in there.
Oh, unless?
All right, King in a bit of trouble. Zeus actually kind of turning this one around.
Oh, yeah, Zeus is a tank.
Yeah, he's also just going to let King have the wave. And that one is going to fall down.
3,
I mean, yeah,
2,
2 seconds to go. I'm cooked.
Oh, it's over.
All right.
Okay.
I didn't want to do the same.
Well,
but also it felt like it was going to be so far.
You could still be closest, but if it goes after, it's...
Yeah, no, I think I'm just done.
You just cooked.
Yep.
I mean, Yundo's the latest. Then he might be best.
Well,
then he might be best off.
Let's see. I think we've got a whole bunch of predictions coming on in there. Wolf's was completely cooked a while ago. Me and him are already out of the running.
Degon's got 20 seconds-ish.
All right.
So does Brendan Valdez. They've both got about 20 seconds.
20, 25, and 24. And we're starting to see some grouping up. HLE are not going to go for anything, though, without a Galio within heroic entrance range.
Oh my god, he autoed him.
Yeah, there we go.
He celestially opposed it, though. He's celestially opposed to violence.
He is. In fact, everyone in this game is. There's a lot of...
okay, Brendan's out, Degon's out. Mao is 21 minutes, he's next up.
All right.
What if
maybe we're all just incredibly wrong.
Someone in chat will have said like 43 minutes and they'll be spot on.
Arakan is just going down.
Oh, this could be it!
Oh no! Viper and Delight both just cooked together, and there it is! First blood at 20-50! And it's Kingin that takes down Delight. Zeka now looking to try and stop them from taking this Arakan down. As Peanut going to be pushed away. Wind becomes lightning coming on in there. Fish are down relatively low. They get rid of the Azir. But Zeus comes in. That is going to keep Peanut alive. Viper fighting against King, and there are a lot of traps all over the ground. And Nongshim, they give up on the Arakan. They get themselves first blood. They get the feats. The sandals have been put together.
You know what's the worst part?
What?
I wouldn't have minded, but it's Mao who won, and you know Chronicle, he's always so...
Yeah, he really does like to...
He's like, oh, I was correct.
Yeah.
He'll have a smug smile on his face right now, and you know he will.
Why did you remind me? I can see it in my mind's
So
eye
can I.
now.
He's just that guy, you know.
Oh, well. So frustrating.
What can we do? Oh, so close, so close. If Delight had lasted a little bit longer, and now Delight has infinitely more deaths than anyone else.
I know, it's embarrassing, isn't it? But at least, you know, he's support Lux. He can have that excuse of like, well, I'm so squishy. It's so hard to do my job and not die all the time.
Yeah, as opposed to support an army who's notoriously very tanky.
And if you're Lehens, just in general, who does spend most of his time dying. Zeus is just going to walk at Fisher here. It's looking super effective. As now got another fight, as Peanut getting absolutely slaughtered. Gets himself a decent shield though, and in fact, his ultimate's going to be coming up very, very soon. King in, getting low as Viper grabs it with a Peacemaker. That was adorable. Peanut going to get spotted out here as Viper's going to need to flash over. He does so. Light Binding not going to connect as now Jiu way too far up, and there's the knock up from Peanut. That is going to spell his death as now the flash in, the two-man taunt, and Zeka scoops them all up. HLE, I mean, they may not have got first blood, but they killed the rest of them.
When it rains, it pours. When we get some kills coming in, HLE clean up, and we'll get that third Dragon of a Hextech Soul, which is pretty rough for Nongshim. They may have been the ones to get first blood and the feats of strength, but a huge blow dealt to them.
But they don't have strength of feet, which is what you need in order to walk into the right position.
And they're far away from their souls being secured. Anyway, yeah, Viper just hitting King under the wall, and he gets hit by the Luxol because he was channeling his ult. Unfortunately.
And yeah, Viper with the Peacemaker out of nowhere.
Jiwoo, so close, but so far, and just the no attack speed. I mean, it's regular unleashing, but you can see him trying to get the autos up there.
Yeah.
Doesn't do enough. And this shuffle, pretty big.
Gorgeous. And we're seeing there the combination of the Galio and the Azir. When Galio was a mid laner, it felt like it was a bit sad because the combination is so fun. If you do get the taunt, then the shuffle becomes so easy, right? You just scoot on in and knock them all back. And we saw exactly that in motion there. And now all of a sudden it's a 3,000 gold lead. It's Soul Point. Yeah, they don't have feet, but who cares? You don't need feet to kill dragons.
Certainly don't.
Or do you? It does help, I think.
I mean, Cassiopeia is trying to kill dragons.
Oh, yeah. Is that in the lore?
Not that I'm aware of, but
maybe
I've seen it in game. She does have a lot of DPS against dragon, right?
Yeah, that's true. And Aurelion Soul.
Yeah.
King going to be able to clear out the wave.
Feet. I mean, Nami, but she's on Nongshim's side, so.
Yeah, not working out quite as much. Yeah, footless champions don't have exactly, like, I don't have that database in my brain.
Yeah, well, I know it's definitely not Briar. That was established early on.
Yeah, no, that one's definitely, definitely feet.
Very clearly,
feet are there.
Yeah.
Gideon has 6 feet, in fact, if you include Bristle, which I do. Absolutely.
I mean,
and Lehens is now just in trouble, although Viper is now potentially in trouble. Zeus showing off with the amount that he can tank the culling, which is a lot.
I think you have to include Bristle because it'd be very weird if Sejuani was just walking around on him.
All right, Lehens, okay, isn't the hole not going to connect? Well, actually it does connect. Not going to kill. Zeka moving on up. You can tell that we're getting a little bit loopy. It's been a weird game, right? We had a 20-minute first blood, which is quite late, and we're used to having a cadence of action that's a little bit higher than that. As you can see here in the goal difference, I mean, it was nothing, nothing, nothing until that last fight towards the bottom side, which is, I imagine, the first highlight we're going to see from the space.
Probably.
Because nothing else happened prior to that. As Lehens, he could die, but there is Gideon in the vicinity, and Zeka needs to go golden. Are enough traps going to be going down here as Emperor's Divide delivers a pig towards Delight and Viper. That equalizer actually isn't the greatest. And Nongshim were able to walk this one off.
You know, I joked before about Nami being tanky, but legitimately, like, Lehens keeps just brushing off this damage and landing everything he needs to survive. Now, Fisher...
Oh, dear. I thought Arakan was going to get mad. Oh, uses the Arakan to provide an audacious charge target, but not really working out there.
Oh, you know, it's such a new objective. Is this the Ruinous or the Voracious Otacon? How can we tell? You know,
I don't know.
It's so difficult to know.
I imagine it's
was
probably
there
Ruinous because there was so much
There was
action.
so much action in this game. It probably is the Ruinous one, the one when you have a lot of action. Zeka, it's one of these one-way trips.
Yeah.
Didn't really have an exit plan.
No, that was not the one. As I think that Fisher is in a tough spot. Yeah, Justice Punch going to come in. Fisher thinks that it's not well named. That did not feel like Justice. As Otacon is continuing to be somewhat ignored. As King and over here does have 5 grubs worth of extra damage on these turrets, which is providing a little bit of an issue. Delight immediately flashing out, and I don't even know whether that's going to be enough. Saved by the Popcorn Chickens. You love to see it.
Perfect respawn timing, planned. Delight had that in mind.
Absolutely.
He knew.
And all right, Nongshim now with control of the river towards this northern side of the map.
It feels like the Lucian army pressure really online now. Like you have the rapid fire cannon, the extra range, the IE. Not to the Galio, but everyone else.
Yeah.
Lucian is doing damage, so.
After seeing him do so much damage before, that really was a bit of a letdown.
Well, if you look at Zeus' items, you can see all the arm. Oh, no, he doesn't have any armor.
Right.
Suspicious. Interesting.
Very strange.
Yeah.
This Otacon is... Okay, Peanut coming on in. Let's see whether he can cause some sort of ruckus as Gideon already going down low. Zeka splits up the fight, but there's a lot of damage from Fisher here. The tidal wave helping out really well. But Gideon goes down first. And now the heroic exit there from Zeus. But they're all on the barbecue! And they just back away as Otacon is left to the wolves. Or they're going for like a re-engage. I have no idea, but they're sort of still here and sort of not. Zeus has teleport, and so he can make his way back if they would like him to be there. And now they're just going to get gifted Otacon. No, he's going to reset. This is so weird. That was so strange. I have no idea what just happened there, but it was, I think, okay for HLE. Kingen moving in, doesn't have Equalizer for the next little while.
Zeka's coming back, he hex-gated.
Yeah.
He's hex-gating again.
Oh, he's getting on in there. There's the taunt. It's going to connect onto Kingen, but he is able to cook them. Takes down the smite. That is absolutely huge as now Zeka gets out of the way of the culling, but it's not enough to save the gargoyle. And I'm still confused. This Otacon has just been running amok.
Wait, we're hex-gating more. We're back in.
And now their jungler is going to come back over. Gideon will turn up again. And I think the Nongshim just get it. Right? Yeah.
They should just get it, yeah.
God, so weird, man.
This is
I don't know.
Such an odd... We had Bro 2-0 Gen G earlier, and this game feels more odd.
Yeah, right? That's because Bro are the best team in Korea. We knew that from the Casper Cup.
Yeah, I mean, they are the Casper Cup champions. Yeah. The last time Gen G won something was all the way back in MSI. Yeah, so a lot of focus on the Gideon to get rid of the smite. And I mean, it is successful in the end, but a lot is burned.
And I guess that's why they didn't want to go back in for it. But like, if you get rid of everyone, then it's okay. They just don't want to face check.
Yeah, and they're waiting for Zeka to come in, but you see Zeus goes in a little early. Peanut follows, and they get melted.
King actually is doing so much damage, yeah.
Yeah, I think both of them. And then King is able to escape. Zeka has no cooldowns really to chase them down. And the Otacon just kept resetting.
Yeah, all over the place. Now Nongshim heading towards the Baron because they may as well. Peanut, if he can steal it away, certainly still incredibly valuable. As Hextech Soul was, I believe, secured by HLE in the meantime as well. So that is going to be a whole lot of power, especially with the Caitlyn. My goodness. As Jiwoo leading the charge. Yeah, what? I don't think they can't technically die, but Viper won't need that many shots. In order to do it. So annoying. Yeah, Bazinga. All right, in goes Peanut. It's a gargoyle delivery system as they knock up Kingen and evict him from the area. Emperor's Divide connects onto a couple. Everyone is sent packing. And yeah, you may not necessarily die, but you give over 400 gold in a Baron. Probably not worth.
Yeah, we were stuck in the replay, and it's kind of like, okay, you got Otacon, but they got Hextech Soul. Yeah, it just wasn't worth it, you know? No. And they're just permanently getting AoE slowed, chunked, poked out, you know. Yes, these deaths aren't as important as if you didn't have the Otacon buff.
I mean, it serves the same purpose though, doesn't it?
Yeah, you lose Baron, and HLE still have Hextech Soul, which they'll have for the rest of the game.
Yeah. And Viper is heading towards, I believe, Bloodthirster is item number 4. And item number 4 is where Caitlyn becomes a big old champion again. you're very, very happy with the state of the game. And he's 2-0-3, so he's already dealing a lot of damage. Oh man, Zeka going to be able to move towards his top side, utilize these Barons, and yeah, these Ace in the Holes starting to hurt. Still has another point to put in that one, I believe. As Jew, oh yeah, he still has the buff, so he may as well take a ticket home.
I mean,
yeah. I don't know.
It's that conversation we had last game. Like, yes, it's not a big deal if you die, but you don't have to just dash in and just. I mean, it
is faster than pressing B.
Yeah, at the cost of 100 gold and a whole flower.
That's true.
Yeah.
Yeah, you always forget about the blood petals. Maybe Viper's
like
going to hit rank 3 ultimate, you know, like earlier because of that. It was all the blood petal.
Yeah.
That's all right. HLE. Okay, Tidal Wave going to come in there. The cleanse going to be used from Viper as a whole bunch of buttons are now on cooldown. But I think that Nongshim used a few more. Yeah, 4 of them now on CD, and Fisher is doing his best to put his on CD as much as possible. As HLE are just going to continue marching forward because their health bars have not been changed. Because now, connected to every attack, they now have basically an ultimate ability that slows down everyone in an AoE. It's just nutty. This Hextech Soul is no joke. And Nongshim, they are good at clearing waves. They will be able to do that. As the push does come in, it does come to a close. But HLE have now got a 5,000 gold lead. It's a 3.3k Rebel Baron power play. And I'd say the Barons work.
It's so hard to approach. The second you walk up, you get autoed by a rapid fire Caitlyn, and your whole team is slowed.
Yeah. Or the turret just explodes.
That works too.
My goodness. Okay, yeah. Caitlyn doing some damage as Viper is going to be able to finish off the inhibitor. It's a bit of a fake out. Zeka is just going to take the enemy Hex Gates in order to get out of here. So 2 minutes on the Elder Dragon. And I think that's where we're going to see the next commitment to a battle. And one that Nongshim sort of has to do, but they're in a really rough spot. They actually want to win it. And having a look down at the red numbers are not telling a good story for Nongshim fans.
No, it's pretty rough. I mean, honestly, like, the gold's bad, but it's just, you know, I keep hammering on about it, but, like, it's just such a weird passage of play that you're like, guys, we've got the Atacam buff. Oh, we lost Hextech Soul. And then Atacam buff gets used, and they just have this buff forever, and it just feels almost impossible. Like, the game felt, you know, it was back and forth, it was close. Yeah. And now it just feels really rough. And, I mean, the Corki... Corki is yet to do anything. I'm just going to say it.
Yeah.
Yet to do a single thing. And
in the LCK Cup.
He is staring down 0-11. It is approaching.
Yeah. Well,
there he goes.
He's going to press his ultimate button. Fisher is desperately trying to get himself a kill as the equalizer comes through. There's a heroic exit that is going to be interrupted. And HLE get themselves out of there.
You know, he nearly... He did get Peanut below half health.
He did.
Nearly got Zeus below half health.
And he made it so that Peanut had to move from where he was going to be otherwise.
True. Oh, they make it mid-tier 1.
Oh, in trade for an inhibitor top lane.
They gave up on it. They don't want it anymore.
Okay. Then maybe they don't actually have to give away their inhibitor top lane. As Delight also taking way too much damage here. Fisher has come through to do an auto attack. That was cool. Teleport is going to bring Zeus into the fold, though. And him, as far as the front line is concerned, is looking pretty dangerous. His final spark's not doing as much damage as we can sometimes see from Lux, but she is very supportive with the redemption completed as well as the Chaos.
Now King has to deal with this wave, and Elder Dragon is about to spawn. They'll be able to head back, and thanks to the hard work.
Oh, but they're going to be late.
Look at the Hex Gate.
Hex Gates.
Thank you, Jace.
Hex Gates. Man, learned about those in Arcane.
I mean, it's law accurate because Caitlyn is using them.
True. There we go.
But they are walking in the fog of war.
Yeah. Well, Gio and Fisher going to walk out and take a bit of health from Zeus. All right, Blast Cone is going to get Fisher over the wall. No one has started off this dragon, so HLE will be able to actually get here. It's going to be an honest fight, as that didn't look honest at all. It looked like Zeka just killing Fisher without him being able to do anything in response. A little bit
really low.
Yeah,
trying to reset, but he's just there. Fisher?
Okay. Zeka's going to be able to make his way through. Final Spark just to get some vision. As now Zeka and Zeus are going to turn up together. This angle is terrifying. Lucency. What the heck was that damage? That's, I guess, Viper with 4 items. Did finish that Bloodthirst that we were talking about before. The line of traps comes in as Peanut gets out of there. Does soak the ultimate as the tidal wave is going to stop Delight from walking further forward. But they're using all of these buttons defensively. They're going to not have them for when the fight starts in earnest. Fisher teleports back. It's your time, Corky. It's time to find a win. This is where we do all the damage. This is where we steal the Elder. This is where maybe you just lose as they're teleporting into the base.
Oh, the base,
to end the game.
King needs to go. He's the one with TP.
Well, Nexus Turret 1 is dead. Nexus Turret number 2 is dead. Fisher is almost dead. Lehens is, in fact, dead. There's a knock-up onto Gideon as they're just diving forward. They're going to win the team fight and the game at the same time as it's a double to come down for Viper. And Fisher is likely to not die. Wait, he's dead. I said likely to not die. I meant the other way around. Azeka is wanting to kill Kingin, his ex-teammate, before actually killing the Nexus. I think he ran out of minion wave there as well, but he's just going to follow him. And Sukmi is going to help out. And thumbs up occurring all over the place. Oh, the scrap shield!
He's scrappy.
And the minions, they get it done in the end as well as Leandri's. And so that is going to be Zeka going golden. Didn't time it quite right as HLE are delaying as best they can. And that is going to be the 2-0 successful there. The latest first blood that we've ever had, plus, well, not that we've ever had, but that we've had so far in 2025. And it is above 20 minutes. It's going to take a while for us to get a new one of those.
When I saw that damage on the Hens, I was thinking it was like that thing I said where like not much action happens, everyone just farms up, and then you hit a late game fight and suddenly you get a one shot out of nowhere.
Yeah, that did happen.
That did happen. That's a Caitlyn thing too. And look, I'm gonna be blunt with it. HLE, definitely some things to work on. Considering the strength of this roster and the fact that they are the reigning summer champions, I think there is still a higher expectation. But at the end of the day, they got the 2-0. Another point for Group Baron, closing that gap a little bit.
Yeah, 5-9 now as well. In fact, Elder losing both of their matches today.
Yep. So, you know, maybe comebackable.
Yeah. Comebackable is indeed exactly the term that I was going to use, although I'm not normally that scientific with my wordplay. Zeka, yeah, not looking too enthused, right? It's not one of those games where you're like ultra celebrating afterwards. I think Viper had a really good day. His Caitlyn was very, very strong, as well as his Xayah game that, you know, he had some hiccups.
Yeah.
But he played the early game exceptionally well.
Yeah, I mean, I think the thing is, like, I'll be real. When it's Viper, my standards are very high. So when he like dies without ulting once on Xayah, I'm like, I don't know. But generally,
who got the POM for you then?
I gave it to Zeka.
All right.
I think the Yone game was really good. I think Azir, he was solid.
Maybe my expectations for Zeka's Yone are way too high.
He got that sick triple knockup.
He did get that sick triple knockup.
He had a lot of pressure. I just think, like, I can't give it to Peanut because of the whole Yadakan incident.
Yeah.
I can't give it to Viper because the whole didn't ult and died incident.
There's a few incidents that pulls people out.
The Light had infinitely more deaths than anyone else in this game.
He did. And for so long as well.
And Zeus played Cassante.
Yeah, that's
and then Galio, no, I cannot condone.
So this is Delight not getting POM, as we can see here in this highlight. And the rest of the plays, Delight actually lands quite a few key Qs and stuff like that.
Yeah, he played pretty good, but he had infinitely more deaths.
Infinitely more deaths than everyone else.
Can't argue with it, you know?
And he also missed that ultimate in the river that was weird. That was really nicely played by Viper. In that moment, connecting the net for the guaranteed headshot. And Jiwoo almost had enough damage to be the absolute hero.
You know, I feel like if Lucian Army was still really strong like it was like however many years ago, he would have just killed everyone.
Yeah.
But it's not. And
They did it. Yeah. This was Zeka getting completely trolled by Lehens. And then himself at the same time.
I don't want to talk about this because this
goes against the POM. So does that like contribute to the illegality of the whole situation or no? As this fight was definitely all HLE the whole time.
Yeah.
Nice little sweep there from Zeka as well. As this was to get rid of all of the Otacon buffs as Lehens takes.
Just a very free Hextech Soul, you know. It's kind of like we have that Chemtech Soul vibe where neither team cares for such a long time. This kind of felt like oh guys, we just have Hextech. It just appeared.
Look at that. Isn't that cool?
You know, Jay's just he had those little rocks. He's in his lab and he just comes out and like, I guess we'll have Hextech now.
Yeah,
that's
he discovered it, but it was earlier in the season than we were expecting. Or
yeah, it's like, oh, already?
Yeah.
We had like a whole plot point.
And we thought he was going to share it with the people because Jace is a good guy, but no. The monopoly is there for HLE.
And that transition from I don't want to be used as a weapon to using it as a weapon went very fast.
It did. I just
he's
feel
like, hey, Caitlyn, you got a sniper.
The plot progressed so fast.
Very quickly. It feels like they condensed Season 1 and Season 2 into a single game.
It was a great synopsis, but I just didn't know it was a synopsis.
It's like there's people who are like, oh, I watched it. Like, you're like, oh, have you seen Arcane? No, but I watched, someone summarized it on YouTube in like 30 minutes.
Yeah, exactly. I watched the YouTube video explaining it so that I could talk about it with my friends.
So you didn't watch it.
Yeah, exactly. You didn't watch it. Like chronically, you know? All right. Dongshim. I mean, they gave it a crack. They actually did a fair bit of damage here. You can see that the damage graph is very similar outside of Kingen doing a whole lot more, but he is a Rumble. But look at that goal graph, man. It's like we started the game. We literally started the game at 22 minutes.
Yeah, you can't, it's just invisible.
Yeah.
You know? That's just, I mean, basically we did. Basically, we did start the game at 22 minutes.
We did. I'm surprised that the damage dealt pre-14 minutes is actually larger, as Viper is going to get it in the end. I'm with you. I think that there was some illegality there, but perhaps, the Korean side didn't harp on about the not use of the ult, and his Xayah game was still very, very good. Is Caitlyn also looking impressive. Actually kind of making up for what was a bit more of a disappointing Caitlyn performance when he brought it out against, I believe it was Gen G earlier on.
Yeah. I mean, to be fair, like I don't think it's a bad POM. Like, I'm not going to like disagree with anything. It's just, my standards for Viper are high.
Yeah. In fact, our standards for all of these players are really high. Maybe that's why it just felt like a really difficult decision.
It felt like a difficult POM.
Yeah.
We expect a lot. HLE, a lot of good players on this roster. A little bit of a goofy series, but they got the win.
They did, absolutely. Just like Bro, it was a goofy series. They got the win as expected up against Gen G in our first series of the day. A weird one, but definitely a good one for Team Baron, and we are getting very, very close to that interview with Viper as well, who will be able to tell us about the machinations and how things are working, fitting Zayas into the team, things like that, whether they do have high hopes heading further on, because I'm interested to hear Viper's perspective on that one.
Yeah, I mean, it's just interesting how things have gelled in general as well. I mean, HLE have looked good, right? Generally, in the series against KT, they smashed them, but even in summer when they won the whole thing, it's not like minute one they were just dominating.
Yeah, exactly. But let's throw it over to Dia for the translation with Viper.
Thank you very much, guys. This is Dia for the POM interview translation, joined by Viper on the side of Hana Life Esports. Congratulations! Thank you. Hana Life Esports has secured their second win. How does it feel to get POM, Viper?
그 정도는 아니었던 것 같은데 잘 좋게 봐주신 것 같아요.
Honestly, I don't think it was that great, but I guess you guys give me a lot of credit.
겸손한 답변 같은데 오늘은 그래도 그룹 바론의 날이라고 할 만큼 정말 감사가 많이 있었습니다. 혹시 첫 번째 매치 OK저축은행 브리온의 경기 보셨을까요?
아, 네.
Did you have to watch OK Savings Brion's match?
어떻게 보셨는지 한마디만.
Yeah, I was cheering for them really hard. What was it like?
첫 세트를
No, as I was watching. They won the first game, so I was like, are they going to keep up the momentum and get a 2-0?
좋습니다. 이렇게 해서
So,
오늘 바론
let's go,
그룹이
Group
2승을
Baron.
챙겨가게 됐습니다. 자, 1세트 얘기를 먼저 좀 나눠보면요. 1세트 자야의
Let's
엄청난
talk about
성장이
game
있었습니다. 원딜
Your
골드 차이도
Xayah
굉장히
scaled
대단했는데
so hard.
자야를
And the
노리는
AD carry
경우가 많았거든요,
gold difference
상대가.
was
근데
immense.
어떻게 이렇게 폭발적인 성장을
Surely
할 수 있었을까요?
Xayah was the opponent's main target, so how were you able to scale so well?
스왑이 너무 자주 일어나다 보니까
lately we've been seeing so many lane swaps, so I think that's why AD carries end up scaling so well. I don't think I did anything particularly well, it's just that's the way the game just the way how games flow nowadays, so I don't think it was anything special.
정말 오랜만에 저희가 바텀에서
In game
루나미 대
2,
캐틀럭스 조합을 볼 수가 있었습니다.
we got a Lucian Lamy versus Caitlyn Lux matchup, and it's been a long time since we saw these comps, so did you predict the Lucian Lamy bot?
끝났을 때 좀 예상을 하고
No, after the enemy finished their bans, I kind of did predict it, and that's why we ended up locking in our own comp based on that.
좀 껄끄러웠던 것 같습니다.
근데 그런 거 치고는
And
사실
I think it was a
이번
little
2세트가
tricky because of all the long ranges that we have to deal with. And yeah, there was actually no action until 20 minutes. So, and it was the latest first blood. Did you have a plan, or was there a particular reason you were just trying to be extra careful?
저희가 공격적으로 했어야
You know, to
하나
be
생각도
honest, I think
들고,
we
교전이 많이
might have had
일어나면
to play a little more
상대가
aggressive, and I think maybe more trades would have been more beneficial for us.
유리하다 보니까 돌파구를 잘
The
못
enemy just had
좋습니다.
advantage in terms
그래도
of
오늘
range,
2대
so
0
it
승리를
actually
가져온
ended up playing
하나생명 e스포츠입니다.
out.
이번 주
kind of-
토요일에는 디플러스 기아와의 대결이 기다리고 있는데요.
That's how it
사실
ended up with
디플러스
no
기아의
action, I believe.
경기력 엄청나게
And this Saturday,
좋잖아요.
you will
어떤
face
마음가짐으로
D plus
임하실
Kia.
예정인지
They've been playing
들어보겠습니다.
oddly well right now, so what is your mindset to
이번 LCK 컵은
to go into your next match with?
변수가 많은 것 같아서
You know, I feel like lately
좀
we've been seeing a lot of variables
할것
that
같은데
will change
잘
the way the
잘하는-
game
요즘
flows.
잘해가지고
And D plus Kia, you know, they've been really,
긴장되긴 하는데
really good. So
잘해서 이겨보겠습니다.
you know, they're gonna keep us on our toes, but we're gonna make sure that we do really well and win.
지금까지 바이퍼 선수였습니다. 인터뷰 감사합니다.
And that's the end of the
감사합니다.
interview with Viper, and back to the space. Thank you.
보시겠습니다.
Thank you very much, dear Ayaya, as it is a clean 2-0, nothing to see here by Hanwha Life Esports over Nongshim Red Force. And just like they said in the interview, they were right. It was a barren day, group barren day. They probably also meant group Broen day because the Bros kicked it off with the 2-0 win. But either way, let's take a look at the player of the match. The votes there on the bottom. Obviously, Viper getting most of them. Zeka vote there by...
Okay, I'm a big Jonah Strong fan.
Yeah.
But I did watch Peen miss his smite on an Otacon, which added like 25. His Zinzao game was cracked. So that might be a situation where you go, the second game was really good. And I think the cast also highlighted there were a couple of reasons not to go for some of the other votes. I'm glad there's no delight votes though. That would have been a toughie.
I felt like no one was incredibly impressed. Like no one was super standout. They put the Woody voice thing here. I didn't actually specify that. That's a chronicler thing.
Ronnie, you got to do the voice. You made him specify it.
Yeah, come on.
I watched the Dutch version of this movie, man. I can't do this.
Do it in the Dutch version then.
I have no.
Anyway, chronicler may just come up and then he won't do it.
mijn laars.
That was basically what it was in English. There's a snake in his boots. There it is. Boom. Done. That's all.
Anyway, I thought Viper was the most consistent player. That's all. I felt like it was a team effort. No one really stood out that much, so I'm not that like... It was 100% Viper day. That's all I wanted to say.
All right. Crowdy, let's see yours.
Yeah, I was trying to contest with Cloud Templar. I don't think I really nailed it. I had a couple of versions, but this was the most basic
because
one.
It's both Viper viciously.
Yeah, it's just basic alliteration. I don't think it's anything crazy. But it's, Viper, I think he was good enough.
Ox with the Zeka vote here. Didn't ban Yone and made some plays on it.
We saw Yone isn't good. Chovy didn't win today.
See what
that
else
did happen, right?
It did happen, yeah. It was a while ago, but not that long ago.
We watched that.
Yeah.
Oh, interesting.
Let's see what the Korean side had to say.
I want to hang out at the Rift with Viper. Just two chill dudes hanging on the Rift.
I would like to get some freelo from him as well. Let's do it.
Queue up, get Viper in your game. I don't know, Cloud Templar. I'm sure he still is a Minamumu after all these years.
I believe it. Perfect Professor Viper. Deep cut here from Rascal. Does anyone know this one?
I think, if I remember correctly, but that might be off base, or it's because Viper used to be one of the guys that played everything, so he was called the Professor. Because he played Teemo, he played Vladimir. In the Awesome Dude meta, he was one of the most versatile players when he came up with Griffin, so I'm
There's a
thinking
lot
that's
to
it.
learn from him also.
In general,
I feel like,
yeah, for sure.
even if he's not trying to teach it, he's kind of spilling knowledge all over the Rift.
One more? Do we have one more? Yeah, you let Viper's Xayah open. Okay, so the inverse of what Ox put from Helios.
I don't know if there could be possibly a bigger disconnect between our opinion of Xayah and the Korean based on
Although,
this.
to be fair, like, Viper is one of the players. Viper and Guma, the two players for me that I'm like, okay, well, I'll allow it. Ruler's probably a close third, but...
What is your opinion on Xayah, Cronny?
I think it's fine in specific spots. I think teams are prioritized a little bit, but I don't have the same level of hatred.
That's not actually an official ramyun flavor.
Viper
It's
Ramyan.
good.
I thought he was also going to say it's
I'm not
Nongshim's
gonna lie.
ramen because he ate it.
As far as lines have gone, I think Pony is hitting some highs, man. I'm biased.
Probably, I love Pony. He's one of my favorites, but I feel like this one's definitely like not his top 3. It's probably not in his top 3.
Wow. It's good. I think it's good. I like it.
Pony won today's quotes. He was on form today.
Yes.
Let's see how Hanwha Life took this victory on form as well. First one starting off at 22 minutes with the Corki again. No wins. Getting caught out.
Corki it can't catch a break, Wolf. But that's not where this fight really goes awry. It's the fact that we are fighting in this narrow choke point and we're throwing damage into the Xin Zhao.
I just don't. I don't understand why Kingen. I mean, I could see the thought process behind like, oh, they're collapsing on Corki. I need to rotate over and maybe see if we can bail them out and turn this into a favorable fight for us. But when you're playing a tank champion or an engaged champion, maybe that's the right call. But when you're playing Rumble, walking into those 3 champs, into the Xin Zhao,
yeah, here this is kind of painful. If Pina doesn't have a Zilt, that plays great. The real, the biggest issue there was that Zeus was actually behind him. TP behind him, so I think maybe that was... but by the time that Zeus actually was there, I think he would have had plenty of space to get out and get towards his team. Nongshim just look all over the place.
Yeah, I feel like it wasn't the greatest series from Hanwha Life Esports either. I think we have a lot higher expectations of this team.
A lot.
But you could see some of the mechanical moments there, right? They were able to set up some combos. They were able to punish Nongshim pretty well. They definitely were by far the more experienced and stronger team today, but we expect a little bit more.
Yeah, and again, remember, first blood was at 20 minutes, 50 seconds again. Mao just getting the prediction correct again. Let's take a look at the second highlight here as Otacon strikes again at 27 minutes. It lands a lot. It doesn't land too many of its abilities, though.
Otacon doesn't, but interestingly enough, neither do a lot of the players. Delight, I don't think, has hit an ult. I don't know. Watch what Zeka does in a little bit here. Also just doesn't really spark any joy. The Rumble
ult also doesn't kill him.
Yeah.
It's like maybe where they're retreating might have been the better path to go. It's just it's obviously both teams are prioritizing this objective so highly. They want it no matter what. I think there's some tension here. No one is playing at their best. As Otacon's trying to hit his skill shots here.
Like, oh, do I flash over? Am I going to do it? Otacon is just confused as to what is going on.
Oh, I thought you were talking about Otacon flashing over. Otacon's like, oh, should I flash for this?
I mean, he might have considered it. We're just getting dragged back and forth. And then the previous fight was a little bit messy. And I think here we're also seeing why we just don't see this Lucian, because I feel like Geo obviously had a bad play towards the bot side of the map. But like, okay, so taunt misses. Pina just goes in. Watch what Zeka does here. He's just he's there. He's there. The calling just goes into nothing.
Yeah. Illusion's burst damage can be quite helpful, especially in a winning game state. This is kind of what he was used for with Illusion Nami lane, is to win lane, have a strong mid game.
And then Nongshim get it, and they lose Hextech Soul, and then they just kind of whiff the buff, and that's...
I feel like this draft here for Nongshim really hindered their chances of victory. And the Lucian pick was kind of like, oh, we fell into the Caitlyn trap here. What do we do? There's so many things banned. Let's play Lucian. And it just didn't work. They couldn't get to the mid game they wanted.
Yeah, definitely not. They take the loss here, as it is Hanwha Life Esports getting the victory as we take a look at the standings after day number 2 of week number 2. And it is Group Baron Day as they take both victories over Group Elder, still trailing 9-5, a 4-game gap here, but Hanwha Life Esports on top of this group as expected.
It really defies any expectations that DK is the only team that hasn't been beaten yet. Now, most likely Hanwha should be the favorite going into the match if you look at the pre-season expectations, but with the level of play, even here today,
I predicted DPS, and I'm feeling pretty good about it.
Yeah!
Now, tomorrow is 2 bangers, right? I think we're going to have pretty long day of LCK tomorrow. I don't think that DRX or BNK will necessarily take a dominant win, although BNK do look to be the favorites right now. And then you have the telecom war. T1 stabilizing a lot after that first loss to D+, and KT Rolster, we're not really sure where we're at on the Rolster coaster right now, but I'm leaning towards T1 being the clear favorites there as well.
Yeah, they should be, which should scare everyone. Because let's be real, it's KT. And I think they haven't looked good at all yet. I think that Cousin BDD haven't hit their level, and that can only mean that tomorrow they turn it on.
That's right. Tomorrow is going to be the litmus test for, goodness gracious, litmus test for both of those squads, and we will have that action for you tomorrow. Make sure you don't miss it. Thank you so much for spending the day with us, and we'll see you again tomorrow for more LCK action.
Chase your dreams and don't look back. Reach for the stars.